and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The 2-0. Oh, and that ball drilled deep down the right field line. If it's fair, it's out of here. And that ball is gone. About 18 to 20 rows up in that section right next to the right field foul pole. And the Mariners don't tie it. They take the lead. A 3-run blast by Canzone to make it 4-3 Seattle.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live with the Monday edition of Sean and RJ on your home for Rangers baseball. DFW Sports Station is 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt out a couple more days on vacay before training camp. We got Peyton running the Fan Can Twitch and YouTube, along with Aiden Butler as well. And it looked like it was going to be 3-0 heading into today with a chance to sweep in the all-important AL West matchup.
Yeah, and then they got bullpenned. A bunch of bullpen, if you know what I mean. Just a pitch that's worth 2 wins in the standings. You either were going to be up 3.5 or up 1.5.
The one to Canzone?
The one to Canzone. And
the next pitch to Rosarena.
Or you could say the next pitch too. But either one. That was bad, and the
Cole Winn
bullpen woes, and to be fair, you know, Cole Winn has only allowed 21% of inherited runners to score this year. Like, league average is 31%, so he allows a much smaller number of inherited runners to score. That's better than Gray. That's better than Junis. So, like, it's not like they brought in, you know, the guy who was the one that was allowing the most. But either way, he allowed these. And these were the ones you couldn't allow because it really put you in a spot where now you got 6 outs left to tie this thing up, and it just wasn't going to happen.
Evan Carter did not make a play in the outfield that he should have made. He was a little bit too scared of the wall. That allowed the Mariners to tie things up at 1 in the third, and then Evan made up for it with a single to give them the 2-1 lead in the fourth, as it seemed to be going their way. Nimmo hit one off of Gilbert, Berger with a 3-2 walk, all the little small things, all the hustle. Evan Carter gives them the lead. Lopez, infield single, another little small ball type thing that goes your way, and it's 3-1. And then in the sixth, you get your momentum, and you get the crowd exploding in Arlington as DeGrom gives up the first 2 on base.
Yeah.
No outs. And then Alstrom gets out of it 1-2-3 with strikeouts. All the momentum. The place explodes. It's on your side. Alstrom is going crazy on the mound. And then Cole Winn in the 7th. And the lead is gone before Zeke tries to get you closer with a solo home run. And then Canzone ends this thing with more insurance.
Yeah, it just was just a this is a tough day. This is one of those days that looks bad. It feels much worse because it's just one game.
Yeah,
and you already had won the first 2. But when you've got a lead basically the entire afternoon, and you really did. I mean, they tied it up for the third inning a little bit, but you had a lead basically the entire afternoon, and you got DeGrom on the hill. You shouldn't blow this game.
On Saturday, they beat down the Mariners 7-1 behind Nate. 7 innings, 1 run, 8 strikeouts. Wyatt went 3 for 4. The scary injury possibility off of his foot. But Nate Eovaldi, the first Rangers pitcher with 4 straight 10-win seasons since Rick Helling from 98 to 2001. And then on Friday, they beat the Mariners to start things off 5-4 as Jake Berger was clutch. So that's the way Friday and Saturday went before yesterday.
And Nate and DeGrom, I mean, over 12 innings, they allowed 2 runs. And that's kind of what you're looking for out of your big dogs. Like, you're looking for them to come up big in the biggest spots. And Nate certainly did. DeGrom, not as much. I mean, it didn't go as deep into the game, but that was something that they were, I'm sure, fine with, especially after Alstrom got out of it. You know, he got out of the jam, and he was able to get that crowd going. But, I mean, the starting pitcher did their job this week, or weekend, but they didn't get the result they wanted yesterday. That's because the bullpen
Surprised by it. They did say x-rays were negative after the game on Saturday. Ice reduced the swelling, and he made a nice defensive play showing mobility in left field, had the collision later on with Zeke in the 9th inning, so hopefully things good to go for Wyatt Langford as he leads since June 12th, over a month ago, league in batting average, in slugging, and in OPS. He's got a .364 batting average with a .710 slug and an .1199 OPS. The numbers courtesy of Jared Sandler.
He's on a tear. He's on a tear, and not even getting foul balls off the foot are going to change that. Putting on an entire catcher's shin guard is going to change that. He's on a tear, and they got to have him in the lineup. And there's like really no time now to be able to lose him.
Josh Young was placed on the 10-day injured list with the left calf strain. Josh Smith recalled from AAA Round Rock. So they're going to finish this thing up today. As you said last week, the very unique, rare ending of the series on a Monday, 1 o'clock pregame, 1:35 first pitch.
Okay. So let's see. We'll see G-Bag in here around 4 o'clock. And K and C get an early lunch.
Yeah,
all right.
KNC is in Oxnard.
That's right.
With the Cowboys training camp travels, kicking things off also on your home of America's team. Pepe, good morning. How's the weekend for you?
Good. A lot of outdoor work. I'll get to some best and worst of the weekend, but I think I became more of a man this weekend, but still not the man I want to become. Still got work to do. But Mackenzie is a Russell officially, so there we go. She got her Social Security appointment done, ready to go, and now it's all about the driver's license, passport, all that stuff.
So she hasn't changed her driver's license yet?
No, she has not. We were afraid because when we were going to the beach, she didn't want to change it, and then the
passport
airline go, that's not your last name, and then
we had a problem with that.
Yeah, so we decided to wait it out, but she should be ready to go within the next month or so.
And
nice. Weekend was fine. A lot of baseball, but it's over. Baseball is officially over. For 5 weeks. maybe 6. I don't know. They get going back in September again. But yeah, we had our last, the older one. The younger one had been done since Memorial Day. But the big kids, they have to wait until after high school's over to have their summer ball season. So we finished that up yesterday, and we are the Dallas Cowboys of.
They named a baseball team the Cowboys?
Yeah, we're changing our name.
That's not a good omen.
We're the Dallas Cowboys of summer ball. So the way it works is you've got group play like you do in the World Cup, and then you make the bracket. We made the bracket in every tournament we played. Every tournament. That doesn't happen often because only one team makes the bracket from each group. So we won our group every time. We got bounced in the first round of knockout every single tournament.
Cowboys.
And that's it.
Look what you did.
And in crazy ways, 2-1, leading the entire game, a routine fly ball, and it gets dropped. And the center fielder is probably our best player. And just out of nowhere, just dropped. The kid doesn't make mistakes.
He's your quarterback.
He's awesome.
Of the outfield.
Yeah, he's an awesome player. Great kid. Never makes mistakes. He dropped a fly ball. It happens, right? Those things happen. And we tie it. We tie it up in the seventh, losing the California rules extras. California, very bad place.
Bobby's supposed to be back on Wednesday, or is it Thursday?
I think it's Wednesday because he does that weird Thursday through Wednesday.
But he usually takes off Wednesday, but he's not. I don't think this. Obviously, I think he's back.
Did you hear from him more, less, or about what you expected?
Way less.
Yeah, way less. I thought we were to get way more. I think we got a couple things Friday. We got a new group message because Sean kept leaving the old one. So
I didn't keep. I just did it once, but I couldn't get back in.
A lot less from Bobby this time. Maybe he's finally just saying, you know what? I'm on vacation. I'm going to relax.
Yeah.
Thought he was going to provide I tried to plant a seed of an AI Romo that I wanted from Wisconsin, maybe talking to a police officer or going through a sobriety test.
Jim?
Did not happen.
Man, wouldn't it be funny if the officer's name was Jim?
Man, wait till that comes out.
Oh, yeah.
Wait till that video comes out.
I mean, the video of him trying to show the kid how to quarterback came out already.
Well, people try to say he was drunk in that.
Yeah, I know. Well, he was plus 35.
Was it really plus 35?
That's all I've seen. That can't be right. I mean, plus 35. Tony Romo's a good golfer. He shoot a 107. Is that what we're trying to tell you?
The OWI operating the vehicle while intoxicated for Tony Romo in Wisconsin.
Tony!
Right before the start of the NFL season, everyone was making the Jim Nantz jokes with his discussions with a police officer, as apparently he failed a number of field sobriety tests. But you were really picking apart the photo.
The mugshot, man. Look, I do think that if you're going to get into something.
He, by the way, is already withdrawn from the Texas State Open, and I think he's played that for like 8 or 9 years. So that starts tomorrow, and Romo, of course, out.
If you're going to get arrested for something where nobody was injured, you look back on the bad decision, and do you want the all-time mugshot or the very unassuming mugshot? Because to me, a great story is priceless. It's priceless. So you've got his mugshot, and he's got it's a Joker smile. I mean, the thin line of the lips, it kind of goes mid-cheek on that one. But why are the lights so dang bright in those things? I mean, I can see the light so bad. It's like a Kubrick film. It's so bright. And just that everybody's got the glassy eyes. I know they want to make it like we just assume they've got glassy eyes because they're hammered, which like Timberlake had the glassy eyes, the big time glassy. But it seems like it's like overly bright. And then finally, like, man, how hammered do you have to be at 8:00 at night to get pulled over? I don't think cops are looking for DUIs at 8 p.m. necessarily.
Yeah, it's the old parent schedule that I like to do.
Yeah.
Where you go out at 3, come back at 9, and you're good to go. Of course, I think he was out there for golf. Maybe
golf.
He was on the course the day before. I don't know.
Yeah, it was golf, and golf is there is no time that's acceptable or unacceptable on a golf course to drink. A lot of restaurants, they don't even open like till 11 o'clock.
And I would not have assumed that Romo was a drink while playing guy, because you said absolutely not. For you, it depends on the course.
It depends. If it's a good course, absolutely not. If I'm by myself, absolutely not. If I'm with Sarah, we'll drink. But if it's just me and Mike, whoever, I like to score. I don't like to drink necessarily on the golf course. I feel like, now, if I start playing bad, throw them back, baby. Let's go. Start with a fireball.
Oh,
that's what you start with?
Yeah, start that. Yeah, absolutely.
Got to get it going. Got to get the berm working, I guess.
There's a birdie juice in me.
But I would not expect Romo, as serious as he supposedly takes it, to be drinking while golfing. And we don't know that he did.
We don't know.
We're just throwing out assumptions as he got pulled over and arrested after failing the field sobriety test. So how much is TMZ Sports throwing on the table to get that video?
Absolutely. And how much I got to know, how much weaving is he doing? Like I said, I don't think they're pulling you over for failure to keep right at 8:00 in the afternoon at night. Like that's like the failure to keep right is that's 1 a.m. Let's just see what we can do here.
It's the Monday edition of Sean and RJ as we get you closer to Cowboys camp. The KNC Masterpiece will kick things off with us at 9:40 this morning on DFW Sports Station. Do we have a brand new favorite in the NBA? LeBron James stunning the sports world and stunning my wallet with the big news over the weekend. We get to it after this.
personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
May need a steering wheel adjustment from Tolo Mike Osmond as I was driving home from the Friday Firehouse tour. Great turnout, and thanks to everyone for having us there at the Little Elm Firehouse Department. And the news flash came across my phone that LeBron James has signed a 2-year, $8 million contract with the Philadelphia 76ers. And I thought I saw P and Philadelphia come across my screen. I went back to check it. F-bomb, punch of the steering wheel with my 4-digit bet that immediately went up in smoke. And then, I didn't even have time to seethe and let the sickness in the stomach kick in before Mike Bassick was calling me. And I thought Mike was calling to talk LeBron to Philadelphia, but he was just calling to talk LeBron. He's like, I saw you retweet something LeBron related. We're 3 minutes in the conversation, and he's talking about all these fits and all these possibilities. I said, Mike, it's done. He's like, oh, what do you mean? I said, what I retweeted was the damn news. LeBron is a Sixer. And he's like, oh. So then we go down that rabbit hole. But 2 years, $8 million as LeBron surprises the sports world.
I like it. This was like I was said last week. I was like, I kind of want him to go to Philly. I would kind of like this move. I think it would be fun. They have not won. They are the new Knicks. They have not won in 40-something years, or right around 40. 1983. It would be. This is not a cherry pick title move.
Ooh.
You're not going to a team that's already got titles like Durant. When Durant went to Golden State, they were a prime title team.
Yeah, but I get the Heat had won one against the Mavs, but when he went there, they weren't at this title. I don't think you have to be. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Like if you went to the Knicks that'd be right? Obvious, but you could still load up with a team who's not a perennial championship winner and bandwagon it.
But yeah, with Miami, that was they were creating the super team. Embiid's a loser. Jaylen Brown has never won. I mean, he's got a title. It's not his title. It's Tatum's title.
Ooh.
So he didn't count.
Did he win Finals MVP?
It doesn't matter. He wasn't the number one guy the entire year. It's not his team. If he went to Miami, he's teaming up with Giannis. Giannis already got a ring. Steph's already got a ring. This is to me.
What if he's not the first, second option there? And they won. Yeah.
Oh, I mean, he's not gonna
Because in Miami, it was going to either be him or Giannis. He was going to have the ball in his hands, right? We know at the end of games, it goes in the hands of the guard, of the playmaker. Yeah. So it could have been more of his championship in Miami, but he didn't think that they would present as much of a threat.
Right. He might not. I mean, this is a situation where they're going to have 3 guys who could have the ball in their hands at any given point, and that's. Really, there's nothing wrong. That's how you really do win. I mean, the Knicks Brunson had the ball in crunch time, but they had a lot of guys who were making big shots throughout the course of that series. I like the fit. I think it's great. I think it's gonna be fun to see that.
Oh, it's gonna be fun.
Oh yeah. I mean, that city will melt down when they lose.
And it's hurting. It's gotta hurt them to embrace him, right? Do you think it's Rangers A-Rod-esque? T.O.-esque?
Rangers A-Rod.
Yep.
Hurt to embrace. So when the Rangers...
You get A-Rod after he's on the Yankees. I still remember the flight over here. Oh, my God. Big-time job. Dallas-Fort Worth. Home of the Cowboys. Ranger Station. Nefty Feliz striking out Alex Rodriguez. Now, that was afterwards.
No, that was before.
It was before.
It was before you got here. It was 2010.
No, I mean, after he was a Ranger.
Oh, yeah, it was way after. Yeah, he was a Ranger in 03.
But you get T.O., Philadelphia, Eagles. He comes over to your division. LeBron, of course, in the East forever with multiple different teams. Is it paining the city of Philadelphia to have all this celebration?
Those people are soulless anyway. They don't care.
They got all the soul. They're the most soulful.
Yeah, they're soulless up there. They're looking for a winner. They are looking for a winner.
So you don't think they have that DFW mentality where we ask the question, would you have preferred to keep AD because it could have meant LeBron playing with AD and Kyrie and Cooper Flagg, and 99.9% of the fan text was like, no, screw it, or they would have flipped quickly if LeBron did come.
I mean, look, there's people that would have flipped, but no, Philadelphia, they just want to win. They don't care by any means necessary.
Okay.
The rest of us, we want to actually like the teams we root for.
Yeah.
I don't think they care. I mean, they root for Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni, and nobody really likes either one of them.
And Bryce. You wouldn't think Bryce was kind of a Philly guy. You know, all
He's
done up,
one.
Model S, Cowboy fan. LeBron tweeted after the news broke, I thought I was done when the season ended. I was not ready to announce it, and I knew I needed some time to really decide. I was pretty sure I played my last game. I don't believe any of that. I was honest at that last press conference when I said I needed to look at myself and decide if I still love the game, and I have more to give. And apparently, according to his agent, Rich Paul, this thing went back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, and he thought Miami was the leader at one point. Cleveland had a chance. There's the Warriors. And then at like 1 o'clock in the morning, LeBron finally decided on the 76ers. But Rich Paul said this thing was fluid and ever-changing, kept evolving.
Dude, the way the odds have changed.
We'll get to the odds later on.
The way the East has changed now.
The East is freaking fun.
For the first time in 30 years.
Look at the balance now of the conferences. People were going through the teams in the East the other day. They totally left out Toronto. Now, I know the Kawhi thing is holding things up, but you got the Knicks. Of course, you have Toronto, which people are like, if I'm the New York Knicks, I'm losing sleep that Kawhi Leonard is going on over there to that team. You now have Miami, which I didn't think Miami was a true legitimate threat with Giannis going to join Bam Adebayo. How much would LeBron have changed that? You have Detroit still, which had a very disappointing playoff run. The Cleveland Cavaliers. You throw LeBron. I was bored by the story of Cleveland, but then when I'm looking at the roster and what they would have been on paper with LeBron, and they could have been the new East favorites, possibly, but you got the Cavs in there. What are the Celtics going to be? As right now, I'm discounting them, but Brad Stevens, the supposed genius, maybe he knows what he's doing. And now the Philadelphia 76ers. Damn, the East is fun.
It's fun, and you know, hockey's the same way, where the East was so much better than the West last year, and we hadn't seen that. We hadn't seen that in years. That either league had the East being the better one. You know, maybe a one-off here and there with hockey, because, you know, the West has still been really, really good for 20-something years. The NBA Western Conference has been better since Jordan. I mean, let's be fair. Maybe even during Jordan, and we just didn't pay attention to it because we were Bulls fans. We were Jordan fans.
Right.
But, I mean, maybe even during Jordan, the West was better.
Of course, the jokes come piling in. LeBron's the first person to move from Bel Air to West Philadelphia.
There you go.
Good Fresh Prince reference. Jaylen Brown did not want to be the second option in Boston. Congrats, you're now the fourth. People were making that joke. LeBron, you didn't want to be the number 2 to Luka. Now you're the fourth. So sitting there making those jokes. How many games should and will LeBron and Embiid play during the regular season? You want to just strictly make it, this is what I was talking about with Bassick a lot. You want to make it, you know, obviously this is championship or bust. You want to save them for the playoffs, but then if you play 50 games regular season and go through that playoff schedule, is your body going to shut down because of that? So the usage rates were a very popular thing. They got thrown out.
We saw Denver get really gassed in the playoffs this year, like really, really tired.
Yeah.
I have to go back and look to see how many games each player played and what their usage was during the season, and did they just get tired by the grind of the schedule? But that is absolutely something. LeBron's not young. I mean, he's 40-something. That's gonna come with a higher level of risk reward for playing him 60 games during the regular season.
Apparently, as Bobby would say, Jaylen Brown and that deal opened things up. That gave LeBron the green light to look at Philadelphia.
Yeah, no one's going to Philly to go play with Embiid.
We got Maxey, got Edgecombe.
Yeah.
And Maxey's a Rich Paul guy who recruited and convinced them. But yeah, they said once the Jaylen Brown deal happened, that made us think. And we're like, okay, this is a real possibility here, which is very interesting because months ago, Jaylen Brown was like caught by the lip readers on camera sitting courtside, kind of crapping on Bronny. And LeBron was asked months ago about his relationship with Jaylen Brown.
Our relationship has been, pretty respectful. Besides the he said about Bronny at Summer League.
Was that the end of the clip?
Yeah, that was it. That was the timestamp.
How long was the clip?
7 seconds.
7 seconds. Dang, that is very unlike me.
What could you get done in 7 seconds?
Play it again one more time. You're probably right.
Our relationship has been, pretty respectful. Besides the he said about Bronny at Summer League.
Yeah, and then he's like, and the reporter's like, "You able to get over that? You're gonna be fine." And he's like, "Yeah, I think we'll be good and fine." Well, good enough to go and join him.
Yeah, gonna have to be. I'm excited about this. It takes for me to be like excited to watch. I'm not a LeBron fan. I'm Team Jordan all the way. But for me to get excited about this, my kids are pumped. Yeah, they're like, he's gonna. They both said he'll be unequivocally. They didn't use that word. They said something else. Better than Jordan after this year. They said nobody can say otherwise.
Well, they're wrong on that. You're going to have to educate them on that. Can it still happen? Is this a bandwagon? Is this a title chase, a title tag-along? Questions that we need you to answer on the Franklin Franco fan text. And was this the right move? Where should LeBron have picked for the legacy, if it can be altered at all, which Bobby does not believe that it can be? 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up here on Sean and RJ. Bobby will be back on Wednesday. Did you feel bad for Ryan Clark with the tearful explanation of what happened over his ESPN firing and the red bikini that has taken over the entire world? Aiden's going to have it on the Fan Camp, Twitch, and YouTube. 6 a.m. Club just getting started with the Tolos right here on 105.3 The Fan. But
brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet together. Let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club, our best audience of the entire show. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy for 15 years. Bobby Belt back on Wednesday. We got Peyton and Aiden running the Odyssey app, the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And your antennas are going up along with Mike Florio because of the Kyle Shanahan car accident. Tony Romo not the only one with issues out there on the road. Kyle Shanahan suffered significant injuries in a car crash during his summer break in mid-July that will leave him limited as the 49ers open up training camp. He broke his nose, 3 ribs, and his hand, needed more than 40 stitches in his face, and suffered a severe concussion during a July 14th car crash when he collided with an SUV near his Northern California home. He apparently showed up to 49ers practice for about 30 minutes because, as Fred Warner said, he's psycho-obsessed and cannot stay away. The really odd thing for me, Choppy, you could take the timeline of the reporting here in just a second. The very odd thing here to me is no one was cited for the collision. Now, the police said that the other driver suffered no injuries. Drugs and alcohol were not involved. Both drivers were cooperative with the police. No one cited after a broken nose, 3 ribs, broken hand, and 40 stitches?
Yeah.
That's weird.
I mean, unless it's a single car, right? You know, no alcohol, no drugs, nothing like that. It's just an accident.
Yeah, but you figure Kyle's car be kind of messed up to have broken nose, 3 ribs.
I would think it's
40 stitches. You think that's not just a fender bender where you're looking and going, right, my car's okay, your car's okay. Let's not get involved in the paperwork.
Right, yeah. So I was thinking unless he just veers off the road, unless he gets cut off, he has to swerve and the other person just leaves. But a lot of this doesn't make any sense. Because why did it take 10 days to find out about this? Obviously, it was a prepared post by the Niners. It was right at the top of the hour. I guess it's a 1 in 60 chance that you do that. But they posted exactly at 11 a.m. the announcement that he is in a car accident. At 11:01, Schefter posts his post that they were in an accident. And at 11:02, Schefter puts out his article. So his article with details and facts was prepared in 2 minutes. We just found out during the whole ESPN layoff thing that that's impossible. Because remember when at The Athletic got it, they just put a blurb out, the Ryan Clark's being fired along with whatever. So you got a lot of this, and then you get like...
So are you saying that Schefter knew and did not put it out beforehand?
Yeah. I mean, I think that's pretty obvious.
Yeah. That would seem to be obvious if he put it out 2 minutes later.
Yeah, so 1 minute after the Niners' original post, he tweets.
Or the 49ers 30 minutes before or an hour before told him, hey, we're releasing this. Because you may want to have something ready to go versus him sitting on it for 2 weeks.
Right. Because then...
And if he sat on it for 2 weeks, do we have a major problem with that? Like, it's not someone getting suspended for PED. It's the coach's car accident. It's news.
Right, it's news.
It's news.
But it wasn't just him, because the Niners, their radio version of us,
Bonte?
Yeah, is that KMBR, whatever that is?
And Barbacoa?
Yeah, I think they posted about it like 3 minutes after the Niners did with the full story.
Okay.
So it's like...
seems to be the team saying, we're putting this out, we want to be first, and then you can be right after.
Yeah, because, Tim Kawakami, who's like a longtime Bay Area guy, said, what am I supposed to do? Like make phone calls every day to the police asking if anybody in the Niners is involved in a vehicle accident. But he said he knew like 15 to 20% of the story. And I'm like, well, you knew 15%. You couldn't get to 20%. You couldn't get to 40%. You couldn't make an article about this.
Yeah. So what is Florio trying to get at? Don Van Natta blasted Florio, our boy Don Van Natta. What are we trying to get at? That they're being a mouthpiece for the team and not not doing their job first and following directions second.
Right. I think...
Because when it does come, in my experience with these stories, like, you're not going to call the police department. You need a leak from the police department.
Correct.
You need
or
someone.
from the team.
You need someone from the police department or the team. Anytime someone has DM'd me about a Cowboy in a road, I had the Marshawn Nealon thing very early. I was off that day, and I DM you guys, and I gave you the heads up, said be on the lookout. Whenever I get something like that, I send it over to Cowboys PR to say, can you confirm? Shocker, I never hear back. So sometimes I think, unless I'm being lied to by some of my good buddies over there, sometimes I don't even think they know, because it'll be someone whose relative works for the police department, someone in the police department who just got in for their shift. But you need the police department to really leak it when it comes to something like this.
Yeah.
So I kind of don't blame the 49er beat reporters for not breaking it first. I don't know how long they sat on it. Maybe that's the issue.
So Florio, going through this, he said, Jay Glazer has told him true journalism involves finding out the stuff they don't want us to know, not reporting something that's going to be announced in 5 minutes.
By the way, Jay Glazer sits on a ton of stuff, too.
He does. He sits on it.
Like, he knew they were taking the quarterback, and he didn't say anything. Who's the quarterback who the Rams took?
Oh, gosh.
Samson.
Ty Simpson.
Simpson. Yeah, he knew they were taking Simpson. He didn't say anything because he's boys with McVay, or they told him in confidence, don't say it until it happens.
Yeah, and that's, when it's something like that where it's like, secrets are good. That's I look at it a little differently. I guess it's what is...
Like, I trust Scott Zolak, and this is probably more of a journalism discussion we're getting into. I don't know how many people actually care. I hope I'm wrong, because we're talking about it for 7 minutes now. I have a lot more distrust in Scott Zolak, who does Patriots radio, for not commenting on the Vrabel stuff than I do the 49ers media for not finding out about Kyle Shanahan's car accident. Zolak admitted, hey, I got a good life. I got a good relationship with Vrabel. I'm not going to comment on it. I don't want to step in it. I don't want him mad at me, and I don't want to mess up my color analyst job with the team. That, to me, has me not trust you. But Bobby and others were like, at least he said it out loud. At least he admitted it.
Yeah.
And I don't know how many people are not going to listen to Scott Zolak and not trust him because he came out with that,
Correct.
Go ahead.
Fan text here. Police officer in Dallas, we don't cite drivers in an accident unless it's a DWI or like there's no driver's license. So that was talking about not citing. Another saying scrutinizing a journalist for not posting an article because they only know half the story is wild. But you don't need to know half. All you need to know is he was in a car accident.
Yeah.
If you know he's in a car accident, that's enough of the story, enough of the details to get out. Kyle Shanahan was in a car accident. End of post.
Well, you got to know. I think you should have the follow up on: is he dead? Is he alive? Is he seriously injured? Not just they were in a car accident. I don't think that's enough.
But I mean, if you're just putting out a tweet, maybe like that's.
I don't think it's enough for a tweet. My opinion. You're leaving it really open ended after that.
According to Kawakami, he knew, I guess, like the 15%, which is the basic information. I would think.
Yeah.
Not just the.
So I guess the big question here is, does this cause a distrust from the 49ers fan base with the local media?
I wouldn't think it causes a distrust, but like, I mean, if we're going to be sitting on a story like this and how you get the information, and if you agree to sit on a story, you're agreeing to that.
Like, the guys here knew about Ruben Bain. I'm just spilling everything. Mm-hmm. The guys here in the building knew about Ruben Bain. Probably, what would you say, 2 weeks? I'm not going to say specifically who knew. You can probably figure it out. But a week before he was drafted, at least. Mm-hmm. Why didn't we come out with that? Well, I think we were just totally trying to figure out. At first, people thought that the people that Ruben Bain ran into were going to wait for him to get drafted and then sue and go through all the legal stuff. Like, you wait for someone's payday. Mm-hmm. So that was trying to be figured out. Was it settled? Were the families all cool with each other? Which apparently they ended up being. But that's a reason that, our guys knew about the Bain story, but did not go out with it immediately.
Well, which information? So the Niners gave. It was Nick Wagoner, who is the San Fran beat reporter. Schefter. They all sat on it. Kawakami knew some of it. What did they give them in return for not going public with it?
Yeah.
And how is that any different than Rossini? She's getting something in return.
Right.
Is that part of the journalism or being a reporter is you have relationships and I'll do this for you and I'll do that for you. We just don't like it with Rossini because
it was a sex.
It was salacious. Yeah, it was relations. It was taboo.
Speaking of Vrabel, he's getting...
Oh, man.
I think he's getting unfairly killed.
I think this is low key, like a loophole that I kind of respect.
Mike Verba walks up to the Patriots press conference holding a little puppy, holding a little dog, and people are like, "Oh, there's your shield."
The puppy shield.
Like when players bring their kids up and sit them right there on their lap. Not after just winning a championship, because you're not going to grill them and drill them the same. And people are like, oh, you're bringing up a little puppy there, which was my initial reaction. But then come to find out, you got to dig a little bit deeper. The Patriots have been doing this puppy program.
Yeah, the Patriots.
Is that what they call them?
I think so.
That's good.
Yeah.
They get like 60 dogs paid, and you may become a Patriot fan after this.
Yep.
They get like 60 dogs. They bring them up, let them run around the media room, and hope that saves their lives and people will go ahead and adopt them. So I think they did the same thing last year. Otherwise, I was ready to come on here and make fun of Verbal as well.
I would love
It's a program, though, I think.
If he keeps going with this, if he keeps bringing this dog up there, and then, if the dog if it's the same dog every time, it's his now, it's like it's his dog, just a comfort dog or whatever. Or if it's a new one.
He's got an emotional support dog?
Yeah, no emotional.
What are your head coach? What have you found out? Okay. What if Bill Belichick walks in today? Well, I can't say now because the North Carolina stain. But Vrabel shows up to Robert Kraft's office this offseason with a dog. And Kraft's like, oh, that's cute. Is that an adoption dog? And I say, no, it's my new emotional support dog. Do you have to fire Mike Vrabel then?
Going out to the field, going to coach with his emotional support animal.
How they got the wired guy with your headset chasing you around? Someone's doing it with the leash.
The dog can get the tee after the kickoff.
Yeah.
Get the tee.
Yes.
So you got badass defensive player linebacker Mike Vrabel, and now all of a sudden after the Rossini offseason, he's got emotional support animal. I think I have to. You got to unload. I got to figure out a way to fire him. I have to. I'm just being honest, but it looks like this has been a puppy program that they've been running there.
It looks like it, but
right?
Yeah, it
messes up our
jokes. It just so happens that it's first week.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. Now we will get to the tearful ESPN goodbye. Does this make you feel a little bit sorry for Ryan Clark? Is Romo going to be in trouble? And thank God Bobby's out because of the highlights, if you want to call it that, of the WNBA All-Star Game, where a Dallas wing did shine over the weekend. All of that next on The Fan.
Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Those first 2 runs charged to Tyler Alexander as Arozarena sends one high and deep to right center. This one's got a shot, and it's into the Rangers bullpen. Back-to-back pitches result in Mariner home runs, and it's now 5-3 Seattle.
And just like that, a strong possibility of a sweep gone out the window because of a 4-run 7th by the Seattle Mariners after the Rangers win the first 2 games of this all-important 4-game series. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean and RJ on your home for Rangers baseball. Roberto Belts, Cowboys Insider, back on Wednesday. We got Peyton and Aiden running the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Yesterday, they had the lead. You're good to go. Alstrom gets you out of a Jacob deGrom jam in the 6th inning. Colwyn gives up a 3-run homer. Arozarena back-to-back. Zeke, not enough with the solo shot to catch the Seattle Mariners, who leave with the 6-4 win and the possibility of a split today as they end the series on the Fan.
Yeah, and this is the bummer because now you've really, outside the last couple innings yesterday, you've dominated the series. You know, you've won of the 27 innings that have been played, you've won 25 of them. You've been the better team in 25 of those innings. You should be up 3-0. You should have a 3.5 game lead over Seattle, with Houston being thrown in there as well. But now, because of that one pitch that was about 8 inches further inside than he wanted it, and Colwyn wanted it, we're sitting here with a chance to have a split of the 4-game set today, and that's a bummer. That's a bummer the way this series really started.
And then in the 9th, when maybe you're trying to get momentum back after the Zeke home run, Gray hits Rodriguez, and then Canzone, the player of the day, with the RBI double, gets back the insurance run, and that makes it 6-4. So right when you get back within 1, Gray hits Rodriguez, Canzone drives him in.
What a day for him. I mean, I had not... There are very limited amount of times I've even heard his name, which is, the guy's got almost 20 home runs, and you just don't hear much about him unless you're playing fantasy baseball.
Nicky Lopez has been a nice little spark plug for this team. As Sandler points out, all he's done since joining is positively contribute, hitting over 300, laying down bunts, adding on the bases, playing good defense. Never would have guessed Nicky Lopez would be a catalyst, but he 100% has been. And then today, as Skip calls him, Rock is taking the mound. 3-8 record for Kumar Rocker with a 4.13 earned run average, but he is coming off the outstanding effort against the Chicago White Sox, where he threw 6 innings, gave up 1 hit, 0 runs allowed with 2 walks with the 4.13 earned run average.
Yeah, and Kirby's up against George Kirby, and George is a really, really good pitcher. And he is his ERA is under 4. It's about right around 3.5. He's fantastic. This is going to be, if the Rangers win this game, you got that. Now you would get theoretically, if they win, that means they're going to get a good start from Rocker. Probably not going to win one of these games where he gets bounced in the 3rd inning. Right, they're probably going to need some innings out of him. They win this game against Kirby with Kumar. Now that's 2 starts in a row against 2 quality teams, and obviously with Chicago and now Seattle. And Seattle's offense is not great. It's not an all-time offense. There's no reason why, if his sliders work, and he can't go shut them down. But now you get 2 starts in a row against 2 quality teams. You can kind of see something build with him.
Yeah, it used to be every time. This is what teams usually face going up against the Rangers. They used to feel like every time you face Seattle, you're going in with a disadvantage on the mound. That they're going to have the better starting pitcher. And then you look at their ERAs this year. Logan Gilbert leads them with a 3.44. Who else usually jumps out for them?
George their guys, Kirby and Woo.
And Kirby's a 3.57. Woo's a 4.37. So it kind of feels like they're going through what we're going through with the starting pitchers who you're used to just going out and having the edge.
These guys are usually dominant, and this is one of the best staffs in the sport, or it has been over the last couple of years, and this year it's not quite as good as it has been. It's still, they still got guys that can beat you. Gilbert still pitches good games. He still will battle to get through 7 innings, even on an off night. He's a really fantastic pitcher. So is Kirby, so is Wu. And they just haven't been quite as good as they have been in years past.
Congratulations to AZ Fudd, the first and only rookie to win the WNBA 3-point contest for All-Star Weekend. I woke up, I think it was yesterday morning, and my brother had sent me this highlight reel package. And I echo your exact comments that you wrote in your email. And I was trying to figure out a way not to repost this. I was like, all right, this is from a hater account. Where are the highlights? Where are the positives? Where's Caitlin Clark hitting all the threes from the logo? Where are the good plays? But this, and I should have sent it to Aiden to run here on the FanCam, Twitch, and YouTube. I don't know whether WNBA copyrights kick in like FIFA. But this was too impossible not to repost.
It really is.
Did you see it, Peyton?
I saw some of it, and then it was so cringy. I saw a couple missed layups, and I was like, oh, my goodness.
My question is, I'm a big proponent of knowing your limitations, okay? Knowing what you are.
And yet you still show up for work every day.
Every day. I know my limitations. I also know the paycheck. It's like, I got to be here. I got to be here, man. I got to get paid. I got bills to pay. Why are they attempting alley-oops? How do they think that's going to go? Like, what is the end game here?
I don't think there could be a worse. It's the worst concept possible for their sport to have an all-star game. Unless everyone is going to pull up from deep and try to hit threes.
They have a skill set. They are sharpshooters, man.
Yeah.
They are sharpshooters. Their skill set is not alley-oops. That's not their skill set.
They try to throw it off the glass.
They're throwing off the glass. What?
To catch and chest layup.
Where did you think that was going? Like, how did you think that was going to end?
Man.
Just lean. You got to lean into what you're great at, and they're great at shooting the basketball.
But what are they going to do in an all-star game? Shoot a bunch of mid-range pull-ups?
You know what? They should put circles at the logo. 4-point shot, 5-point. In the all-star game. Like, just do that, right? Just have fun with it.
The Angel Reese, one of the biggest lowlights from this, Angel Reese is going down court uncontested. No one's playing defense. And Asia Wilson's, backing up with, her hands, half up. And Asia Wilson still blocks Angel Reese's layup attempt. And she's just kind of, backing up like this, fake defense, and she still blocks it. This is a comedy of errors.
It really is.
So bad.
It really is. You could put an NBA All-Star game lowlights package together, and it's all going to be defensive lowlights.
Hey, look, this first alley-oop attempt, she catches it, and she's throwing it down, but it's it swishes the net.
I know. It's embarrassing. It's bad. It really it looks bad.
Hey, don't turn your mic off.
Come on.
Can laugh. Don't make us just look bad.
Sorry,
don't have us just look bad.
Did you see her outfit, Angel Reese's outfit for that game?
Yeah. Oh, what would Bobby be doing right now with this highlight package?
He'd shut up. He wouldn't say a word because he wouldn't want to
claim victory.
He would claim victory. But yeah, it's just they have their skill is shooting. That's it. The WNBA.
Maybe some passes. Olivia Miles was throwing some passes kind of between the legs around the back. That's it.
Assists, dimes and long range shots. They are sharpshooters. Dunks and supreme other
open court layups.
Yeah,
it's not your night.
Open court layups.
This announcer, this play-by-play guy,
Ryan Rucco.
I felt bad for him.
Ryan does all the WNBA.
Ryan is on this assignment, and you got to make it sound like it's all-world talent on display here. I can't stop watching it. I really can't. It's got 8 million views. It's got 8 million views since 2 days ago.
It's on Brick Center. Not sport. It's on the Brick Center.
That's what it was. Yeah,
it's come on.
That was the hater account on there. But I was like, all right, are they being unfair? But there's just too many. There's too many highlights here.
So many. There's so many highlights. And it just makes it look. It makes the All-Star game, the sport, look bad. Maybe they just don't need.
Just a skills challenge.
Honestly, man.
What are the commissioners like? We're not doing an all-star game. This is so bad. We're just going to do a skills challenge.
Dude, seriously, put like circles at 35 feet away, 4-point shot, and then do one 40 feet away, 5-point shot. Like that, like they would make that. That's better to me than.
I love this tweet. Commentator fighting for his life, trying to hype this up. That's what it was. I should just play Rucco with the play-by-play, and then everyone's mocking him, saying, "Pay us what we're worth. Make sure we make equal money."
Yeah, God.
People are putting this up. Pay us what you owe us. Man, I knew we were going to get in trouble for this. I can't even look at the fan text after that. 877-881-1053 to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. Okay, Ryan Clark. You knew it was coming. After he was fired from ESPN. Here he is on the pivot, getting very emotional, talking about being let go.
All I ever wanted to do was be accepted, and want it. So yeah, like that, I wouldn't change. If you ask me, probably the first Monday of football, when all my friends get to do something we did super special together. Yeah, I'd probably change it. I'd probably work harder to be who they wanted me to be.
Man, I'm trying not to be mean here. This is so soft. This is pathetic. I'm sorry. How many people are you going to chime in here and bail me out of this before I'm called insensitive here, choppy? Did you roll your eyes watching it?
Oh, I didn't even.
You didn't even see it. That's why you're sitting over here silent.
No. I saw it. I get uncomfortable with these things. I can't.
Emotion.
I can't watch something like this. Although I didn't need to. I knew exactly what Ryan was going to say.
It felt performative. I wouldn't have been fired. Knock on wood. But yes, there's plenty of people who have been fired. My favorite of this is just watching Channing Crowder. Channing Crowder is giving a look. I'm sure I'm wrong about it, but it looks like Channing Crowder's looking at him like, seriously, dude?
Yeah.
You're crying? Are you really crying like this? Fred Taylor's trying to sit there and be understanding, and he's kind of the body language oh man, my heart breaks for you. And Channing Crowder's sitting there just like this on the fan cam, giving that stare look are you really breaking down like this?
Yeah.
Here's a little bit more of Ryan Clark saying he could not be his true, actual self.
Man, this show, for 3 years, bro, we never shied away from any topic. Right. We never shied away from tackling anything. We did this year because I knew I couldn't have no beef. I knew I couldn't respond to disrespect, right? I knew, for lack of a better word, I couldn't be too black. What makes me sad is, even in trying to adjust to be at least more of what certain people wanted, they still fired me.
Yeah, I had a million people send me these clips. I was like, I don't need to watch this to know what Ryan Clark's going to say. I know exactly what he's going to say. I respect the tears.
With my friends.
Big time respect the tears. I can't do that.
With my friends, I just would have conformed. I would have been more who they wanted me to be. And my voice isn't even quivering and shaking to that degree.
It was a quiver.
Man, I'll tell you what, though. Ryan Clark, he is not liked. He is not liked universally on the socials. What the heck is this?
What happened?
Standard procedure. Student athletes are prohibited from addressing this topic further. Our guy.
Sorsby?
Michael Lombardi has been placed on paid administrative leave by the University of North Carolina. On3 has it. Tolo D, first one to send it. Paid administrative leave, effective immediately as a standard procedure with personnel matters. Student athletes are prohibited from addressing this topic further, has no reflection on the merits. If it's paid leave, this reads like he's in trouble.
Yeah, paid leave would be like we're investigating something. We're going to pay you while you just go away.
Uh-oh. Paid administrative leave for... Oh, my God, Floria's going to have a freaking field day with this.
I guess we get to talk to him at the Super Bowl now.
He'll be back.
He'll be back.
If he's back with...
He'll be back.
Who was he with?
The GM Shuffle, right?
Yeah, the GM Shuffle.
Was it Cosell, Rosenthal?
No, I'm thinking of the network. It was one of the gambling... VEASAN.
Oh, yeah.
It was with VEASAN. Any more Ryan Clark thoughts? Man, I just was like, God. Good.
Look, the amount of people who put the list of things that he has said out, like, the Shador Sanders fell in the draft because of racism, or going after RG3's wife.
Yeah.
Or RG3 saying he can't comment on Angel Reese because he's married to a white woman. Like, some of these things, it's just like, Ryan, there's a lot of reasons why you may have been let go. To pinpoint one.
Yeah, Stephen A. Smith talks plenty of race.
Yes. To pinpoint one is a little foolish.
Michael Wilbon ain't scared of any topic.
Plenty of guys aren't scared of it.
There you go. Rest of the weekend recap here on Sean and RJ. Happy Monday to you. Thanks for being the Tolo. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. You mentioned a college quarterback. The Dallas Cowboys were interested. RJ Choppy, how spicy could things be getting around here? And are they really locked in, that focus with no drama with training camp starting this week on The Fan? We take you inside the Star, commercial free after this.
back to Sean and RJ. It is the Expressway right now on the Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
Heard of a midlife crisis? How about a mid-show crisis? As RJ Choppy just came back from the bathroom. Pepe, you have not heard this.
Oh, no.
Went to the restroom. Had a good stream. I was really proud of it. It was one of those good, solid, early morning streams.
Great feeling.
Great feeling.
That's nothing compared to these Jack FM guys. That's Springer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. These Jack FM guys. I know they ain't talking on the radio as much as I see them in the hallway playing music. They're just chugging water all morning.
They are.
You want to feel emasculated? Go pee next to these Jack FM guys.
Yeah, Springer. That stream splashback hit you in the face.
Man. The Australian dude?
Yeah.
He's got one too.
British Ian.
Huh?
British Ian.
British Ian.
Yeah.
So I get done. I went and
it's all his Just Left coffee he's drinking.
Went and washed my hands and look in the mirror. I had a gray nose hair. Hey, could you zoom in on this?
He's not going to
right there.
Not getting that on the fake cam.
It looks like I have a permanent booger now. And it's long. And I trim these things. This thing came out of nowhere. This thing caught me off guard.
Yeah.
Right there. Your gray nose hair hanging off the top.
Now, here's my question. Once you pluck it, are you telling me that it's the same grays coming back in the exact same spot?
I don't know.
think it works that way, does it?
I don't think so. But do you pluck your nose hairs?
Well, you trim it.
Yeah, trim.
Trim it. You're gonna have to wait for it to get a little longer before going to California.
Yeah.
And then pluck it.
Yep. Oh God.
I don't think the replace one means it's the same exact color. I don't think the replacement means it'll be gray.
Probably not. Have y'all done the nose hair waxing?
No.
Is that where you stick the Q-tip up there?
Yeah, the sticks.
I wouldn't be opposed to it.
If it doesn't hurt, if I'm not going to be crying for a week, then I might consider doing that.
What do you use right now? Does everyone just use like an electric?
Yeah, the electric
up there.
thing.
Yeah, I think the one I had that was really long, I plucked it. I just pulled it because I was like, if I trim it, it's just going to grow back double the speed. It's going to come back. So I just plucked it, but I haven't really trimmed a whole bunch of nose hairs.
My 16-year-old's got nose hairs he's got to trim. I'm like, I don't remember trimming my nose hairs at 16.
So the gray beard hair
doesn't bother me at all.
It's the nose hair.
The gray nose hair.
The one nose hair.
It looks like I got a boog.
When do you think guys give up on the ear hair? The inner lobe ear hair that grows? Like, I make my dad pluck his eyebrows every time he comes. Now he's 89.
I do my eyebrows when I shave.
Yeah, but how do you do it?
I just buzz across.
You run
with the same length as my beard.
Oh my God, I'd be terrified to take it off.
It is risky. It is risky.
Well, now you know you're good with whatever setting.
Yeah. The setting. The first time I did it though, I had to do a dry run over it. That hurts because it pulls.
That's a ballsy move, literally, because the balls are on your head because you're using what you shaved down there with.
Right.
You know?
Absolutely. Right. Absolutely.
877-881-1053. A lot of guys do that. And a lot of them actually admit to it. Inside the Star on your home for the Dallas Cowboys as the K&C Masterpiece. They will start things off in Oxnard this morning at 9:40, brought to you in part by the On-Time Experts, Best Buy Windows and Siding, Zero Res, Window Nation, Wild Fork Foods, Hurtado Barbecue. Thanks to everyone with our fantastic group that we have responsible for training camp coverage that begins today. Oh, man, things were going to get spicy around here because Todd Archer reports when Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby put his name in the supplemental draft, multiple sources said the Cowboys had high interest even with the gambling issues. Dak is signed through 2028, so an attempt to potentially find his successor at what could have been a lower than expected price would have made sense, even if it drew added attention to the Cowboys quarterback room. Bobby Belt probably rolling in his grave hearing this news. Jacob Ray doing fist pumps. The Cowboys were interested in Sorsby, according to Todd.
Man, this is something that I thought, like, if they got to the supplemental draft, you got to throw a fourth in there. Remember we said we got to throw a fourth. If you throw a fourth, you can live with it. If they take it, great.
Yeah.
No one's going to take it. Someone's going to beat you, but you got to at least make an attempt. I mean, look, he's the ultimate upside guy in this draft. Like, there was a lot of intrigue for Sorsby this year. Nobody,
let me say something real quick.
Right.
As everyone kept going, it's first round or first round.
No.
Like, why didn't he come out then? I heard one analyst say that.
Why did he come out this past year?
Was he not eligible?
Oh, he was eligible.
Okay,
I mean,
if he was a first round talent, now you could go back and solidify yourself even more. But I heard one. I thought it was a good point. We're all like pretending like he is this locked in top 2-round pick, except for Bobby. Bobby's like, no, he's not that good or thought of that highly. But a lot of people have said that. Maybe he went above Simpson or right after Simpson. Well, then why didn't he come out?
Yeah, he was definitely not that good. He was definitely not going to be a first rounder this year.
But you've heard people say it.
Oh, yeah. The intrigue for him next year was there was a lot of, he had some good games last year. It was like, okay, we could see the progression of the player, and now he's going to have a really good year at Texas Tech, and then he'll be a first-round draft pick. He wasn't there yet. He was definitely not there yet. But, I mean, you could see the upside, I guess, and now that doesn't mean that he's going to be great.
And let me clarify for the one nimwit that did not understand our Michael Penix discussion before Bobby went on vacation. When Bobby was talking about throwing, I think both of you were fine with throwing, a third or a fourth? Was it a fourth?
Yeah.
You guys were fine with throwing a mid-round pick to Atlanta in case they're done with Penix and Tua plays. There's just one nitwit on social media that was like, oh, you guys are always trying to replace Dak. My God, it's not to replace him as the starter, you dip. It was just to sit there and try to buy very low on someone who's played for 2 years and was a first-round quarterback as Dak's future possible successor, or if Dak gets injured. Same thing here. No one is trying to sit there and get Sorsby to replace Dak Prescott as like the better player. So I just had to clarify that because apparently not every single person got it.
As the T-shirt should say, people is morons.
People is morons.
And, Dak has 3 more years here. Right? Through 2028. 26, 27, 28. And then, he's probably on the downward side of his career. Now, maybe he doesn't get hurt at all. Maybe he has a back half of his career like Stafford, right? Where he just is just this, I am he. And then he plays for 7 more years, and then you don't have to worry about it. And then all you did was you got rid of a 4th-round draft pick for some, security, which is what they do with the wide receiver position every year anyway at the trade deadline.
Because as far as I look at it, the Cowboys don't have a real true backup quarterback.
Joe Milton.
He's a project, and
he's a superstar.
He's a superstar. So unless Brian Schottenheimer and the QB coaches have done a tremendous job of elevating him in the offseason, you still have questions about not only a successor, you got questions about your number 2. The Cowboys have been trying to get away with that position for years, and they were able to with Cooper Rush to a decent degree. So that's Archer saying they were really, really interested in Brendan Sorsby. I can't wait for Bobby's reaction to that. And I think that leads to it's a perfect segue. In Archer's training camp preview piece, which Todd said I think he's going to get to Oxnard a little bit late because of some health issues, so hopefully Todd is doing okay with that. Man, this should be a wake-up call for Jerry Jones, but it won't be. There are multiple big-name Cowboys in this piece who are talking about a new focus and a real change in mindset. I'm just going to give you the quotes. Dak, I just think the focus is in the right place. It's the Cowboys, right? Quiet. I don't know if that's ever the right word, but the focus is in the right place. Everyone has channeled for the same goal to get better 1% each and every day. And I think from the free agent signings and the guys we brought in, the vets, George obviously showing up excited to play on the tag, we can all focus on winning and what we need to be focused on. As Dak brought the team together at the end of the second minicamp practice in June, he made note of a new pulse around this team. He told the younger guys, ask the vets to explain it to him. Terrence Steele, it's just been straight business, coming in here and working. It hasn't been any distractions in the media or anything off the field. Yeah, it's the way it should be. Tyler Smith, quickly learn how to ignore the noise around here. Every time you turn on the TV, quote, someone's going to be talking about us. For me, it's just I think the focus has been different. The focus from the people in the building and what we're trying to do inside of here has been different. And these are some of the, prominent Cowboys talking about a lack of noise and circus after the Micah Parsons deal, and it looks like the George Pickens tag thing has settled. So
we're down to football.
Supposedly.
Down to football.
1, do you believe it? 2, who's responsible for it? 3, will it make that big of a difference? And 4, and this is the one I already know the answer to, was Jerry and Steven read this, listen to this, and go,
no, absolutely not. Again. Do I believe it? Yeah, I mean, it's been...
What was going to be the end of my question?
Are they gonna adhere to this and like kind of keep this thing going?
Operate different.
So that 4's a no. 1 is it? Do I believe it? Yeah, it seems less noisy, but it's also been the dead period. It's also the off season. Let's wait till the media's around every day. Let's wait till they're in practice, in camp. Let's wait for George Pickens to miss a meeting. Let's wait for CeeDee Lamb to not get the ball and then play on the sidelines or whatever. Let's wait for this or that. Let's wait for the first injury. Let's wait for Bobby's boy, Deron Bland, to get smoked by Marvin Harrison Jr. Let's wait for a lot of these things to happen. Who's responsible? Dak.
Dak is? He's been here. Bobby would say it's Schottenheimer. He would say it's Schottenheimer because of a new focus, doing things a little bit differently. I mean, Dak has been here, and the noise has been here too. So why are you giving him this credit?
Bobby would say that about Schottenheimer's new focus because that would mean that McCarthy wasn't focused. But I refuse to believe anyone...
He loves Dak too.
Yeah, but I refuse to believe anyone was more focused than Jason Garrett. I mean, that dude, it's all he was. It's all he was. He was focused. Like that so I don't know. I don't know that anyone's necessarily responsible for it. But, Dak is I think the all-time great leader in town. At least, right now, right? He's the best leader in town. To me, it's him. Yeah, Seager. He really does lead.
3.
He leads, takes 3-step lead off of first once every 4 weeks when he's in the lineup.
3.
What was the third one?
Does this type of stuff
matter?
If we had 5 athletes in here and we were like, I think they would say it does matter. If we were like, all right, how does Micah Parsons' noise affect your practice and affect your workout and affect your film study? Because you would think it should be separate.
Yeah.
But we've heard guys in the past, this is an age-old question, right? Is the T.O. distraction? Was it a distraction for you? And while T.O. is there causing problems, they say no. But then when he leaves, it's, I was tired of answering it every day. Well, answering the questions about Mike or answering the questions about George, does it really take away from your performance? I've always wondered that, and how.
I would guess that that it's real when you're off the field. I bet you it impacts their meeting rooms. I bet you it impacts, the locker room in terms of, the questions that are asked. Once they're on the field, it probably doesn't impact it. But what damage was done during the week, that bleeds over into the field. So it's kind of a non-answer. But I think I would say it does kind of matter, kind of.
Okay.
Do you think it does?
Probably. I guess I try to liken it to our jobs. Like, if we're annoyed with something happening in the hallways, does it affect us on the show? Sometimes in a mood, but I don't know how much, that is different versus them running an out route.
Right.
Am I moody running my double move, my post, versus talking for 4 hours a day about
with every step? This damn T won't sign me.
Yeah. So right, exactly. So this is the sell. Yeah. This is the hope for the off season that there's no noise. What? We need to ask Shoddy that. If KNC doesn't steal him, does this make a difference? Everyone's talking, and then if I was Jerry and Steven, again, this is the easiest one to answer, and it's an opposite effect. If I was reading that stuff from Tyler Smith and Terrence Steele and Dak Prescott, I'd feel a little bit insulted, but no, it gives Jerry a high. I'd be like, oh, so my way of doing things where I say I stir it up, you guys are vehemently opposed to it. You don't like that, but that never goes in Jerry's ear, and it never lands with him. I mean, one of his quotes about attention, it was the night of the Gambler premiere, and Archer's got this quote in there. I do believe if we're not being looked at, then I'll do my part to get us looked at. The Cowboys are a soap opera 365 days a year. When it gets slow, I'll stir it up. It's wonderful to have the great athletes, have the great players, but there's something more there. There's sizzle, there's emotion, and if you will, there's controversy. That controversy is good stuff.
Yeah.
So if you put that quote, there's quotes all over these buildings, right? Any facility you go to. If you put that quote in the halls of Lambeau Field or in Pittsburgh or in New England with Belichick or in Baltimore, they're pointing at that and saying that's why you don't win. That right there, that's why you don't win. On the other side of it, this is what Jerry Jones said. This is the reason that one of his greatest all-time accomplishments is having the Cowboys as the top brand despite a 30-year absence. That's one of his great all-time accomplishments, that they're the number one sport. No other team can really get this close. You can throw the Yankees have had more recent success. The Lakers have had more recent success. Yeah, they're always going to get talked about. That's one of Jerry's all-time great accomplishments because of his mindset over selling it and the controversy and stirring it up. Yeah, and final thing I'll say is, if a player went in, like Amari Cooper's a good example. Jerry, intimated to us strongly he doesn't mind Hard Knocks. Whereas Mike McDonald in Seattle, what do you think about being on Hard Knocks? Is it a distraction? You're going to get exposed looking inside your program? And Jerry's mindset is, I've built this to be Hollywood, and you need to be able to handle Hollywood. Are you a true superstar? Don't you want to be Michael Irvin? Don't you want to be Deion Sanders? Don't you want to be Hollywood? Don't you want to be the biggest superstar you can be? You need to be able to handle some of the noise that it creates that goes along with it. I'm putting eyes on you.
And that's what people are saying in the fan text, that the reason it's been no noise is because Jerry's been quiet. And that could be it. But he's not going to change, and the reason he's not going to change what you just said. He's done,
10 Billy.
He's done it this way. His entire career, his entire life here, he's done it this way. They've got 3 rings. He still counts them. They've been a long time, but he still counts them.
Yep.
And he thinks, why would I do anything differently? So that's why it's not going to change. That's why it'll never change here. Even when, now Steven's not the same kind of, P.T. Barnum type, that Jerry is, but, he's still the same. It's still blood. And that may play.
Is this another LeBron bandwagon? That's coming up at 8 o'clock this morning here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I believe the Cowboy presser is tomorrow, and then we'll have full reaction to it with the return of our insider, Bobby Roberto Bell, for the Hump Day edition. KNC getting things started out there at 9:40 with us here on The Fan. Rangers baseball, 1 o'clock pregame to finish up the Seattle series. First pitch at 1:35. Let's get the best and worst.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
877-881-1053. 877-881-1053 to hit us up and let us know who or what you got into. It is best and worst of the weekend. Start us off.
The best, didn't really have a great one. It could be, I want to say, I'm not going to call it tailgating with the dads before baseball games. We were just hanging out under a tree before games with, Tolo John, the Disney adult.
Yeah.
Hanging out. But laundry stripping.
Okay. You came out with 2 brand new terms I had never heard before in your best and worst.
Laundry stripping. Apparently, this is a game changer. It's a mix that you put in the bathtub. It's got like borax and a couple other things, detergent.
This is 47, ladies and gentlemen.
Right? And it gets all the oils and the detergents out of the clothes and the wash. And have you ever noticed, like, after you have towels for a year or two, they get a little, not crusty, but they're not as fluffy as they used to be when you wash, because there's detergent and oils on them. The water turns black when you soak these things.
Oh.
All that stuff gets taken out, and then you got to wash them, dry them, and they just feel fluffy. Now, we did it, workout clothes, did that with it. Now we got to do the towels. Cannot wait for this. Cannot wait for
I should have started best at work.
I've seen this with like pillows and furniture, stuff like that.
People do it with that.
I've never seen it with just regular clothes,
Regular
though.
clothes.
Man.
Pretty cool.
Laundry stripping?
Laundry stripping.
Okay.
Now, the worst. My son is obsessed with flock cameras. And I'd never heard of these. Do you know what I'm talking about this?
Nope.
The cameras that like read your license plate and they know where you're going.
Yes.
Yeah, because in Houston, I think people were like destroying them because they didn't want them in there.
Isn't that just a toll tag or NTTA?
No, this is on the street. You don't even notice them. So if you're driving down a road, it's got like the light post and everything. You'll see like a small solar panel, and then underneath it is like this small camera. Maybe it's about like 6 inches by 2 inches. And it's called a flock camera. And he's got this app. It's called D-Flock, the D-Flock app.
D-Flock?
It shows you where all the flock cameras are. So he tries to drive to avoid these flock cameras. I'm like, what are you doing so salacious in a roadie that you have to go and avoid these flock cameras? Well, he says, and if you read about it, there's a lot of controversy around these things because they basically track your movements as you're going. And these conspiracy theorists are like, oh, it's the government. They're tracking your movements.
Track your movements.
And the real conspiracy is that they can tap into your Bluetooth and listen to what you're listening to and gain information that way. And I'm like, hang on a second. You mean to tell me these little cameras are hacking into my Bluetooth as I'm driving by? But the worst is that unfortunately, I think I have a conspiracy theorist son.
What?
Now I am one.
Oh, son.
A son, yeah. Because he's already buying at 16. It's way too early. Way too early to be buying into conspiracy theories at 16. Way too early. Save that for your 50s.
Yeah.
Okay? Save that for when you got nothing better to do with your life and you look up at the sky and you go, oh, chemtrails. Like, save that for that. Don't be a conspiracy theorist at 16 years old.
Do you guys always allow like the insurance companies where you think you're going to get rewarded for better driving to track you everywhere you go? Where it says you got to turn this on. Always while in use. Always allow.
Yeah.
In order to check your speed and reward you for not getting in accidents.
So law enforcement officer here. Flock cameras don't track you or collect personal info. They read license plate numbers.
Yeah.
So that's what they're doing. So
that's
basically
what they tell you.
Basically what it is if somebody gets abducted, this is a way for them to find the person. I noticed them in a white SUV. It was a white Chevy SUV, and then they could find out the time and the date, and this is how they can track you and try to find you. So,
but you know what's going to happen is my registration is going to be expired. They're going to read my license plate, see, and then they're going to give me a ticket because they saw me, but they're trying to find the abducted kid.
877-881-1053, best and worst of the weekend. Pay.
Yeah, well, I became a man on Sunday, guys. I take care of my yard. I love how it looks. I put fertilizer down, do all the basic stuff. I did buy an edger, by the way. It comes in this week. Baby. Finally got an edger. The whole turning the weed eater sideways, trying to do that, it doesn't do it for me.
You don't have one where it could change?
I don't think the strings are powerful enough. I've tried it. I don't think it does. It doesn't do much for me. Yeah, so I got to get the metal blade. That'll really do it.
Metal blade will do it.
That'll cut through the grass. But on Sunday, so Mackenzie's dad and me, back in January, we put a fence in my backyard. Perfect fence. It's upright. It doesn't blow over. It's fine. Everything's in the ground, the concrete there, the pole, everything. And we realized after we put it in that the sprinklers were on the other side of the fence. So they spray the fence when they're on because we didn't really look at the lines and everything. And so we had to move it. Well, it took us about 6 months to finally figure it out. So we decided to move the lines. So he had me dig the holes up because he knows how to do all this stuff by himself. But he wanted to teach me. So he taught me how to dig up the hole, move the head, back on the other side on the wall, and so put it all back together. And so I cut the pipe, put the glue on there, put it all back together, turned it on.
Glue, the purple primer.
Yeah, well, ours was blue. Yeah, but yeah, okay. Purple blue. But yeah, so we put it on the right side of the fence, had it sprayed, turned on the test, everything. It went well. And then I just got to change the direction of it next. That's the last thing I got to do because right now it's spraying the alleyway. The heads face the other way.
Oh no!
So I got to do something there and spray it the other way to make it point in the yard.
What a sad segment this is.
Yeah, but I finally figured it out.
No, that's man. That's good stuff right
what
there, man. You dug in.
I'm the one with the little kids. I'm the one with the babies, and you guys are talking about laundry staining and
stripping,
purple lawn glue. What the hell?
Pipe glue.
Pipe glue, babe.
glue.
Primer, babe. Let's go.
But you did it, and you feel accomplished. You feel good.
I feel accomplished, yeah. I mean, I ran through some tests. It sprays, the yard, but again, I just have to put
just
the wrong way. It sprays the alleyway, so we're watering the concrete out there and everything, so that's great. And then probably the best of the weekend is, I went to dinner with my parents on Friday, but we celebrated Mackenzie finally becoming a Russell. She finally did her paperwork. Her last name, Lewis, is gone out the window.
See ya.
Kicked out all the family group messages. She is part of the Russell family now. Now she just has to get her passport and license, driver's license changed and everything. But right now she's officially a Russell.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Is married life so far everything you thought it would be?
No,
is it
pretty boring. Same thing.
Has she?
Same thing.
Has she?
That's why you move in first, kids.
Has she mastered the signature?
So
the new name?
She was practicing it. I think Friday night she had a whole booklet of just practicing the name. M. Russell, is it M.L. Russell, middle name, all that. She was practicing
M.L.
it,
Russell.
and she was trying to connect all the letters together. I was like, just write your name in cursive. That's what I do.
So is she replacing her middle name with her maiden name? Is that what the M is? The L is?
Yeah, so she'll go Mackenzie Lewis Russell. There. Yeah, she's taking out her other middle name, putting an L in there.
The old middle name has been replaced. What was the old middle name?
It was her grandma's name.
So,
Which was what?
Ellen.
Okay,
Ellen,
I didn't think he knew it. I thought he was struggling right there.
Yeah.
All right, I'll spice things up with you lamos. For me and Aiden just should have done this. I'm sure he was hitting the streets. Best
streets of Gatesville or Guntersville, wherever he's from. Farmersville.
I knew this was last weekend before going to California, so I was like, all right, let's have a date night.
Ooh.
Let's have a big day. And what my wife likes to do is look at TikTok and all the social medias. You got these new hot spots opening in DFW, and she'll like mark them down. But we don't go out like we used to with the young kids, so it'll stack up to like 4 or 5 places that she's wanted to go. So instead of just picking one, we like to just try to do all of them in the same day. We rage. And that's what we tried to do on Saturday. We went out. We hit this cowboy bar type place on Knox Henderson. That was a pretty cool spot. Then we went to another place where they always, I think it's a national chain. It's called Delilah, and it's really cool inside. And they always have like a show up on the stage. Not that Delilah, but good reference. And that place was pretty cool. And then shout out to Blake Elliott, as he is the new restaurant VIP in town. As Blake's got all the connections. There's this new Italian place that opened up, and the restaurant group that Blake works for runs it, owns it, and Blake got us a table in there. So 3 of the places that she's been marking and that she's wanted to go to, we just go ahead and knock them all out in one day. So ended up with a caviar pizza, which was a big mistake.
Big mistake?
Yeah, big mistake.
So
I didn't want. My wife, she's like, oh, I was all right, this will be our entree. We'll each get a $40 entree and get this pizza instead.
It looked fantastic. Looked great.
I didn't love it. My wife, too, it's amazing. She changes her food rules for fancy places. But if I cook the same thing at home, she won't eat it. She's like, I'll order try to do like a sashimi, crudo. It's like raw pieces of fish in some type of sauce. She's like, let's get these crudos. And I was like, you told me you don't like big pieces of meat. That's why you married me. No, big pieces of fish. You don't like it.
Yeah.
Well, out here in this fancy place, the rules are different.
Big giant piece of fish.
Yeah, big giant piece.
The eyes and the mouth and
not
everything.
just the caviar. There was raw salmon on this thing.
Oh, baby.
Barely cooked salmon on this thing. And I was like, what the heck? You wouldn't eat that if I was sitting here and making it. So she changes the food rules when it's got an $80 price tag next to the pizza. But thanks to Blake Elliott for the restaurant hookup.
Is this so? What was the place that had the stage? What was on the stage?
Delilah.
And they were just
live entertainment.
Just while you're.
But it's just dark in there and a huge stages and the lighting. It feels big time. I really liked it.
So it's like those fancy restaurants have a piano player playing something like that.
Something like that. Worse.
Do you remember? You weren't. Were you
ever in a Tao? Like
in Vegas?
Tao in Vegas.
Yeah.
Is that type of feel.
Okay.
Like, I've always wanted a Tao here, and it's that type of you feel like you're at a show.
Man,
and that's what it is. They bring in different entertainment.
First place I ever went to that had live, some kind of a performer while you're eating.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do y'all remember the old San Francisco Steakhouse? I may have closed by the time you got here.
No.
They had a woman's swinging the whole time.
Yeah.
Just swinging on a giant swing, hanging from the ceiling.
My worst of the weekend, ride shares. What are y'all doing? For a big fancy date night, I try to splurge a little bit. I get the comfort.
Yeah.
I don't get the regular Uber X, the regular Lyft. I try to get the comfort. Another car where the radio is broken. I've never had my radio has never just not worked. And I've driven my cars into the ground. Never before moving to the Metroplex have I run into so many damn broken radios. So I'm getting the comfort ride, no radio. I get the comfort on the way home, well, the rear AC is not working. And then
generally, Ubers I've always found they're relatively newer vehicles. They're not necessarily always 15 years old.
Yeah.
You would think a radio would work
for 15
in a vehicle that's less than 10 years old.
Yeah. You think have you ever broken and then none of these cars, and I think it has to do with leaking in your driveway, none of these cars ever come to the front of my house to pick us up. They always park, and same thing with delivery. They park on the street, walk it up. I'm like, come into the driveway. You can park right in front of the house. It's 105 degrees. You don't want to walk. I don't want to walk. And even drop off, 20 feet away, they're barely pulling into my driveway and they stop right there. And I'm like, go to the door. I paid for the car. I paid for the ride. I don't want to walk all the way up to
that's first world.
No,
that's a long walk too.
That's a first world.
No, my driveway is a longer walk.
I'm sorry that your driveway is an entrance to a Vegas casino.
It is longer walk.
Quarter mile
but
that you got to get.
It's not just to my house. It's to the restaurants. They miss the stop to the restaurant. They make the U-turn and they park across the street on Knox.
This is good.
This is good. I was Knox Henderson. It's a decent amount of traffic where I was sitting here and dodge cars across the street.
It's like Seinfeld where she drops lane off 3 blocks away.
These ride shares, man. I no music. No AC in the back.
Driveway's too long.
Driveway is too. You're stopping short. Ride shares, and I'm using them every other weekend. Best and worst of the weekend here on Sean and RJ. Charles Barkley says it's another bandwagon. RJ disagrees. LeBron James and the Philadelphia 76ers. Could this affect his legacy whatsoever? And is it another bandwagon for LeBron after this?
FM and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour, Monday edition here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys and Texas Rangers. The KNC Masterpiece kicking things off in Oxnard, California today. Have you checked the weather, RJ Choppy?
Yeah.
What is it?
Clarence Hill posted. It was 77 degrees, heat advisory.
In Oxnard?
In Oxnard, yeah. It was, that was like the high for the week, this week. But let me look. I'll do a quick.
So is it going to be warmer than usual? What we're used to? I mean, it's 6 o'clock out there. You telling me it's 77 degrees for the high or 77
I think
right
it's
now?
70 for the high.
Okay.
Right now, conditions in Oxnard is 77 for the high today, 63 for the low.
Okay. 63 for the low.
63 for the low.
We'll check in. More first world problems. We'll check in with the KNC Masterpiece, brought to you by On Time Experts, Best Buy Windows and Siding, Hurtado Barbecue, Zero Res, Wild Fork Foods. Just some of the awesome sponsors sending us out.
And for those of us that are going to be upset with us when we say the temperature, allow me to say this. Not only is the 64 degrees the coldest 64 degrees you're ever going to encounter in your entire life. It is quite chilly. But that 77 is the hottest damn 77 you're also ever going to see.
It really is.
So you're getting the polar extremes. You're getting the hottest 77 ever and the coldest 64 ever. But the fact that there's only a 10-degree difference, like I guess that's kind of like here, though, right? It's like 106 in the day and 101 at night. But you got a 10-degree difference here, 77 in the day, 64 at night.
Is this another bandwagon for LeBron James? He does not pick the Miami Heat. He picks the Philadelphia 76ers. And how are things going to change in Vegas because of it? Here's Charles Barkley on Stephen A. Smith's podcast being asked what happens with LeBron's legacy if he wins a fourth ring with a fourth different team.
Well, I think, number one, it would be incredible. But the number one knock on LeBron for older guys like myself has always been, yo, man, you always stacking your team. He stacked it in Miami. He stacked it in Cleveland. He stacked it in L.A. Now he's stacking it in Philly. So that, to me, I'm going to still have the same criticism I've always had. He's always stacked his team.
Is this another stack? Or do you think, hey, he's going to be a third or fourth option? And if he is a third or fourth option, which apparently he was not happy being in Los Angeles, and they win the championship, can it have any impact on the legacy? Bobby does not believe that LeBron's legacy can change in any way. By now, we have made up our minds, and we're not going to change. Where do you stand on both? 877-881-1053, Franklin fan text. Is this a bandwagon? And what would happen if he wins one here?
Yeah, I kind of agree with Bobby. I mean, I think I would say 99% of the people in this discussion have made their minds up. You know, anything that they do, because
it's hard for me to change my mind about your legacy when you're not in your prime.
Right, that's the thing.
Even though he's still a really, really, really good player.
Outside of now, we do tear guys down.
Like, I don't count Gary Payton's title. Sorry,
no, I know, but we do tear guys down for how their career ends, and we use that to kind of crap on their prime. If you just go by prime years, I mean, like he was going to find it hard to eclipse what Jordan did. There's no doubt, LeBron James had a better overall scope. Like he's like to be doing this 20 years is far greater than Mike doing it for 14.
Yeah, I went and I was there with my one single season ticket, but I went and watched some old Wizards MJ highlights.
Yeah,
and he was still good. It's not close to what LeBron was at the same age. It's not close.
LeBron is a freak. It is not close. Michael Jordan could not dream.
Mike could barely dunk, and LeBron can still throw down reverse
tomahawks, baby,
two hand.
Yeah, so
2 hand reverses.
Now I don't think this is necessarily. Is this stacking a team?
He's going to a stacked team with Jaylen Brown, Maxey, VJ, Embiid.
So I would say no. I'll tell you, it's the best job of getting a stacked team without it looking like a stacked team.
Okay.
Because there's not a true number one there.
Okay.
Right? If there's not
Embiid has been.
As a loser. Yeah, he's a true number one.
Like you play 82-0 and you get that Embiid 30-point.
Yeah.
I think it was 30 and 10. And you're set at center with like 2.5 blocks.
You are. But like if there was an all loser team in the NBA where Chris Paul's your point guard and James Harden is there, and you would have Embiid as the 5. He's an all-time great loser. And then Jaylen Brown is temperamental. Maxey is probably the most anonymous. Not I want to say anonymous star, but like he's a household name for NBA fans. But like if he walked in this room, I'd be like, "Hey man, just grab a seat of that beanbag over there." He's just very tall,
right?
And then Edgecombe again, like young, never done it. So he's the elder statesman. Like I don't think this is going to a stacked team. It's a really good team.
Pepe, do you think this is a stack?
Yeah, I do. Because, even though Embiid probably is only going to play 25 games in the season, like he's still a really, really good player. Maxey, I think, high of there. Jaylen Brown. It is a very stacked team, I think.
Rank the stack if he went to Golden State, Miami, Cleveland, and then you throw Philly in the mix. If he goes and teams up with Giannis and Adebayo, is that a stack? To me, I just really view it as kind of like him and Giannis. I know Bam scored 80 points, but I don't think of him on that level. Cleveland team-wise would have been stacked, but I don't know name-wise if they match Philly with recognition because of their two bigs, right? Jared Allen, no one. Again, NBA people. Harden, Donovan Mitchell, LeBron. Like Donovan Mitchell, people still kind of insult. Harden's older.
The perception.
And then Golden State is you, Steph, and Draymond.
Yeah, the perception is that Golden State would have, to me, perception is Golden State would have been the worst PR move. They've already got their titles. They're a legendary dynasty. They're at the end of it. They're not a threat. But like that would have been PR-wise, just the name Golden State would trigger a lot of feelings. I think Miami would have triggered some feelings too. Philadelphia, like there's no connection there. There's no thought of it. It's a loser city, right? Lovable, sometimes hateable, sometimes lovable, but it's a loser city from a basketball perspective. So I don't know. I just think like the PR move. This was the safest landing spot. PR, I guess maybe Cleveland would have been because he's going home.
Yeah.
But Miami, we're hating on Miami. It's that they always get everybody. They always seem to get a superstar. And then Golden State, it's the same thing. It's the same thing as KD, only it actually isn't. The PR move, the perception is that it is the same.
What's the fan text saying? 877-881-1053. I would guess because of their dislike for LeBron, they're going to say it's a bandwagon.
The 409 says no because Embiid cannot stay healthy. 469 agrees with him. And then the Warriors have Jimmy Butler as well.
Yeah.
Don't they? So you got to throw him in the mix, I think, as well. I have the Cavs ranked last, I think, on my board here. I have
as a bandwagon?
Yeah. I have the Heat 1, 76ers 2, Warriors 3, Cavs 4.
Here's what Vegas thinks about it. 50-1 opening odds for the 76ers to win the championship. 50-1. 25-1 after getting Jaylen Brown. 7-1 after LeBron. So 25-1 from Jaylen Brown to 7-1 after LeBron. Who is the favorite to win it all? I'm asking two. I'll ask the second after you answer.
East or overall?
All.
I guess San Antonio.
It is San Antonio. And you need to teach Jacob where to find that button, too. He couldn't find the correction noise, the correct noise. Who's the favorite in the East?
Knicks.
Nope. It's Philly.
Is it?
Now, maybe you found the buzzer one, too. Good on you. Now, maybe that's taking advantage of hype. I don't know, but that's the other question. Is Philly the new favorite in the East? They still have both West teams up top from BetOnline in Vegas. Plus 250 San Antonio, plus 260 OKC. Philly 7-1 to win it all. The Knicks are 9-1. Give me the team after New York. It's going to take you a while. And Pepe, you can throw out too. Not Detroit. Good random guess.
Cleveland?
Nope.
Indiana?
Nope.
Surely not.
I forgot about Indiana coming back with Tyrese, who threw down a nasty dunk over
Not
the weekend.
Orlando.
Nope.
Atlanta?
Nope. Atlanta's had a nice offseason. Again, East.
Washington?
Nope.
Toronto.
Spurs, Thunder, 76ers, Knicks, not Toronto. Toronto's after this next team.
Boston?
Boston.
Wow.
14-1. And the Celtics are there right after New York. Ahead of Toronto, then Minnesota, Denver, Detroit, Cleveland, Miami, 33-1. Indiana, Atlanta. I'm going to keep going until I get to the Mavs. Golden State, 50-1. Armpit, 50-1. Lakers, 50-1. Orlando, Portland, Charlotte, Phoenix. Blake Elliott, I'm reading this for you, my friend. Utah, Washington. The Dallas Mavericks are behind the Wizards at 225-1 to win it all. And then a plummet free fall to Brooklyn at 750-1. So the Mavs are that last team on that tier.
So you're saying we're on the top tier?
Yeah,
we're on the top tier.
It's your top tier.
All right.
225-1 for the Mavericks, and then you got a bunch of teams at 750-1. So there you go.
I wouldn't waste your money
on
the Mavs. I wouldn't waste.
And not to win it all.
No.
Games played for LeBron. The over/under is set at
52.5.
59.5.
Okay.
Games played with Embiid. It's with
17.
31.5.
Oh.
Points per game over/under is 17.5.
Okay.
Rebounds per game 6.5. Assists per game 7.5. Will Bronny be on the 76ers this season? You can bet on.
I'm going to say yes.
No is minus 2,000. Yes is plus 700.
Wow.
So there you go. All the LeBron reaction as he devastates Miami and Golden State and my wallet with the Philadelphia news. 877-881-1053. Peyton's going to have this on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. The red bikini.
Oh, baby.
That has taken over the internet. We'll tell you about it next. But
Sean and RJ segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for being a total that stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Sean Treef and RJ Choppy with you. Bobby Bell should be back on Wednesday after the Cowboys State of the Team press conference in Oxnard tomorrow. KNC kicking off our training camp coverage today with DFW Sports Station. More unfair Caitlin Clark coverage, and it was USA Today again. Just shut down the whole paper. Just shut it all down.
They've kind of shut themselves down, right? It's like a pamphlet now.
Yes.
So thin. I mean, it literally slides under the door of the hotel room now.
NBA All-Star, WNBA All-Star Weekend, AZ Fudd winning the three-point contest, so congratulations to her for that. But USA Today stepped in it again with some misreporting.
Man, they did. Just to end it, like you said, they continue to have it in for Caitlin Clark. Not even because of the article. The article was fine. There was really nothing wrong with the article. I went and read the article. Fine. Heather Burns had the article. But the headline grabbing, headline maxing, as the kids would call it now, Peyton. One of the most egregious, offensive headlines I've ever seen. The headline reads on Twitter. This is what they posted on Twitter.
Just get to it.
Caitlin Clark skipped the WNBA orange carpet on Thursday, opting to get her hair done in her hometown of Des Moines.
Dang.
That's the headline. That's the Twitter post that they had, or X, whatever.
First off, to think, I'm going to get my hair done.
In Des Moines.
Iowa is the place. That's my hairdressing go-to.
I can't wait to go to Des Moines to get my hair cut.
That's like me. I'm going to get mine done in the Eastern Shore of Maryland.
There you go.
That's really the place for style.
So, but the first line...
And Mom, stop asking me how much I lost on LeBron. I'm not telling you.
But meanwhile, so there's the headline. There's the headline they posted on Twitter. She is skipping the orange carpet to go get her hair done. Meanwhile, the first line of the article... Caitlin Clark was in Des Moines, Iowa, her hometown, on Thursday night, instead of the All-Star Weekend, and she had good reason, attending an event for the Caitlin Clark Foundation.
Ouch.
Oh. Ouch. So the article you wrote said that she was in Des Moines for the Caitlin Clark Foundation, but the headline you posted to get people to click on this article on Twitter was, Caitlin Clark skips the All-Star Weekend to go get her hair cut. Egregious.
Ouch. That's bad. All right, the red bikini that has taken over the world. Aiden is going to have it on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube right now.
Get your Instagram fingers together and ready?
Oh, Peyton.
AORA.DJ. That is her AORA. .DJ.
Okay.
That's her Instagram handle. 48 hours ago, she had 15,000 followers. Now she has 83,000. But this girl has completely taken over the internets.
I'll take a little
She
sip.
was at a foam party, and a 13-second video has racked up over 100 million views. The most predictable creature on the planet is men. We just are. We're just very, very predictable. You want to go viral? I saw a great post here. How to have life figured out. 1, you're a girl. 2, you go to a festival. 3, someone films you smiling and jumping. 4, they post it online. 5, you go mega viral. 6, someone discovers your social media. 7, millions of people start following you, and you have a social media career that lasts a lifetime, and you never have to work. I mean, that's brilliant. I would do it if I could. That's brilliant. This girl has taken over.
I don't understand.
It's the look.
I don't. It's the look when she looks back.
Look. Oh,
so she's getting sprayed in her back with foam. She turns back around. She's got a thong on. You see her little white butt, and she looks back at whoever sprayed her, and her boobs bounce.
Yeah,
big bounce.
It's everything. It's everything. It's the sassy hands on the side. What she does with the boobs bounce. There's that one strand of hair that goes right in front of her face.
She's basically saying, why were you being so naughty just
then? That's why were you being so naughty. That's right. And then she gives a look, a smile, a look of sass.
And she's wet the whole time.
Yes, she is, Peyton. Yes, she is.
This is why your bar stools and stuff post just like, here's 5 bikini photos of the day. Here's our Sydney Sweeney post of the week. Because, man, that's why. The fan cam is almost at 500.
God, that look, man. The look she gives.
It's been a 400 throughout the day.
The look she gives is, that's what you're looking for.
So you get it? You understand?
I get it. Yeah, I get it.
Pepe, you get it?
Yeah, I get it. I was wondering why the video was 45 minutes long.
What's that?
He gets it.
I was wondering why the video was 45 minutes long when I first looked at it.
It was just on loop.
It was on loop the whole time.
And Aiden, you get it?
Oh, yeah, he gets it.
I mean, look, she's attractive. I get some of it. I don't get.
She's not the greatest looking girl in the world. She's not a 10 out of 10. She's like a 9, 8.5.
But I don't get it to this degree and extent. 13 million views.
No.
And
100 million views.
And I don't think she's not American either. So,
I have no idea.
Yeah, her Instagram is in Spanish, I believe. So
okay. So there you go. She was at some all-inclusive, possibly foam party. I don't know if it's a resort vacation or not. But, chat. Let us know if you get it. Or it's just guys. I mean, it is just guys, but it's a little overrated. Do the numbers make that much sense? 877-881-1053. So that's the red bikini. I had no idea about this until you sent it last night.
She was in St. Tropez?
And she's a DJ?
I guess it's Aura DJ is her.
Aura DJ. DJ.
Yeah, her Instagram, I mean, that part was...
Okay.
That part of her Instagram is in English. I don't know where she's from, though.
She is one OnlyFans link away from never having to work another day in her life.
Oh.
She's got to ride the wave right now, Sean. She's got to ride the wave. She's popular right now.
Haktua?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I think this is French, Peyton.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I couldn't read the language, so I don't know.
I think it might be French.
I just assume it's Spanish. All right, speaking of vacationing, thank God Bobby's gone for this because he would say something so offensive that he would possibly get canceled. Does everyone know who Chelsea Handler is?
Yeah.
Who is it?
She is. I mean, she had Chelsea lately, right? She did the roast with not the Brady roast. It was Kevin Hart.
Okay.
She got into it with Tony Hinchcliffe and Shane Gillis. Yeah. They kind of went back at each other.
Female entertainer.
Yeah.
Well, Chelsea Handler's letter to her family to go on vacation has gone viral. And I can't read the entire thing. I would probably throw up, and we don't have enough time. But you tell me whether you're cool with this or not, because this has divided the internet. I'm assuming it's all expenses paid by her. So you are going on an all expenses paid trip every year, family vacation. And I'll pick and choose here what she wrote to them. This got shared. It's family vacation season, which means it's time to reread the rules. If you want a vacation with me, these are the rules. And she emphasizes that you have to take care of my staff. All right? Last time they felt embarrassed and taken advantage of. There was a definite shortfall of manners by you, my relatives. You must be courteous to everyone on the trip. You must acknowledge the help's existence out of decency and respect. I treat my employees like family, and I expect you to do the same. Then she laid out specific etiquette requirements surrounding dining, drinking, and cleanup. Beyond asking them not to consume copious amounts of alcohol or complain about food while you're eating it, she pointed out that before emphasizing that everyone must pick up after themselves, like the Japanese soccer fans. Not to mention displaying common courtesy. When I make a pitcher of margaritas, Chelsea Handler writes to them, don't finish that pitcher unless you're willing to make another. Oh. All right? Be present during moments when we're all together, because the best memory of this trip is not going to last forever. We need to make those memories count. So her family includes 5 siblings, as well as nieces and nephews. They need to understand trips are not guaranteed. Bring an attitude of contribution. Does not mean financial, she writes. It means what pleasantness are you planning to bring on vacation? It is not a free-for-all. She concludes by saying, I love you guys. I don't care how much our family annoys you. It's the only one we've got, and we're stuck together for life. And this has gone viral. RJ and Peyton for the instructions to go on her. Paid, all expenses paid, family vacay. Now, let me predict your reactions, because I know the three of you very well. Choppy and Peyton, if it's all paid for, are saying, fine, cool, good to go. Bobby's saying, screw you, I'm going to sit in my apartment and go up and down my street of restaurants and bars. I'm not going on the vacation. Am I correct?
I would go on the vacation even if I said screw you. I'm still going. And then I'm going to not do what they say. What are they going to do? Send me home? If my sisters paid for the vacation and did this, I would gladly go and be like, I would keep my mouth shut.
And people are also getting her for putting your family on blast publicly for this.
Right. First of all, you don't need rules. If you need rules for your family, I don't know. If my kids tried to pull this, like if I were her parents, I'd be like, sorry, Chelsea, we're going on this trip and we're doing what we want. We change your diaper.
Well, I don't know if it's to her parents. It might just be the siblings.
It may be siblings, maybe friends. These rules cannot apply to parents.
Right.
Parents did whatever you wanted them to do for about 15 years as a child.
Yeah.
If my kids who are asking me to take them everywhere all day.
When my dad comes on vacation here, like I took off my week.
Yeah.
That was like my annual summer vacation. My wife said you did more work on your vacation than you do on the radio.
And that's the right thing to do.
They're 74 and 89.
They did everything for you as a kid.
It did.
Payback time, baby.
A lot of it sucked, but I had to do it.
Payback time. Like if my kids try to tell me what to do on vacation, I'm gonna smack them upside the head. My siblings, that's a different story. I didn't give them anything.
Yeah,
I gave my sister Miracle Grow. That was a problem for
her armpits.
No, I told her it would help her grow. She was short, and she ate Miracle Grow as a kid, and I could have killed her. So
Pepe.
Yeah, I'm a sucker for the all-inclusive, the free vacay. You want to tell me what to do? I'm going to do whatever you say. The 214 says
I just
stay
gave
home.
Peyton a Pluckers gift card Tolo gave us, and he's offering crazy stuff here in the background. Alec just raised his eyebrow. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, I'll go wherever the Pluckers wants me to go. I'll go there for $50.
Give them the bird.
I will. Then give me the bird, too. 214 says stay home if you don't want to follow those rules. But, yeah, you're right. Bobby will 100% be petty about it and be like, you know what? I'm not going. I'm staying home.
Oh, man. Which one of the rules, though, would get under your skin the most?
Well, I mean,
one of her directions
being
to
nice to the staff is not a rule. That's common courtesy.
Right.
That's
right.
I would have a much bigger problem if that. I have a problem that even needs to be said.
Right. That's what people are saying. Don't finish the margarita. You better make the next batch. Don't finish the last one. Don't drink too much. I would have a problem with that.
I would have a problem with that. Like, I'm on vacation.
Unless someone's acting a fool.
Yeah, like you're getting lost in Ibiza. Like you go, you don't want to, right? You're just getting lost. You don't want that.
All right, we're going to change things up a little bit here in below the belt with the absence of Roberto. Choppy has a college football kegger. More pressure on this local coach or quarterback. RJ has it in the college football kegger and below the belt after this.
After we get you over to basepowercompany.com/the
brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Well, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Below the Belt is brought to you by Window Nation and D&M Leasing here on Sean and RJ.
But more pressure. Arch or Sark? So I was looking around and the coaching hot seat list that Bobby had last week, and who's got more pressure on them, which coach, and how much pressure does Arch have on him this year? And I just thought, who actually does have more pressure on them from a Texas perspective? Arch Manning or Steve Sarkisian?
Great question.
Oh, thank you very much.
Pepe, you are the Longhorn fan. What's your answer and why?
For now.
It's Arch Manning.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's Arch. Look, when you have the last name Manning, you're expected to win the Heisman, win national championships, SEC titles, all that. So it's definitely Arch Manning. And when you have as poor of a first half of the season as he did last year, the sky's the limit for him, and he's got to perform at a top level or else he will get destroyed.
The reason I would argue against Arch is because, now Bobby would say they both will lose their job this year if they fail miserably. It feels like Sark's job is more in jeopardy, but Bobby's like, they'll just replace Arch and they'll run him out of Austin.
Yeah.
So for me, it's like Sark could be fired if things go really bad. And then Arch, you talk about his NFL draft status with the pressure there. Like during the year, Arch is going to have more pressure media-wise, coverage-wise. But like for real-life ramifications, I feel like, and now it's not like Sark would never get a job again.
Right.
But it feels like in my mind, Arch would be more okay the year after a disappointment versus Sark, who could be fired.
Right. I think... Look, Arch is either...
Well, like normally during the year, especially in college football, like, I don't know, at least with this scenario, if it's Saban, we're talking about Saban more. I think we're going to be talking about Arch a lot more than Sark. Or nationally, they will.
Yeah, because he's a name, right? A lot of college programs, the face of the program is the coach. But Arch is such a name, a household name, because of his uncles and granddad.
Yep.
Or Peepaw, whatever they call him, that it kind of changes things a little bit. But Arch is either going to go near the top of the draft or be the QB next year at Texas or be the biggest transfer in portal history. Like, one of those three things is going to happen. He's going to be fine. Like, if Sark doesn't make the playoffs with this roster, maybe he could scapegoat Arch.
What if he loses before the semifinal in the playoff? What if they lose their first playoff game? Same thing, right?
Is it a home game? Did they get a home game?
Yeah.
That's tough. Like, you get a road game and you got to go to, Oregon, right? Or Ohio State.
Is Final Four enough, Peyton? Or does it have to be a loss in the final, or does it have to be a title?
I mean, with this roster, because they got a couple big names, I think a running back and a wide receiver from Auburn. Like, this is an offense that should perform at a high level. The SEC shouldn't be, it'll be a challenge, but it's got to be championship, not winning the championship, but losing in the championship has to be the bare minimum. You've made to the semifinal, I think twice, with Steve Sarkisian. Like, you've been there. You got to get over this hump and not be able to make it to the final.
He could probably, if he doesn't make the playoffs this year, I think he still survives it. He could scapegoat Arch. But that's it. Like, he's done it with the scapegoats after that, and then he's going to have to win. A lot of people are saying no pressure on Sark, no chance he's getting fired. Look how many coaches Texas went through to get back to relevancy. Sure, but they could try to find the next Signetti. Do you really think if they wanted to that they couldn't get old Eric Morris out of Oklahoma State after 1 year? Let's say he goes there. Let's say they win the Big 12. And they make the fun. They get to the playoff. You don't think if they wanted to, they could go get him? I bet you they could.
Mac Brown is now trending because people are like, oh, North Carolina. You should have just stuck with Mac, just kind of like we're talking about. If things go wrong, do you really want to move on from Sark after what you went through? And because Michael Lombardi, former friend of the show, has been placed on administrative leave by the university, he was Belichick's boy and his general manager. No one knows yet why Lombardi was placed on administrative leave, so this throws a big wrench into Belichick year 2, and that's why Mac Brown's name is trending, as Mac is probably sitting back with his Kermit tea.
Yeah, sometimes stability is underrated. Stability is underrated in sports a lot of times, and you got a stable coach, stable, coordinator, stable ownership, stable general manager.
Did Belichick's girl have anything to do with this? Because I don't know, there was reporting back and forth that Lombardi at one point last year was like, she's no longer allowed in the building. Someone reported that, and I was like, Belichick ain't gonna allow. Lombardi can't do that. Belichick's the boss.
Yeah. I would sit here and say that she's probably got a lot. I mean, she's got a ton of power, obviously, with Bill. If Bill wanted Lombardi not to get placed on administrative leave, he probably doesn't get placed on administrative
I don't think so if it has something to do with, I haven't heard anything.
If it's salacious, then
If it's salacious, Bill can't stop that.
Right.
North Carolina, it must be bad. Sorry. It must be bad for Belichick to allow his dude to be placed on leave.
And they're dudes. They're close.
Yeah,
they're close.
Yes.
And North Carolina is we look, remember how many of the board of directors,
sorry, go ahead.
Board of Regents at Carolina were upset with the hiring because they didn't pass it through proper channels. Right? And it took months to get this thing signed because of that.
Florio and Pablo Torre today, if you care about this story, they're must-follows. Because Pablo Torre went into some stuff. Him and Florio have been trying to say that, Florio calls Mike the consigliere.
Yeah.
He makes fun of him.
Yeah.
And Pablo did this thing, had this interview of how all of Lombardi's credentials are BS. And it is all Bill Walsh. And Lombardi's tried to attach his name to Bill Walsh and Bill Belichick and capitalize and get podcasts and books off of it. So, this one hits me. This one hits me because I love Lombardi as a guest.
That too.
Do you?
I really do.
You always crap on him.
I do.
You always crap on his takes.
I do crap on his takes, but he's a great guest.
He's a great guest. How do you deliver? How do you deliver your radio answer?
I don't care what your points are. Well, actually, listen to what you say. I want to know you're engaged.
Right.
Speaking of Texas and old Texas coaches, Tom Herman. Remember him, Peyton?
Sadly.
He is.
Rank your disappointment order of Longhorn coaches.
Well, Charlie Strong's at the bottom.
You mean like the worst? So
the
top?
worst.
Okay.
That was a dumpster fire, man. Tom Herman had that one good year, I think, when Texas made to the Sugar Bowl. He'd probably be right above him, and then we got old Sark.
Okay,
Mac Brown at the top though for sure.
So
of greatness or disappointment?
No, of greatness.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mac, Sark, Herman, Strong.
Strong, yeah.
Okay.
So Tom Herman is working at Florida State University. Description of his duty is he is assisting the coaching staff with game analysis. There's a report out there that he is making $25 per hour.
What?
At the university, Florida State University, as one of their assistant game analysts.
No way.
Yes way. That's what it said. Barstool is one that had this. And I'm seeing 24/7 Sports. One of their reporters has this as well. But he's bringing in that $25 an hour. Now, somebody went
and did the math.
Well, they did some references on that.
$52K a year before taxes.
Assuming that he's working 40 hours a week for, 50 weeks. You could be the food and car wash service person at Buc-ee's and make $21 an hour. Or you could be the team lead and make upwards of $33 per hour. So you can work at a gas station and make more money than Tom Herman is making at Florida State. One, he probably doesn't need the money. He's been a head coach. He's got millions of dollars. Guys have gone through career rehab programs before. Lane Kiffin, for example. He can help kids. That's good. He could still help kids. It's a good thing. People are clowning on him. It's low hanging fruit a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't make fun of people for working, trying to feed their family, but he's probably not trying to do that. He's
and
probably trying
Sark
to get
is set to make 11 this year.
$11 an hour. That's pretty good. That's Peyton. That's almost Peyton level.
When he was with the Longhorns, Herman was getting about $6.75 a year.
Yeah, he's probably got enough. Hopefully, he's saved.
Yeah,
hopefully he's saved up, and he's trying to rehab the career and get back into the big boy network. So $4 more an hour though, man.
Did we win the lotto? By the way, did anyone win the lotto?
I don't think we did. I haven't checked.
Why aren't you checking?
I want to surprise myself if we win.
And how are you checking? Do you do it with the scanner?
The app.
Oh, the app. You got to have the app.
Got to have the app. Let's see.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do it.
I'm gonna be so mad if someone in London won because they let it overseas. I know someone's gonna win it over there. Some guy that's never played before is gonna win it.
They're making it international now. How many different sets of numbers are there? Is that worth how many? $20. $20. Okay.
Yeah, $20.
Let's go ahead and hear it. If you hear that, cha-ching!
Hey, $4.
2 more tickets.
Let's go, baby.
2 more tickets.
Let's go.
Did someone win it? 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. It is a college football kegger taking over Below the Belt as Bobby's back on Wednesday. It's brought to you by Window Nation and D&M Leasing. Is Tony Romo's job safe after his DWI? The Cowboys interested in Brendan Sorsby? That's coming up in the red zone at 9:20. But RJ has his final clue he believes leads to Corey Seager getting traded. That's next on your home of the Rangers with Diamond Calves after this.
Football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The 2-0. Oh, and that ball drilled deep down the right field line. If it's fair, it's out of here. And that ball is gone. About 18 to 20 rows up in that section right next to the right field foul pole. And the Mariners don't tie it. They take the lead. A 3-run blast by Canzone to make it 4-3 Seattle.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about having a true ace?
7.8.
That's what Nathan Eovaldi was on Saturday. That's what you want out of your ace. Previous 3 starts, he had allowed 10 runs over 15 innings. He allowed 1 and 7. When you can get the Nate when he's facing the Angels, maybe Detroit. But
is he your ace if those are the previous numbers you just gave?
Well, let me explain. When he faced the AL champion Toronto Blue Jays, 1 run, he shut him out. When he faced a team that he's fighting for first place against in Seattle, 1 run over 7 innings. When he faces the Yankees, he emasculates them. That's what I want out of the ace, right? A gamer. And that's what this guy is. He is a gamer. He was fantastic. Got the Rangers the victory on Saturday. They didn't need much from the offense. They got plenty from Nathan Eovaldi, 7 innings, just the 1 earned. They blew it yesterday, though. Flat out blew that game. No other way to say it.
Cole Winn,
who, to his credit, is much better than league average when it comes to allowing inherited runners to score. I mean, he's only allowing 21%. League average is 31.
And then Gray allowed the insurance run, too.
And Gray has allowed 37% of inherited runners to score. Junis has allowed 57%. But the problem is, right now, the Rangers have a bullpen issue on the right-handed side. Their right-handed relievers have a 4.79 ERA, that's 7th worst. In high leverage situations, it's 7.18. In medium leverage, it's 4.27. So they need help. They need help with the bullpen. I don't know where they're going to get it. They're going to get it from the trade deadline, but the problem is how many teams have guys that they're going to make available? Are the Red Sox really going to trade Aroldis Chapman? And if they do, are you really going to pay what they're going to ask?
Right.
That's the problem.
Dude, we have scandals everywhere this morning, by the way. Eric Bieniemy's wife shot at their home. Coming up red zone, 9:20. The Commanders are also firing their tight ends coach for some reason right now.
Well, yeah, plenty of time before the season starts.
The team will have no further comment at this time. Throw that into Romo. Throw that in to Michael Lombardi. This is going to be a scandalous red zone coming up.
I like it.
At 9:20.
I like it. So the Rangers are up 2-1 in this series, 4-game series. The Seattle can earn the split today. And then, of course, the Rangers can take 3 or 4, which would increase their lead.
I'm going to ask you this question for the third time this season. So far, I've not gotten the answer I want, so I'm just going to keep asking like an annoying kid.
Yeah.
This team's ace is blank, and is the answer to the next question any different from what I just asked you? Game 7 tomorrow on the mound is who? And is that different from who the team's ace is?
Nathan Eovaldi.
For which answers?
Correct.
Okay. So for both.
Yeah.
Even though you just talked about Nate's previous starts, he's got a 4.05 ERA. DeGrom's got a 3.67 ERA. Nate's ERA for the month is a 4.50. He's allowed, except for that last start, 3 runs in the 3 other starts, 3 or more runs in all the rest of the starts in the month. He's their ace, and he's your Game 7 starter. He's definitely my Game 7 starter.
He's definitely my Game 7 starter.
I'm not even thinking about it.
He's a much better. I think he's a gamer.
He is.
Yeah, like is DeGrom a better pitcher? Yeah, he is. I mean, he's just I just feel like he's better, but I trust Nathan Eovaldi more in a bigger game.
Yeah.
So he would be my Game 7 starter, which I guess by default would make him the ace. Right? I guess that would make him the ace by default. So that's that when it comes to Eovaldi and DeGrom. And, of course, the game yesterday stunk. And the game today will be right here on 105.3 The Fan.
1 o'clock pregame, 1:35 first pitch.
All right. I saw a comment, a line in an Evan Grant article over the weekend. I was like, whoa, Evan. I know you had it in you, brother.
How did you get this? You got a DMN subscription?
No, I hit stop. I hit the X. I load the article, and then I immediately hit X to stop it. So I'm able to read this thing.
All right.
Well, the Rangers say they're prepared for anything at this deadline. But I want to read you this one line. So he talks about this homestand. And Chris Young, regarding the August 3rd trade deadline, the Rangers be prepared for anything with the idea of trading Seager in the middle of a race certainly would qualify as anything, right? Considering trading him in the middle of a playoff race is complicated, to cite just 2 challenges. 1, at the same time, it's hard to look at this Ranger team on nights they win, like Friday, and say Seager's bat would be the identity of this team. On Saturday, Wyatt Langford fouled 2 balls off his foot and 1 at bat, then doubled and scored. Basically saying, this is my team now. I never thought I would see an article that said at the same time, when you look at this Ranger team on Friday and say Seager's bat would be the identity of this team. That's a direct, damning quote. Do you not see it?
Well, explain why you think it jumps out so much, especially maybe from Evan or Rangers media.
Yeah.
You've always talked about them differently.
Right. I think they're trading, or I shouldn't say they are. I think they're very open to this. There is next to 0 chance that Evan Grant writes an article a week before the trade deadline speculating that the Rangers are showing off Corey Seager to teams. I mean, that's a New York Post line right there. That's not an Evan Grant Dallas Morning News line. Like that's what that is. That's a line from a media member not looking to be friends or pull punches. Like that's exactly what it is. And the Rangers for years have always had kind of a very sensitive view on how they like. There was a time back when the Rangers went to their first World Series in 2010-20. You said something bad about that team, they were gonna. You were blacklisted. I don't see Evan, who is the longest standing beat reporter they've got, going down this road and saying something like that without him getting some word that this is a real possibility. Because that's just not his style. That stood out to me. I was like, whoa.
And look, for the concern that if Seager's dealt, you're selling. You always talk about buying and selling. The Rangers have a little window here, or they've had multiple windows with Corey out, to judge what they are without him. And that's Evan Grant saying, hey, even if back, he may not be this team's identity given the way he has played this year. So if you're sitting in your Ranger meetings today, you say, we can still compete without him. Doesn't mean we're selling.
Yeah.
We can still play with teams. We can still beat the Mariners. We can still be champions of the American League West without him. You can make that case. Sure. You can make that argument.
Absolutely. And if you trade him for, let's just, and I don't know that this would even happen. Like I don't even think this trade would be a possibility. But you could trade Corey Seager and get back pitching or get back, Mason Miller. Mason Miller helps your baseball team right now in the bullpen. And you're trading a major league player. So you're selling and buying at the same time. Again, I'm not saying that trade would even work. I'm just throwing a name out there. And I wouldn't even do it for that because I think you should be. Hopefully you get more. But then again, what's Seager's value right now? He hasn't played. And when he has played, he's hit like poopy.
Yeah. I mean, we asked Brett Boone last week. He's
I said poopy. That's
not
weird.
That high. Not that great.
I mean, if you could get Mason Miller for him, then even great. But
all right, give me the odds. Give me the odds you think he's dealt.
70%.
Woo. Okay.
I saw it was below 50 when I saw that article. I was like, wait a second. It doesn't make any. Evan's not writing that without hearing or kind of being given word that, hey, this is on the table here. This is on the table. 65, 70%. And you're okay with it.
I'm okay with it. I'm trying to think of what my percentage is, but yeah, I'm okay with it.
I want to give you an example of overpaying here.
I'll go 55-45, not dealt.
55-45, not dealt.
Not dealt.
All right, so this is what you're going to be in store for over the next 8 or so days, because this team will be in first place. When this weekend is over, right? They're going to be in first place by at least a tie, whatever, when this thing is over. They're going to have to overpay. The Boston Red Sox just traded Connolly Early to the Nationals for Curtis Mead. Now, Curtis Mead is quote-unquote one of the, air quotes, breakout hitters in 2026. That's what the Red Sox just picked up. Curtis Mead, one of the breakout hitters of 2026. Who is Connolly Early? Well, he's a lefty with like a 3.5 ERA. Young lefty, throws hard, 3.5 ERA. Guys don't trade that. Teams don't trade that. They traded him for a guy hitting .254 with 17 home runs, 48 RBIs, and an .852 OPS. None of those numbers are top 45 in Major League Baseball. None of those numbers. And they traded a young pitcher for him. That never happens. He's got 5 pitches in his repertoire. Those guys don't get dealt for .250 hitters.
So why?
Because there is so much easier, they think, to find pitching than hitting nowadays.
My bat theory.
So they're paying a premium. To trade a guy with a 3.44 ERA for a .250 hitter, a young guy, is unheard of.
Can't get offense.
Can't get offense. And if you want offense, That's great. I want offense too. You're going to have to pay for it. And teams do not trade 25-year-old left-handed pitchers with a 3.4 ERA for a 250 hitter. They just don't do it.
By the way, real quick, I needed to add this in the Diamond Calves, the Kerry Wood pitch in the Savannah Bananas.
Awesome.
I don't care how set up it is. I still don't actually know what Savannah Bananas does or whatever. I just know Drake Toll is part of it in the morning.
This is the Drake Toll Show.
But that Kerry Wood, that was badass.
That was cool.
What is that called? Something?
The underhand behind the back. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's just
okay. He throws it behind his back,
and then he fake throws overhand. It was really, really cool. Like, he had to work on that a lot.
Like, how many times do you think that would take you before you could throw that as a strike and get it even across the plate?
Oh God! I mean, just
how?
Oh, I don't know. A lot. You know, Sarah's trying to get tickets for Banana Ball when they come here in September.
Oh.
I'm actually kind of excited. I think it'd be kind of cool to go to.
It's hard. I think if
you got to win a lottery, it's like going to the Masters.
Yeah.
What?
Dude, you got to win a lottery just to be able to buy them.
They're sold out every single place they go.
Every place.
Quick.
And
too.
they play
Where are they going to be?
They'll be at the Globe, I think, or AT&T. Well, they play probably the Globe. But you know, they went to. They played at the Big House in Michigan, A&M. They played in Knoxville, at Neyland.
And what is the bit?
It's just fun. It's just baseball. They have a guy in stilts that pitches.
They dance while they get outs and hit the ball, and so it's a show basically for 3 hours.
But it's not like predetermined. Is it Globetrotters?
It's like the Globetrotters, but it's not predetermined.
Okay.
The
pitch was awesome.
The pitch was really cool,
but sold out.
Yep.
Always
all the time.
Expensive.
Mm-hmm. Really?
I think these tickets are like 100, at minimum 150.
Yeah, it's not quite World Cup, but it's. I mean, you're getting the
better not be.
Yeah, missing a comma.
I mean, it's.
Let me look this.
It's concert ticket, man.
What?
I think it's over 200 minimum for these tickets.
How much are Savannah
Bananas at Tailgaters, September 25th? Oh man. 250, 330, 320, 233, 290, 289, 319, 672, 357. Upper deck at the top, 410, 594, 357, 475. Why are the seats cheaper closer to the field than farther away?
I don't know.
That makes zero. This is from Game Time.
It makes.
Are they doing stuff at the top of the stadium?
They've got to be.
What?
That's got to be where
I've never seen that.
That's got.
Am I misreading that?
No, you're not. That's got to be where they throw all the prizes up.
The giveaways.
Yeah.
Diamond Calves on your home for Rangers baseball with Ralph James Choppy. 1 o'clock pregame, 1:35 first pitch to close out the Seattle series. Yo, we got scandals everywhere. Romo DUI, Eric Bieniemy's wife shot. A firing right now in D.C. It's the red zone after this. Sounds like...
Roger that, Sally.
Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-417-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
Scandal everywhere in the world of football. This is the Red Zone. Your football fix brought to you by Jess Love Coffee here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Of course, we got Tony Romo's OWI in Wisconsin over the weekend, operating a vehicle while intoxicated. We have Michael Lombardi, the right-hand man for Bill Belichick, consistent guest here on Sean and RJ. Brian Broaddus' boy. I should text Broaddus right now. What's up with Lombardi? He's been placed on administrative leave at North Carolina this morning. That story broke. None of the athletes are apparently allowed to talk about it.
I'm not a fan.
The wife of Eric Bieniemy, going back to Kansas City to be their offensive coordinator, she was shot at their house last night in Virginia. According to sources from Nate Taylor, 57-year-old Mia Bieniemy hospitalized in Virginia, a person treated for serious injuries. And Eric Bieniemy was with the Chiefs earlier Sunday in St. Joe, Missouri, at the campus of Missouri Western State for their second practice of training camp. Okay. Virginia police officials responded to a report of a shooting at a home, blah, 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 Ashburn, Virginia. So there's no way everyone's thinking the initial thing, but Eric Bieniemy looks like he was in Missouri.
Yeah, I mean, obviously when something like this, like the first suspect, they always say is the person closest to you.
Yeah.
But if he's not even there, then you got to eliminate him immediately, I would think.
Well, first two things. Number one, hopefully, she survives, but then two, nothing related to do with her husband.
Sure, yeah. I mean, it could be something completely, because they would potentially, if they knew whose house it was, they would know that he's not there. Like if they were trying to do something. I don't know, but it's great news that if he wasn't there, and be even better news if nothing really happens to her.
What is going on in D.C.? Commanders tight ends coach Ben Steele, like the Commanders put out this weird tweet. We're parting ways. We're letting go of Ben Steele. No further comment. We will not comment anymore on this matter. Nick Jabvala, thank you to Alec Medford, all over this. Oh, wait a second. Alec is just...
Oh, Alec, what do you got here?
Oh, no, it's nothing crazy. There was a Lombardi follow-up. But this reporter for The Athletic says, a source close to the situation said the Commanders let Ben Steele go due to violation of team policy. He was placed on leave after he informed the Commanders of his arrest, and the team reported it to the league. The arrest was on suspicion of driving while intoxicated on June 7th. He faces additional charges for refusing a blood/breath test and obstructing or resisting an officer without force. So I don't know whether it's stemming from that, but the Commanders and Dan Quinn just lost their tight ends coach. Holy crap.
I mean, you don't really need one of them. It's a dying position, right? It's like the running backs coach. You can just combine the O-line coach, the tight ends coach together, or wide receiver.
They're like, bring back Chris Cooley.
There you go. Like when the tight end's a wide receiver, just have him in the wide receiver room.
All right, Medford sent me a Lombardi update. Pete Thamel, who is very trusted. The Lombardi issue at Carolina stems from a human resources complaint filed by a former UNC front office employee.
Oh, there we go.
There's a pending investigation which led to the administrative leave. So, HR complaint filed by a former UNC front office employee. So maybe someone got fired, and they're like, all right, what about this? I'm being punished, or I'm being run out of here. I don't know.
Wouldn't be the first time that happened.
Is Tony Romo safe at CBS? And should he be safe at CBS? My answers to both are yes, he will definitely be safe. not great timing with the start of the football season. He's already withdrawn from the Texas State golf tournament, which I think he's played in 8 or 9 times. But no, I don't think CBS gets rid of Tony Romo. And if this is his first offense, which I think everyone believes it is, I don't think they should get rid of him either.
No, I don't think they will, unless they say this is what they were looking for a reason to. Unless they wanted to get rid of him and they were just looking for something to fall in their lap that allowed them to do this and save some face. But yeah, I don't think that he should lose his job. I don't have a real hot take on this. Like, does he need to go to some performative Passages Malibu rehab center where all the celebs go to rehab their image and, get some addiction training? I don't know. That's something that he can answer. And it's like the problem starts if this impacts his marriage, his fatherhood, his job. And I don't have any knowledge that this would. So if it doesn't, then count it as a one-off.
So that is Tony Romo, Michael Lombardi, the last name, Bieniemy, Commanders tight ends coach, all in some type of trouble, all in some type of drama. Wow. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up. If you missed it earlier, Todd Archer wrote in his ESPN story leading up to Cowboys camp that they were interested in Brendan Sorsby, Texas Tech QB, who was not allowed to come out in the supplemental draft. Oh, we were robbed of a possible juiciness that maybe messes up the kumbaya calm nature of Cowboys camp.
Right, because he would have had a June 30th deadline to register for the draft. They would have had to pick a day to hold the supplemental draft. I assume they would have held it before camp starts, so it would have been right around this time that they would have held the supplemental draft if they decided to do it. Whew. That could have been juicy. And, Sorsby here or not, I mean, he probably wouldn't have fallen here. If he was in the supplemental draft, the Cowboys probably wouldn't have offered a high enough pick to get him. But let's just say they
We love to give away force.
We do. But let's just say they did, give up a high enough one to get him. Oh, that would make Oxnard so fun.
4th for Sorsby or 4th for Penix? Or were you fine with giving away a 3rd? Let's make it a 3rd for both. 3rd for Penix or 3rd for Sorsby?
Oh, I think I would have done 3rd for Penix. I think Penix was better coming into the NFL.
And you would have given a 3rd?
Yeah. I mean, I like Michael Penix. I don't love him, but I like him.
Yeah, I thought he'd be better.
I thought he'd be better too.
I mean, he was one of the best deep ball throwers I ever saw in college.
I thought he'd be better. I'm a little bit disappointed he hasn't been. But this is also part of the fickleness of whether you like somebody or not. I'm willing to overlook Atlanta. I'm willing to overlook Atlanta and say, you know what, I like you a lot. Let's see if we can make it work here. As opposed to he went to that situation. It's a great situation. Like if he had done the same thing with the Rams.
It's not a dumpster.
No, but it's not like if he had gone to the Rams and he had Sean McVay and he couldn't figure it out.
Yeah.
I might think, all right, you know what? Maybe he's a bust.
Baker was there with McVay, too.
Yeah, he was.
He ended up leaving there. All right, a 3rd or 4th for Penix or Sorsby, out of curiosity. But, I mean, don't spend too much time on it because it's not happening with Sorsby not available anytime soon.
Until, the April draft?
Yeah. All right, so keep an eye on that. But now it's known the Cowboys had some interest. 877-881-1053. The rest of this, oddly enough, is going to be taken over by the Arizona Cardinals as they worked out a deal with Jacoby Brissett. What a joke. You had a Jacoby Brissett holdout. Imagine being a freaking Cardinals fan and just knowing Jacoby Brissett is your quarterback to start off the season, and they were at odds over his contract getting worked out. That got worked out. Oh, if you listen to Trey McBride a while back, the stud tight end with Busting the Boys, there are no Arizona Cardinal fans anyway.
There's no Arizona fans in Arizona. It was like, living in Arizona, no one's from Arizona. Everyone kind of has moved in from another state, so they're all fans of their own team. So now you have the Arizona that sits there, and there's no Arizona fans in Arizona. So it's a tough deal, but hopefully we start winning some games and we can bring some of those fans back.
Well, as you would imagine, Trey McBride caught some Arizona heat for that, calling out the fan base. And during their introduction to the media, when the Cardinals opened up camp, he backtracked.
Yeah, that was, I probably shouldn't have said that. It came out, wrong. And, obviously the fan base is great. We have a tremendous fan base. Arizona's been here, loyal fans to all, the sports teams here. We're very lucky to have a lot of these guys, and we're going to have a great season. We're going to win games, and we're going to make sure those fans have something proud to cheer for. And, like I said, man, I love it here in Arizona. And, I hope they love me too. But it's a special place. The fans are great, and I'm excited for this year to give them something to be proud of.
So that was Trey McBride with that real quick backtrack.
They were 28th in attendance last year. They averaged 508,000 fans per game.
508,000?
I'm sorry, 508,000 fans for the
sold out. Man, Jerry Jones is jealous.
Savannah Bananas.
They had 508,000 fans for the entire year. On the road, they had 632,000, which means they're a bigger draw away from home than they are at home.
I don't think they were the draw.
No, they weren't. The Bears had fewer fans.
Fewer at home?
Yeah, but their stadium's smaller. The Bears...
I was about to say.
Soldier Field is smaller, so they had 465,000. Other than that, it looks like Arizona had the fewest home fans. He's right, though. Go to a Cowboy game when they're there. You're tricked.
Oh, yeah, he's right.
Yeah, like you know how good of a fan base it is, depending on how many road people take over your stadium.
There was one more Cardinals story that Arizona fans got really ticked off over. This is Nathaniel Hackett, former Bronco head coach, for a cup of coffee, talking about Jeremiah Love's progression.
I mean, he's definitely a rookie, and as we've talked about, and he'll keep growing every single day. I'm very excited for him. All those guys, not just him.
That set off Arizona fans saying, why the hell are you insulting and not just complimenting your $50 million running back? Well, he's just a rookie. He's definitely a rookie. Definitely a rookie. But I love James Conner, and I love the entire room. Little overreaction here, freaking out towards Nathaniel Hackett.
A little bit.
He's supposed to bow down and wear, a Love jersey. He's definitely a rookie. That could mean his reads are off. His consumption of the playbook is not where it needs to be. His scheduling is not where it needs to be. I don't know. It could mean anything, but man, Arizona fans just wanted to hear nothing but praise and compliment.
That's it. You want to hear one good, positive Cardinal story?
They got Jacoby Brissett done.
They did get Jacoby Brissett done. No, the owner, Michael Bidwell, got an email from a bride who was staying in a hotel that he was in. Apparently, he was the one that had the hotel. She emailed him, or he found out about it, and he gave up his presidential suite for her to use with her bridesmaids on her wedding day.
Wow, that's nice.
And he said, I could tough it. I could deal with it. I'll just take a regular room. Very cool of him.
Very nice. Let's open up our training camp coverage on the home of the Cowboys with the KNC Masterpiece in California next.
Market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world. 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Training camp is officially open with the KNC Masterpiece live in Oxnard, California on the FanCam, Twitch, and YouTube here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, fellas.
What's going on, Sean? How's it doing today, man?
You tell us. You got the glasses on.
Yeah.
What's the weather?
Actually, right now, a little muggier than usual, and it's not very cold. So it's a nice t-shirt and pants day.
Oh.
But I don't even need the pants. I could go shorts all day today, and I think I'd be okay. I'm interested to see how it goes because the high around here is 77 most of the time until like Friday when it's 82. So this might be the warm week.
It's a tough job.
Yeah, but you guys, I know things are just cooking back in Texas. Y'all are firing it up, and I'm proud of what you guys are doing back there. But we're out here. We got here yesterday, and we do have Nick Harris with us today. He's here until he gets tired of us. You know, whenever he gets tired and wants to just say I'm done with you guys, he can go and do whatever.
He had nowhere else to go.
Yeah, and then we got John Machota joining us just before the Rangers game at 1:00 today.
Very nice. Who is your first, and when is your first official Cowboy guest?
Good question, Sean. I mean, look, man, all you got to know right now is that if you just keep it on this station right here, 105.3 The Fan,
it's a nice way
you're going to get
saying.
delivered the best content of the Cowboys you could find.
It's not like, Sean, it's not like nobody's here yet and they told us we can't have a guest tomorrow.
Yeah, no,
all right?
that's definitely not.
So why don't you just relax?
We are going to make this thing rock from step one all the way to step, whatever the last step is, Kevin. I don't know how many steps there are. But on Friday, by the time Friday is over, they're going to go, that was the best.
We're the only people here, Sean, us and Broadus. So, like, the only people at the facility right now who aren't secure, and DJ, I'm sorry.
And Nick Harris.
And Nick Harris. Well, you just said Nick Harris. But the only people here are repping 105.3 The Fan one way or another, or they actively work for this facility.
Yeah, exactly. So the 105.3 The Fan, like we said, we'd be the first ones here.
When do the Cowboys show up?
This afternoon. We will actually, whenever they step off the bus today, we will be there. That's because that's what we do.
Did you have any good travel stories?
Man, Avis needs to figure it out. I usually really like Avis,
Oh,
but
no, they do.
Well, they ran out of cars, and so
But the reservation keeps the car here.
You know, it did very much feel like that Seinfeld episode when they're like, well, we know how to take reservations. And I was like, yeah, I don't think you know what they're for, though, because luckily I'm fancy, got the preferred. Usually you can just check in. When I went to go check in, it said, I'm sorry, we have no cars available. Please see the front desk. And apparently that was the case for everybody. And they had to just start writing out these slips by hand with a letter on it to let you know which car to go figure out with the guy who was working there. And so that guy walked us around the parking lot, couldn't find a car, and then another one pulled in like right when we were walking back to the front. And he goes, is this one okay? And we're like, yeah, because it exists. And so we
thought they were going to get that BMW, though.
I know, that would have been
BMW,
sweet.
That was somebody else.
BMW SUV?
Yeah, that would have been dope.
So we just took the car available. But yeah, I asked the lady, I was like, hey, usually I can just check in and go. And she goes, yeah, we don't have any cars. That's actually what she said. So
Avis here for Cowboys camp.
Get it together.
Everybody flew in and rented all the cars.
Dang.
Did you set this up?
I did. That's not my problem.
No, RJ, usually Avis is
great.
Yeah, it's the way to go. But for whatever reason, they couldn't track their reservation patterns.
And you don't usually go to the counter, right? You just see your name on the board. I never do. We never go
straight
to
to whatever car you want.
By the time we got off the plane and I tried to check in on the bus to the rental car place, it was like, we're out of cars.
How's the Boo looking? Is it built back up or still kind of burnt to the ground?
The Boo.
The what?
The Malibu.
Oh, we didn't drive that way.
You didn't drive that way? That's the whole point of going.
Well, you know, Broadus was with us, and Broadus goes, hey, guys, I would usually tell you to do this, but it is Sunday. And he was like, it's probably a bad run to go that way. Plus, I was trying to get here a little faster to the hotel than usual. because I think Corey has the parasite, guys. I had one lettuce last week.
Oh no!
I ate one lettuce on Thursday, and
then you're sliding into first.
And this is it's not the best right now, guys.
Lettuce in the form of what? What did you eat?
Like a wrap. It was a wrap from someplace, and I was like, it'll be fine. It's a one of those crunchy places that you get wraps from.
Yeah.
And since then it has not been the best situation. So
and that's a see-through bathroom right behind you, so you're in luck.
That's an elevator.
You get the cyclo. You get the cyclospora.
Would you guys use the see-through bathroom if that's what it was?
RJ would. I would. I would never.
You have to go. You have to go. Yeah. And so
although
far, I've had to go.
I prefer that bathroom over this one.
This bathroom's offensive.
I can't stand going in this bathroom.
I don't know what they're eating down there at Jack FM. But
isn't that just one guy now?
Avocado and quinoa, a lot of that.
All right, tell me what they're eating at each station.
Canfield's eating
bangers and
mash.
Yeah.
Spotted dick. And the
we gonna do this for La Grande?
I think it's.
Dude, they bring in breakfast burritos every. They bring in breakfast burritos every 3 days.
They bring us out there.
Yeah, they love when they're always offering us breakfast tacos.
Oh, look at that morning look of Nick Harris.
Oh, Nick!
Just check that hair.
I did not realize he was already on camera. Oh man!
Yeah, I saw DJ the DJ. I see Nick Harris. Nick, when did you get out there? Go ahead, bring that headset down.
Test. Y'all got me?
Yeah.
Yeah, just pulled in yesterday. It was about I made the drive a little longer this year, so it took me about 4 or 5 days, but stopped and saw some things, but got in yesterday afternoon and ready to roll, guys.
Where else did you stop? Take us on your sightseeing tour.
Did you go see the thing?
The thing. So I saw the Sphere, if you will. I went to Durango, Colorado the first day, stayed a day, then drove to Vegas the next, stayed a day, and then I got here yesterday.
Let me see your arm, please, on the fan cam.
My arm? What
yeah, the tattoo.
Oh, okay. Yes.
The City of Dallas logo.
It is.
Okay.
It is indeed.
Okay.
A lot of pressure on you to keep your job.
Right.
I was like, that is really showing bias if you got a cowboy tattoo.
And it's not a Cowboys tattoo.
No, it's not a Cowboys tattoo.
Well, it's just the star.
Dallas tattoo. And
you trying to get me in trouble, Sean? What are we doing?
No, I think it helps you. I would show it to Jerry and Steven and be like, look at what I did. Look what I did for this job right here. This is not like, who was the bias reporting we were talking about? Oh, San Francisco.
San Francisco.
You're just like 49er media, not reporting the Shanahan accident.
Just burying the Shanahan story.
It is kind of funny because the City of Dallas logo originated on trash cans, so I really have like a trash can logo on me.
That exact one originated on trash cans?
Yeah, it originated on sanitary.
With the
is
star?
Is that how you would describe the franchise?
No comment.
Okay.
With the star?
No, so it had the tree originally.
Yeah.
The stars kind of originated through like I guess through the school system, through SMU as well. I just thought the star looked better than the tree. Personally.
So fellas,
star testing. Yeah.
We have a decision to make. RJ is not fully pressuring us yet, but it's out there for Bobby to answer. And I was like, all right, if you guys do it, I'll do it. It's what's your travel upgrade?
So we were, I went on the app today to look because and we can get a first class upgrade. For our flight out to Oxnard. And should we want to give the price out?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's $199.
Oh, my God. Do it.
Cheaper than Delta.
Do it. Yeah. Delta sucks.
Kevin's saying do it?
Wow.
Yeah,
Dude,
that's way cheaper.
First class is always worth it if you can get it for that kind of price, too. Yeah.
Because we have to pay for our seats as of now because...
Well, we're not paying.
We're not paying, but if we want seats.
Okay. And how much would that cost? That's the company.
Yeah.
How much would that cost the company? Because I feel like that's the difference I should pay for the first class
Absolutely.
upgrade.
It would cost the company about $100.
Good luck with that.
To get in.
And not get in. We don't know where, like aisle. And
well, right now we're.
Window? No.
Right now
option?
we could be anywhere. We could be back of the plane. I don't like to sit in the back of the plane. It's bumpy back there. It takes forever to get off. I feel like I'm claustrophobic.
By the bathroom?
You would have not. You would have gotten a kick out of this or dreaded it, RJ. Corey and I were just about the last people actually on the plane.
Yeah, we were.
That's the end of the story.
That's the whole story. Was it you guys were the last people on the plane?
Oh, sorry.
You were
I
just
forgot to follow
talking.
up. Yeah, we were the last people on the plane. I've never had this happen before, but we were in like zone 7 or 8 or whatever.
Oh, wow.
And we walk up and
credit card.
It's been a long time since we've had to do that because of Kevin's credit card with American, but we have to do it with Delta. And
Real airline.
so we're like walking up to the line. I'm like, Kevin, there's nobody behind us. And as we're going up, the lady is like, oh, yeah, now we have reached the level where nobody can bring their carry-on bags anymore. Now you have to check your bag.
Until you walk on the plane and see that there is plenty of
space on the plane still. What are y'all even doing? But our bags were already waiting for us at the
oh yeah,
baggage claim.
Because there was a pseudo medical emergency with a kiddo because they said he was going to be fine, but I guess Broadus was. Yeah, I don't know that to be the case,
Corey.
but they asked everybody to stay seated because they had a medical, they said, quote, situation, and so the paramedic had to help these kids and their parents off, and they were kind of at that little area right before you walk into the actual airport once they got off the plane, but it seemed like the kid would be okay. He was upset. The flight did not go super well.
He was struggling to breathe.
Dang.
Whenever
scary.
Whenever I got off, the firemen were talking, and they were like, it sounds more like congestion. And then I was like, it's COVID.
Look, I don't care about the kid or his health. Did either of you sit in a middle seat?
No. Why would you ever sit in the middle seat?
Exactly.
The only time I've ever sat in the middle seat was when I went to go see Lucy for something, and I was sitting with there was a guy and a girl on either side of me, and she passed her drink over to him, and I was like, what's happening? And they were like, we're on our honeymoon. I said, do y'all want to sit next to each other? And they said no.
Well, I
don't know how that thing
You told me
is
we
gonna
were in
work
this
out.
unpredictable predicament.
They're flying a different airline.
Oh.
What airline are you on?
We're an American. We're on the good one, but
I hear you.
We
Delta. I'm down for a sponsorship.
My credit card gives us free upgrades.
Yeah,
Sorry,
so
I wish
does
we
mine.
could have swapped.
So does mine. But the problem is, booked a day late for that. Booked a day late.
So we could be in the middle.
We don't know.
In first class?
No, not first class. No, we booked
Just upgrade.
Oh,
Jeez.
just upgrade.
God. Nick,
you guys are rich as hell. You got morning show money.
The morning show.
Yeah,
we
just
also got
do
morning
it.
show
Y'all set
child
the tone
support
for salaries.
Morning show child support.
Got morning show child support too.
Nick, does
All
it
right, Sean should pay for
Morning
you guys
show
to upgrade.
youth baseball.
Nick, I would not be around this temperament for too long today with Kevin.
Hey, you know where you do not get a middle seat? When you drive here.
That's a good point. That is a good point.
Don't give our bosses that idea. They're going to start making us
say
drive.
that. Don't say that.
Yeah, have Grego farting all right again.
God, that was brutal.
What were those ambient farts?
Ambient farts, man. That was terrible. I've never smelled anything more. Oh, God.
Does Ambien do that?
I'll tell you, it did.
Something did.
Whatever it was.
Yeah.
Hey, just mix it with the green chilies when you pass through New Mexico. That's a rocket combo.
I smelled his colon. It was bad.
Oh,
It was
my
bad.
goodness.
Well,
that is so aggressive.
The KNC masterpiece.
Hold on, I got one more question, Sean.
Don't blame me for break.
Since you address my temperament, is sitting in coach for 3 hours just like your worst bougie nightmare?
Sitting in coach?
Yeah.
I never do these upgrades that Choppy offers. I would be bitter if I got stuck in a middle seat, but I wouldn't be.
You could make
that
some
bitter.
friends.
I don't really want to talk to anybody like that.
I get you.
I wouldn't. No, I just hate. I hate traveling in general. It sucks.
Oh.
It's awful. It's terrible. I don't understand all you people.
I love it.
Like this idiot. Let's go 2 hours.
All the airports.
Let's go 2.5 hours early to sit around, and let's get delayed, and then let's stand in line, and let's sit next to annoying people, and then let's be uncomfortable, and then let's sit when we land, and then let's go ahead and wait in the baggage claim for 40 minutes.
Then
and then let's get screwed by the car.
Then you're there.
And let's get the traffic delays.
This is the life that we've chosen.
This is the life we chose.
And then let's wake up at 3:30. Oh, fantastic. It's
No, I
great.
mean for vacation traveling. That kind of
You
trip.
love all travel. If they canceled these station trips, you'd be miserable. You'd be so mad.
I'd probably quit.
Hey, Sean, you're going to make us late, so you should probably.
We're off to a bad start. We're off to a bad start with Kevin Hagelin.
We're an Oxnard, baby.
They
Let's
got
go, Cowboys
Nick Harris
football.
to save them. The KNC masterpiece from Cali is next.
KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live from Dallas Cowboys 2026 training camp in Oxnard, courtesy of the On-Time Experts. The On-Time Experts AC, Heating, and Plumbing, more specifically. Those are the people that got me my new HVAC system, and we are live. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, oh man, different time zone, Corey Majors.
And
off to a good start. The famous Alec Medford in joining us, either because A, he likes us, or B, he's got nowhere else to be. It is Nick Harris. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. 877-881-1053. How the heck you doing today? How the heck is everybody out there in Radio Land? Or the Frankel and Frankel injury text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube. Gentlemen, how are
Kevin, I'm doing great. Still, I didn't take the spoonful of coffee like Fred Davis suggested yesterday. That's one of those.
Did you not trust him?
I think it's just an experiment. You say, I want some extra time. You know, not when I'm about to get on an airplane. Maybe I wait for that one and do it later. But I think after today, everything's going to be just fine. I sweated everything out in bed last night, which is weird. Feels like I was working out. And I think I'm okay, though. I think we're good.
You're not infecting me and Nick, are you?
Who knows? But the great thing is that we're here. And that's what's important, Kevin, is that we made it and that we're going to give the best coverage that you could possibly find around here with people like the great Nick Harris with us.
Alec, Nick, we will get to you in the greatness of the Fort Worth Star Telegram in just 1 second. But, Alec, I want to know, what do you think is more important, that we're here and we made it to training camp, or the fact that Sean got us back to start the show at 10:03? Which one of those do you think is more important?
I have no comment on the latter of what you said there. I'm not going to get myself in trouble on a Monday.
I'm just kidding, Sean.
Yeah, I'm not going to get myself in trouble on a Monday. That's the worst thing I can do. We got a short show today, too, so I'm going to keep the positive vibes going until you ruin them.
Oh, okay. From the 806. Not going to lie, boys, I'm not doing great. I'm excited about football and camp, but some jerk kept banging on my hotel door thinking it was a portal to another realm. That was me.
What? I thought it was Broadus.
Yeah, no, that was me. I wanted to see the video you can find on our Twitter and Instagram, 105.3 The Fan. I wanted to just see if there might be a backroom situation happening with my hotel room.
Well, have you seen that movie?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
I was like, if you like horror/thrillers with confusing, perhaps somewhat ambiguous endings, this is the movie for you.
Now, Nick, I don't know how much you know about Backrooms, but
I haven't seen it yet.
My kids, they started me watching these videos when they were just, was it fan fiction at the time? They were just YouTube shorts, and it would just be some shot for 7 hours of the same spot that kind of looked creepy, and you're like, what's supposed to happen? And they'd be like, oh, nothing. And I was like, well, then what are we doing here? And now they turned it into a movie, so then you went and saw it.
I did.
And now you think there are portals all over the place.
I mean, look, I was just curious if I touched the door, if my hand would just kind of go through like Edgeophores did and just see. I mean, hopefully I learned my lesson from that movie. I don't want to spoil anything, but just back away.
Okay.
And I just wanted to see. Odds are it's just an adjoining room, but maybe I could make a new friend.
I don't know that they would be okay with that, though. Like, Nick, you're in bed and you're watching House, or something like that. Yeah, probably film. That's probably more likely. And all of a sudden you see a hand, just go through the door. Not the door opened. It just, now a hand is in your room. Your first initial thought?
I'm finding the nearest weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Exactly. Fight or flight. He's not running.
All right. Now, on the flip side, and I promise we'll get to lots of football, if somebody just knocked on that adjoining door,
yes,
would you also be like, stop knocking on my door?
It's on the adjoining door? Yeah.
You wouldn't open that door, would you?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Not at all.
Well, who knows? Could be a missed opportunity.
I actually did that last year, Kevin. I did open the door.
Was it? They didn't.
Bobby and Speed.
It was Ruben. No, it was Ruben. So
okay.
I was like, I think he's in that room, and I opened it, and he was like, "It's me. I'm your roommate." And I was like, "No."
From the 817, what's up, gentlemen? I'm from Arlington, but I live in Oxnard. Where are y'all eating dinner tonight? I might just have to stop by and buy around. That is a good question.
The soup place.
We have not. Oh, okay. Does that have a name?
No, just anywhere I can get some soup. That's kinda what I'm
okay. All right. Corey might want to push that back a little bit.
Later in the week, if possible.
A little bit later in the movie, and then, in the show. And then from the 361, Kevin is not trying to be trite with his ambiguity. I think that is something that you can bet on hearing tomorrow.
You asked Nick a question a moment ago.
Yes.
And I think that's a really good place to start if you want to go ahead and start talking some Cowboys, though, if that's okay.
It's either that or Eric Bieniemy or Will Greer.
Okay. The first thought
was on the Cowboys.
Do you have any inflammatory questions for Cowboys' first media presser?
Yeah, nothing right now. As of now, we got 24 hours. A lot can happen in 24 hours around this beat. But
look at the Commanders this morning.
Yeah, no kidding. I am super excited about being able to have an introductory press conference where it's just 90% football.
Oh,
knock on wood.
You poor,
knock on wood.
Foolish.
He's worked this beat for a long time.
Foolish Nick, and that's why.
And I haven't had one yet, which is probably why Kevin is right.
That's why you should know better. He already started putting the feelers out. Jerry did by being like, we were very interested in Brendan Sorsby.
Yeah.
And tomorrow he's going to be like, hey, if we wanted to, we could restart those Max Crosby discussions. There's going to be something that is going to happen that's going to set people aflame.
I think the likeliest one is probably a trade scenario. I don't know if he can't mention Crosby by name, but I do wonder if there's like a hint that he could be dropping some sort of sizable trade before the season begins.
Is there still? Is that one of the places you think needs a void filled right now?
I don't actually. I feel pretty decent about this pass rush group. I think with the scheme change is really going to benefit these guys. Bringing in a veteran like Rashawn Gary, and then Donovan Ezeraku, he's going to take a second-year jump. I think Malachi Lawrence is going to be great in his rookie season. I guess the role that I'd be most curious about is whoever is that fourth pass rusher. Is it Sam Williams, James Houston, Maris Leafau? I don't know, and that's what Camp's going to be here for. But I don't feel like that group is bottom 10 in the league. I feel like there's a little bit more pessimism around that group than needed.
Yeah, if anything, Kevin, I'm still kind of locked in on what that linebacker group is going to completely be, and so that if Jordan Brooks is gone now, so we got to sit with that,
buddy.
And if there was anything else, I guess seeing what Overshown and Winters are, and then that'll kind of give you the idea of where your depth is beyond that.
Now, I wanted to kind of go through, you had put out a very educational thread, I believe on Friday, at Nick Harris, FWST. That stands for the 4-Star Telegram, in case you didn't know.
What?
And essentially...
Do you work there?
Something like that.
Nice.
Otherwise, free advertising. 91 players fighting for 53 spots. So I kind of wanted to go through a couple of these, if you don't mind. I know it will depend on how the rest of camp goes and how you feel about certain players showing out and if you need to go heavy at a position. But is your initial instinct that they go 3 quarterbacks on this or just 2?
My initial instinct is yes, but that third one would be the practice squad emergency QB3 situation. If they were to quote-unquote cut Milton or Howe, I think they would trade them before trying to cut them. Just because I think you could still get something for those guys, even if it's like a 7th-round pick swap.
Yeah.
And then you go sign, a guy who will live on your practice squad. Because I think if you relegated Milton or Howe to the P squad, I think they would get signed pretty quick.
And somebody who had been kind of living back and forth on the practice squad-ish, Will Greer, joins the team as an offensive assistant. I feel like the second he retired, everyone's like, well, he'll be a coach here, right?
For sure, yeah. And he had that offer before he went to the Panthers to be in their offseason program and hung up the cleats, and now he's here in Oxnard.
What a life decision. Do I keep playing or do I go ahead and take a job with a place that I like? That I know that I have a place to go.
And him and Dak are pretty good buddies, right?
Yeah, and what's wild is he hasn't played in a regular season game since 2019, which is wild.
What?
So he's only played in 2 games in his entire career, which is wild to think about. But so you're like, okay, do I go and try to bounce on practice squads for the whole year, or do I have some consistency in a place I'm familiar with? And so it makes sense.
So this next positional question is for both of y'all, and this might be a fringy opinion, and if it is, I apologize. At running back, you have 2 safe, 3 on the bubble, 2 with work to do. My question is, I assume the two safe are Javonte and Jaden Blue. And if that is the case, why is Jaden Blue safe?
Yeah, it's Hunter Lipke, actually. I just kind of factored him into that conversation.
Then I'm back in. All right, then that makes more sense to me because there's no world in which I think I think Jaden Blue will be on this team, but I don't think he should be a rubber stamp at all.
Yeah, I agree. It's going to be a fun competition here in Oxnard for that second spot and the third spot because I think they carry 3 true running backs along with Hunter Lipke.
Okay.
And so, you have Jaden Blue, Phil Maffa, and I'm throwing Malik Davis into that mix too just because of what we saw from him last year. But if the desire is to get younger behind Javonte Williams, Malik Davis is the oldest guy in the room. That doesn't necessarily accomplish that.
Right.
And with Williams now having a 3-year contract, you're hoping to find somebody who can live out the length of that contract. Davis is not going to be able to do that. And so Blue or Maffa has the better chance there.
There's something that kind of lingers a lot every time it happens, and that is when Hunter Lipke gets his contract, everybody's like, why isn't he more involved? And then I went and watched a little more of last year, and I realized how involved he was in the blocking and setup for this run game last year. And now I'm more like, okay, like seeing what he does and what he actually accomplishes, I'd love for them to design something that's a little more of a surprise and for him to have some activity in the offense. But what they do within the system and building walls with him, he's really good at what he does.
Brian Schottenheimer had mentioned this offseason that one of the more interesting exit meetings that he had with players this year was with Hunter Lipke. And Hunter was like, hey, I think I could be more involved in the offense. And Schotty was like, you're right. And so they're going to work and try to figure out how to get Lipke more involved in the passing game. I think you're going to see some design runs with Hunter Lipke a little bit more this year as well. I wonder how much they experiment with that in preseason or if they just take that into the regular season. We'll see.
So I'm glad you were talking about offensive experimentation because I want to start with you, Corey, and then bounce over to you, Nick. Is the wide receiver position, I understand the value of essentially having a combo position in Kabonte Turpin, but I will start with you, Corey Majors. Would you like to see that be somewhat abandoned and the Cowboys tell Turpin, hey, why don't you get back to being awesome at kick returning and punt returning, and then we'll see what happens?
Yeah, I'm kind of curious if Jaden Blue can handle those responsibilities too, and if they want to take a peek at him doing that, in addition to, we discussed this at length. Shotty said during one of his pressers about the younger guys, hey, if I've given you a piece of advice, you should probably have taken it if you've made the mistake again. And I think that was unnecessarily an indirect shot at Blue and their conversation at the end of the year. If I give you this advice, if I sit down and talk with you, you better have made those changes in the next season. So I think they're really expecting a lot from when he steps back onto the field, but I don't know what our expectations should be.
Yeah.
So I think that they would love to see him take on those roles because he has that kind of speed, and then maybe he can do that too. I don't know if that means that then Turpin can focus on being a fourth receiver, but I think they have other options at receiver too that could be very good.
So obviously, as you know, sometimes questions are just questions, and then sometimes questions are infused with lots of opinion. As you can probably tell, this is my opinion-fused question.
Okay.
Why don't you go back to just being really excellent as a returner, and then we'll talk again, because it just kind of feels like Turpin's like, oh, yeah, now I've made it as a wide receiver now. Although it was good to see in the offseason that he called out the special teams for their blocking.
Yeah, I think it is. I think he's a fascinating one going into this camp, and I toyed with the idea of putting him on safe or on the bubble. I put him just above the safe line just because I don't know if there is a worthy returner to challenge him in that area. But if we're talking offensive value and offensive scheme, I think we look at Turpin last year. I think about some bad drops that he had. He had one on 4th down against Denver. He had that fumble against Philadelphia that really started to snowball in the first half before they came back and won that game. There was some bad moments offensively for Turpin last year, but there was also a couple good ones.
No, yeah.
Christmas game, the 3rd and 11. He gets the 86-yard touchdown, but I don't know if the return is worth the investment. Offensively.
Yes. Is tight end certainly one of the more, if not the most interesting position battle, because it feels like you've got a couple of young players, including an undrafted preferential free agent, but at the same point, does that mean you're going to have to move on from your second-round pick? It feels like offensively, tight end is pretty interesting.
Yeah, it is. It certainly is. And I think, the loser of this tight end battle, let's say that they get to the 53-man cut, and it's like, okay, you got to move on from Schoonmaker. With the way that this league is trending and trying to go more 12 personnel, oddly enough, I still think you could get trade value for Luke Schoonmaker.
Okay, yeah.
So I don't think it would be a worst-case scenario, really, at the end of the day. But I would need to see Michael Trigg show some value in the run game for me to justify a roster spot in my eyes. So
why is that? We have Jonathan Mingo, who's the greatest blocking wide receiver in history.
Yeah, I think he's out of there.
Oh, dude, there's so many people going to be. I know the fatties on the night show and after dark, they're going to be upset. They're very high on Mingo.
Why?
Probably as a bit.
Definitely.
but because on Sunday, Fred was like, "If you're not representing Mingo out there for us, what are you even doing?" And I was like, "I think this is a bit too."
It's got to be.
Every Friday or game day, we would do Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because, and we would always get the same text that Jonathan Mingo was going to have his breakout game with 4 catches for 29 yards.
Yeah.
And you're just like, oh, man.
And then he's inactive again.
Yeah.
So is your tight end room then? Is it Brevin, Spanford, Ferguson? Is Fant in the mix?
No, I would probably say that third spot's going to be Schoonmaker, Trigg. I think those are the 2 that I put on the bubble. And then, after that, you're going to be working with DJ Rogers, who I would not discount. He got just as much guaranteed money as Michael Trigg did. And then, Fant's going to be in that mix as well. Fant has never made an initial 53-man roster.
Even though it feels like,
it
feels like we've talked about him forever, and he's always like on the fringes of it.
He's always found his way onto the roster at some point in the season.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Can you stick with us for another segment?
Absolutely, let's do it.
Excellent. Let's continue our Cowboys news and questions of the day, and maybe a little Eric Bieniemy next, live from Dallas Cowboys training camp on 105 through the Fan.
Injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Prescott, 3-step drop, standing, looking deep ball, end zone. Pickens caught it over the shoulder. Touchdown, Cowboys. There's a good throw by Prescott. KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan, live from Dallas Cowboys training camp. Thank you very much to Mercedes-Benz, Plano, and Best Buy Windows and Siding. And he's already experienced it right now in the Wild Fork Foods hot seat, your number one go-to for meat and seafood. Wild Fork Foods, not you, Nick.
Right.
Although you're a wealth of information for the Dallas Cowboys. Now, I wanted to ask about two other players and get, again, both of y'all's thoughts as we've kind of been going through this. And by the way, Nick Harris, FWST, if you want to see a really great breakdown position by position for all of this. But there's two players that I was curious about going into camp, is the safety of Maris Leofau and Sam Williams. Like, I realize drafted, you just gave one a minimal contract. Are they safe for sure? Does Maris Leofau need to show out on special teams? How are we feeling about these two individuals?
Yeah, I would not say they're safe for sure. I'm going to start with Sam Williams. I look at his contract very similarly as Israel Mukwamu's last year. Former somewhat high draft pick and got a 1-year minimum deal just to be like, hey, we're going to give you one more camp to show it. And Mukwamu didn't. He didn't make the roster. He ended up, I think, on the practice squad of the Panthers last year. And so I think for Sam Williams, he has a little bit of a better shot just because I think this scheme change quietly benefits him a little bit.
How so?
I think from a stand-up pass rushing role, I think he'll be able to get to the quarterback a little bit smoother, a little bit more familiar going back to his time at Ole Miss and why he was a second-round pick. So I think that could work for him, but he's going to have to show out here. He's going to have to show out in the preseason. For Maris Leofau, this position change initially, and I still feel this way, I feel like it was like, okay, hey, we don't necessarily think that you have these pass rushing traits that can be unlocked here. It's more like, hey, let's try you here to see if this works, and if it doesn't.
Because it wasn't working
otherwise. Because it wasn't
working
working off ball as far as, a coverage identity, as far as even run game identity stuff. It was just not there. And so, I initially felt that way, still do feel that way in some instances, but the coaching staff continues to preach that was a very conscious move to move him to the pass rushing role. And I'm like, okay, then I'll take that for what it is, and we'll see what that looks like here at camp. He does have some plus length. He's going to have to add weight. I'm curious what that frame looks like when they get off the bus today. He's going to be one of the guys I'd certainly look at. But, both of those guys for sure, not safe by any means.
And when it comes to, we have discussed this quite a bit, not groundbreaking stuff or anything, but concerns about the linebacking core and the cornerback group. Are those the two positional groups you first look at coming into camp, or is there another group in question?
Yeah, I'm looking at the cornerback group for sure, just because the health of that room to start off with. Deron Bland, Savone Revel, what do those guys look like? Is Bland going to be ready to start camp? Those are two big questions that we'll have to answer tomorrow in the introductory presser. And then, okay, let's say those two guys are healthy.
I'm sorry, pause for just 1 second because I'm intrigued by something that you just said. Well, all things that you say. If Deron Bland, for any reason, weren't healthy to start camp, I understand all the reasons that would be bad. Is there any kind of slight positive to that? Then you could get looks at multiple outside combinations?
Yeah, and I think that's certainly a positive. We saw that during the offseason with Kalen Carson getting outside reps, as well as Devin Moore, the 4th-round pick, getting integrated into a little bit of first-team stuff. So, yeah, absolutely, because there are a lot of bodies in that room. There are a lot of guys, and you need to see what those guys look like. And so more reps would help at the end of the day. But I think more reps from your starter and Deron Bland after 2 seasons where he's yet to put together 17 games, I think that would obviously be more important.
Yeah. I'd love to see that at some point.
Yeah.
Maybe 2 seasons in a row where you get 17 games out of him.
I mean, at this point, if he gets 1,
Kevin, let's start asking for 17, all right? Let's set the standard high, all right? Not 1.
What do you count as a full season? I know theoretically 17
seasons.
No, I understand 17 games, but what is it, 14, 15 that you're like, he played the full season?
Yeah, I would probably look at 14 because I think, let's see, Cooper Beebe ended up at like 12 or 13 last year, and every time I write an article about his last year's performance, I'm like, all right, he had the high ankle sprain, he missed this many games. But like when I think about Booker, CD, they also had the ankle issues, and it was like, okay, they played 14 games, so it doesn't matter, you know?
Oh, and you get the one at the end of the year that never matters,
Yes,
or
for sure.
for some teams, like sometimes that does. And then you have, let's start maxing it out on how many wins were they part of. How many wins were they part of? What was that a full season?
Not a lot last year.
Oh, well, you know what? Then maybe.
But that's not his fault. I'm saying any player you could pick, not a lot. And I know expectations when we're talking about the secondary are just as sky high as conceivably possible. Caleb Downs has to be the greatest football player of all time, or else it feels like the fan base will be like, he's been kind of disappointing, huh? Have we just set the bar? Like, I love Caleb Downs. Have I and other folks set the bar just ridiculously too high for him?
You know what's crazy? I don't feel like the bar's high enough.
Wow.
I think this is a top 5 player on this roster day one. I think so he's going to slide in and play slot day one.
Is that a shot at the roster or
no,
just how good he is?
It's really not. It's really about how good he is. I was doing like a Cowboys ranking of players the other day for an outside project, and I was toying with 5 and 6 between George Pickens and Caleb Downs. Like that's where I'm at with Caleb Downs. He's such a damn good football player. I think he's going to come in, make an immediate impact in obviously the pass game, but the run game, pass rush from the slot position. I think you're going to see him have a couple of sacks this year. I think he's going to be able to affect the game in so many different ways.
So I'm assuming CD, Tyler, Dak. Who's the other one that I'm missing?
I think I put Booker in there. Let's see. CD, Dak, Tyler Smith, Quinnen Williams.
Oh, yeah.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we'll be on after Rangers.
About that technical hiccup right there. We're back at it. Now, we're going across the roster. You mentioned Quinnen Williams as being another one of your top 5. Now, Quinnen Williams, again, y'all can correct me if you feel differently. I thought he was solid last year, but he has been pretty harsh in his critique of his own pass rushing ability last year and lack of ability to break through the line of scrimmage and at least cause a little bit of havoc with the quarterback. What do you guys think about his play last year and maybe his own self-reflection of, hey, I got to do better?
Yeah, I think some things were not his fault, obviously, and I think there's probably some rifle critiques that he could look at. So he had a sack and a half in his debut against the Raiders. He had 0 after that. So that's probably, maybe from a production standpoint, that's what he looks at, and I understand that because he has been a double-digit sack guy in his career, and I think, under the right system, under the right scheme, he could still get back to that level. And, considering how much the Cowboys paid to go get him, I'm sure that there's probably a sense of, pride in Quinnen Williams to live up to that price and want to do so.
Could you see an extension here? And would that make sense monetarily? Because I don't really know if they're chasing anybody right now. Like, I might have understood a little bit more with the dream of Jordan Brooks out there, and they're like, hey, maybe we got to finagle a little something. But what do you think about the concept of an extension for him?
Yeah, they talked about it this offseason, and what I think the Cowboys want out of him, they haven't quite seen yet. And so, it's a very limited sample size that they have with Quinnen Williams. But I think he's one of the likelier guys we would see next offseason if everything goes well.
I'm just trying to figure out the range for him because the All-Pro season was the 12-sack season. I can't remember what kind of – he was a right defensive tackle. I don't know exactly what defense he was in. I'm assuming it was a solid defense. But then he's more consistently a 5.5, 6-sack guy.
Yeah.
So is that where we should expect him to be up in that number, never the 12 again?
I would at least expect him to be in the 8 range because of the personnel around him. He has Kenny Clark next to him, which Kenny Clark's another guy that I don't think we really saw what he could be last year. Because he got put on the team 6 days before the season started. The defense overall was atrocious. The quarterbacks were getting the ball out so quick, so he wasn't necessarily being able to get to the quarterback. But not only just Kenny Clark, the edges as well. There's going to be one-on-one opportunities for all of those guys up front because of the talent they have up front.
Okay, so let's say it is 8.
And it sounds a little bit like timing. Maybe timing the season out a little bit, not bringing guys at the very last second is kind of a
I'm sure
drama-free offseason.
I'm sure Nick would enjoy not waiting until he's moving to make some of these major moves each time. All right, so I tell you right now, Quinnen Williams or Rashawn Gary or whoever it is gets 8 sacks. Do you think that leads the team, given the nature of the sum is greater than the individual parts?
I think somebody gets to double digits this year.
Okay.
And
who's your lead candidate?
Yeah, if I had to pin one guy, I think it would be Donovan Ezraku.
Oh,
yeah, I continue to be high on Ezraku.
You know what? I hope that's the case. I still have my concerns based on the fact that he's coming off the surgery, and I want him to being healthy is so important to a dude's season. And I still think he's going to have some growth to do there. But you saw him throughout the season. He didn't know how to stop the run at all, and then he started getting better and better and better at it through the season. So I think he's one of those guys that learns. I hope that's the case. I just have him kind of in an 8 area as well. I have everybody. I have like 7 dudes tied for 8.
And that's why then you got a hell of a defense right there.
We're doing all right.
Well, speaking of stopping the run, so then we go to Rashawn Gary, and Corey used this description last week or the week before as like sometimes I'll just push back if people get too negative or too positive on a certain thing. I feel like people got way too negative on Rashawn Gary because they're like, Cowboys shouldn't have traded a 4th rounder for him. And I was like, we'd love to just hand our 4th round picks away. Do you not know how this organization works? Yeah. But hearing some of the stuff that Rashawn Gary has said as well, I think I might be higher on him than most people. What kind of impact can he have in this defense?
Yeah, I think just being a veteran, first off, is going to be huge in that room with so many young guys. You got Malachi Lawrence, Donovan Ezraku, who are ascending guys. The ceiling is super high for both of those individuals. So Rashawn Gary just being around those guys is going to benefit for sure. But if we're talking about on the field, he still did have 7.5 sacks in the first 7 games last year. And granted, it tailed off really fast after that. But that is still in his arsenal. And I think, he does have a developed pass rush arsenal. At the end of the day, he's working with the guy that he has typically been working with in the offseasons in BT Jordan. BT Jordan's going to be huge for this room, too.
I agree.
So it's Rashawn Gary, I think, is going to give you a really high floor. I don't think, you should be expecting him to be the double-digit sack guy. But I'd be surprised if he doesn't reach that 6-7 threshold and he gives you impact in the run game. And he's one of the more vocal defensive leaders as well.
All right. Anything else you want to ask Nick before we boot him out of the tent?
I didn't know. Did it tail off for him because his play tailed off, or because they were starting to already make that transition to their younger player that they decided to replace him with?
Yeah, it's tough to kind of pinpoint. And we've talked to Rashawn about it a little bit, and it was, I think, a product of the Packers defense started off so hot last year, and then offenses slowly kind of figured them out a little bit, and then they had to readjust what their pass rush plan was.
They said run the ball at Micah. I got you. All right.
Yeah, they had to readjust what their pass rush plan was, and so that's at least his identity of it, and we'll see if it's a trend to at least keep an eye on as the season starts.
What do you think about, since the 2 crazy trades that neither Luka nor Micah Parsons have won any playoff series or games?
Yeah, that is fascinating. That is very fascinating.
So you're trying to say we need to trade somebody to the Astros?
Hell yeah. Sell, baby, sell.
Seager to Astros? I'm in.
Oh, my gosh. Seager to anybody. I'm in at this moment. Nick, thank you so very much. I'm sure we will talk with you plenty out here. At Nick Harris, FWST. That's for the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. Great coverage of Cowboys training camp. Thank you very much for the time. Good,
Thank you,
sir.
fellas. Thank y'all.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for some baseball nuggets where, well, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. We'll recap the Rangers weekend next on The Fan.
vehicle, get the classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Ooh, kicks and fires. And that ball was hit hard out into left field. That gets down for the hit and goes all the way to the wall. Peterson is in to score. Langford hobbling a bit on that left leg, makes it to second with an RBI double, and the Rangers lead it 4-0.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, rocking out at training camp. Thank you to Hurtado BBQ. Hurtado's a little Tex, a little Mex, and a whole lot of damn good barbecue. I could just substitute that for the noise that Corey made because he knows what's up.
Oh,
right?
Man.
There you go. Now it's time for some baseball nuggets. And let's start with all due respect to the rest of baseball. We might cut you a little short today because we need to talk about those Texas Rangers. They take 2 out of 3 from the Mariners thus far, though the rare wraparound series hitting both sides of the weekend will finish up today right here on 105.3 The Fan.
A lot of reach there.
But you know, Corey, we're not allowed to just have strictly positive things for the Texas Rangers. And the Josh Young saga played out pretty much exactly how we feared it might. Hey, some sort of minor tweak.
I'm fine.
Yeah, I'll be okay. Well,
let's ask Skip. Skip's like, you know what? He told us he's going to be fine. We'll check him out.
Yeah, we'll get more imaging. He came in, and you're like, now we're going to just rest him a day or two just to be sure. Then that turns into 10-day injured list trip, which is why I think Wyatt Langford just really stood out the fact that he was playing again yesterday because he got dinged up. And
he hit himself in the foot.
I know. And so you're like, well, that's going to mean a trip to the IL, but it didn't, and he's back out there. And I believe it was Evan Grant who tweeted out, this is Wyatt Langford's team now. And if that is the case, bigger conversation for another day, then I almost feel like it's imperative to trade Corey Seager.
I think it is. He knows, and I think Wyatt Langford knows that too now. I really do. And I think that Skip wants him to take the team. And I think that he needs to wear steel-toed cleats so that he can't foul balls off his feet and break them. The Josh Young situation, that's tough. Trade deadline is coming up, isn't it?
It's in a week.
So there's a lot going on, and some guys might be kind of lingering on some things. Or I do the 10-day DL. IL. It sucks whenever you're like, okay, I have to do it 6 times in a season, right?
Yeah.
Like it just stinks. I know they can retroact things, and he can be back and all that,
and they did.
And that's just like it becomes a frustrating thing because that's a dude that's not often healthy. That's where it's frustrating. But he's having a good season. You felt like he was cruising, not like he's doing a thing where he's trying to force you to trade him or not trade him so that he can control things, that kind of thing. So, but yeah, I think it's Wyatt Langford's team, and I think he made that statement before he hit the ball off of his foot whenever he came back and was on fire again. And
I'll just throw out this mission statement, and I'll be prepared to be critiqued. I know his value is low at the moment. I'm ready to trade Corey Seager, even if we get hosed on the value, to get that money off the books, to allow things to naturally segue into this is Wyatt's team now. I'm ready.
Okay, so that's a massive decision.
It is.
And that if you're Chris Young, to make that decision and say, okay, we are going to take how much money do you need back on that contract? Because you're not getting all of it, dude. You're not getting all of that money back.
I feel like I need at least half, and I'm sure for some people that would be really, really low. But, considering he's still not ready to go right now.
And then a handful of dumpy prospects?
Probably.
And just so you can say maybe in 3 years from now we can turn this thing around again?
Well, and plus it frees up the money. So then theoretically you could spend the money if I realize it's a big if you believe that our ownership is willing to spend that money. And if you do not, I certainly understand.
But
that.
I understand I get the idea of going, look, if you're going to turn your attention now to this young kid that's got the talent, and you want to build with him in mind, I get it, dude.
Yeah.
I get it. Let's roll with that. And if you believe in your manager, then you believe in that too. I think the manager will always say, I'd love to have the player back. I'd love to be able to manage the player, but if the manager's like, hey, I can't handle this dude either, then you definitely move on.
Yeah, but they're also, and look, it might well, and Corey Seager could kick ass once he comes back or be really awesome again next year. But I do sometimes wonder if we're romanticizing a version of a player that's not going to exist anymore.
You probably are.
Now, to go along with all of that, you did get some good news on the rehab front on Friday night. Cody Bradford, he pitched 3 scoreless innings at AA Frisco. Yet again, looking good. 39 of his 48 pitches were strikes. That is back-to-back really effective rehab starts for him. Now, for the big club, Rangers get the win over the Mariners on Friday night. They get the win over the Mariners on Saturday. For Friday, Jake Berger, he gets the go-ahead RBI. Hits 24 go-ahead RBIs this season. Tie for the most in Major League Baseball with Jordan Walker. Then the next night, you get Nathan Eovaldi. He became the first Rangers pitcher with 4 straight 10-win seasons since Rick Helling from 1998 to 2021. It's been 25 years since the Rangers had a pitcher who had 4 straight years of 10 wins. I know the pitcher win has been devalued, but that just feels like such a low bar. So we did it!
Thick neck on Rick, dude.
And that's true. And then just when I was hoping and dreaming of a sweep, though, if you took 3 out of 4, if you win today and take 3 out of 4 from the Mariners, I think that is a big step in convincing this club to go be a buyer. Now, if you lose today and you end up pretty much right back where you started, that might be a whole nother story. But yesterday was an anomaly for the Texas Rangers because you go into the 7th inning and obviously you had trouble from a couple of different pitchers. But I want to start with Cole Winn.
How was DeGrom? Was he all right?
Yeah. He was all right.
There you go.
Or no, that's not fair. He was better than all right.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, no, he was better than all right. Cole Winn, he had logged 7 straight scoreless appearances until yesterday. And then this was the stat that I didn't know going into the game. Do you realize that going into yesterday's game, when leading going into the 7th inning, the Rangers were 45-0 this season? I would not have guessed that with the concerns that we've had with the bullpen, unfortunately.
Oh, then yesterday screwed everything up.
Now they are 45-1, and that loss was never going to come at a good time, but especially against the Mariners. But it is still problematic. This bullpen is still problematic, but Cole Winn was part of it, and he had been doing really well. You had been holding leads that you carried into the 7th inning, or eventually, maybe not even holding the leads, but eventually winning the game, even when you coughed up the lead, because obviously we've seen that a couple of times. So, tough loss for the Rangers. Let's see if they can take a dominating 3 out of 4 today.
It'd be nice. I don't know that the Astros are playing today, but wanting to go 2.5 up on the Mariners, and then potentially 3 games up on the Astros would be really nice too. Yep, they play the Angels, so that would be nice if the Angels could give us a favor here.
And then just keep an eye out on this. I know it was reported over the weekend that Evan Grant said Danny Jansen could need season-ending elbow surgery, though it does not sound like that has been decided yet unless I missed an update this morning. So just keep an eye out on that, especially with Higgy having bounced over to the injured list. You're having some problems now at catcher as well. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how about we do some more Cowboys and some wankers and winners of the weekend? All of it next right here on The Fan.
If your boss says you're laughing too hard, what Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live from Dallas Cowboys training camp, courtesy of our presenting sponsor, the On Time Experts AC Heating and Plumbing. Now, we might try to do a couple of different things here. We've got wankers and winners of the weekend. I can give you more baseball nuggets from across the rest of baseball, and we probably should at least kick off by talking a little bit of football, specifically, unfortunately, the saga of Eric Bieniemy, the offensive coordinator for the Kansas City Chiefs. His wife was shot overnight by, according to multiple reports, the couple's son in their home. Now, Mia is hospitalized and in stable condition, according to a source. And Elijah Bieniemy, the couple's son, was arrested and charged with malicious wounding, use of a firearm, and commission of a felony and discharge of a firearm inside of a dwelling. It's just, look, I realize, stuff like this happens, but it still feels shocking every single time, especially when it's a family member involved. So very unfortunate way to start the day learning that news.
Oh, yeah, for sure. So, there's so much there that still is we don't know about.
Yeah.
So there's still so much more story to it.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right about that. Speaking of things that there is more to the story, I'm sure, the Washington Commanders tweeted out this morning, "We are parting ways with tight ends coach Ben Steele. The team will have no further comment at this time." I'm pretty sure they hired him in the offseason. So to go from 4 months ago being hired to now being dismissed and the team saying immediately they will have no further comment, obviously you have to assume that something...
Was this the DWI arrest that went down?
How long ago was that, though?
This is Commanders. I don't know how long it was. Yeah, it says following a DWI arrest on the headline in June.
Okay.
So
maybe they learned more details from that, or maybe they learned more troubling issues. But it's that's surprising to me if it took that extra month to make that decision, but hopefully they did a deep investigation.
Yeah, it's a stem from a violation of team policy, so I wonder if that's one. Sometimes, Kevin, in those instances, does it come down to we need things to process first, and we need to kind of go through things, and hey,
in a corporate
you kind of know it's about to happen,
right?
But whenever it does happen, you won't be surprised.
Yeah.
But the rest of the world might be.
Yeah, I don't know why. I keep thinking that there's something else to it as well, but either way, they have moved on from him. All right.
Oh, yeah. He had resisted an officer without force. That part of it, resisting the blood or breath test. I wonder if those things accompany it, and they're like, this just looks worse.
And perhaps they got access to that police video or the body cam video, and they're like, ooh,
we need to do our investigation, and we will let you know.
And you know what? This is what I think about all the time, and it goes back to, whether it's people lying about steroids or anything else, is I wonder if that conversation took place, and he was like, hey, I made a bad decision. I had been drinking. I apologize. It won't happen again. And then they're like, but that was it? And he was like, that's right.
Yeah.
And then they see the body cam and they're like, oh, but so that was not it? Well,
there's a lot I don't remember from that night.
Yeah.
You're like, I never thought this footage would come out or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. All right. Do you guys want to pivot from football to wankers and winners of the weekend? Do you want some other baseball nuggets, since we pretty much ignored the rest of baseball yesterday, or do you want to try to get both of them?
Let's do both of them, Kevin. Good luck to you.
All right.
See how this works.
Let's start with wankers and winners of the weekend.
Give me the option. I love both.
Winner of the weekend.
I was a pepperoni and sausage person whenever it came to pizza.
Yeah.
I was like, just put both of them on there.
They're both delicious. And for that, Alec, if we can fire up cut number 7, because I do believe this is one of the winners of the weekend.
She has been dialed in this entire round and finishes with another Easy Fudd puts up a 30 spot in the finals.
AZ Fudd became the first WNBA rookie to win the three-point shooting contest. I realize exhibition just for fun, but still pretty cool to see your team get represented there.
There's still no cooler story than Larry Bird walking in and saying, hey, who wants to finish second today?
I don't even need to take off my warm-ups.
And that's the confidence I want Fudd to have. Look, man, she's on this team for a reason. The reasons are she's a great three-point shooter. She's a very good defender. And for her to fit in on this team with Paige, Paige was already the point guard, the ball-dominant point guard, the person who runs this team. Olivia Miles would not have, in my opinion, have been the same fit.
She could still be awesome.
She can, and she's going to be, I don't know what she would be on this team. And obviously she's on a Lynx team that's a very good team too.
Yes.
Fudd's going to be a good player. Give her some time, and you're gonna really love her three-point shooting whenever it's that moment.
Now, next winner of the weekend, I think Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury. Now, how we got here is very complex. Tyson Fury has retired. Anthony Joshua has fallen off the top of the hill, and then you just needed both of them to win their respective fights, and then you would finally get this fight that we've talked about for, I don't know, like 8 years. So Tyson Fury, maybe longer than that. Tyson Fury, he wins via a 7th-round TKO, I believe, on Friday in Thailand. And then on Saturday, Anthony Joshua also won his fight, and he won his fight with a second-round knockout. And when you hear second-round knockout, don't you think, wow, what a dominating performance en route to victory. Mm-hmm. Anthony Joshua got knocked down twice in the first round, but he survived, including the knockout really late in round one.
That's dramatic.
It is. And then he came back in round two, knocked the dude out in Saudi Arabia. So it looks like finally, they are going to have that fight. And if you're a fight fan, it's a fight that's been talked about for a really long time. I'm excited to see it. Perhaps both of them are coming into it saying, well, now we have to fight each other because the heavyweight division is threatening to leave us behind. So I like money, and we need to try to get a win. So now they're kind of forced to fight just a little bit.
We'll never get the Deontay Wilder, Anthony Joshua real one, though, right? The real.
I mean, I think Deontay Wilder is another one that, like, you know, he got knocked on his ass some, and it just sort of took the shine off.
He was the one-punch wonder, and
yeah.
Anthony Joshua was the boxer, and which one would win?
Exactly.
Tyson Fury's like, I just keep getting back up.
Yeah, and there was a time when it was just like that triangle of heavyweights, and, well, life
now
moves on.
Now there's just two of them.
Now, I debated whether or not I'm going to put him in the winner category.
Okay.
But I want to get your thoughts on this. Jurgen Klopp has taken over the German national team for soccer, and he started off his run with a statement. Some would say a threat. He said, quote, if at any point you all think it's not enough for just one or two of you to feel this way, if you all think that I should leave, I will leave without severance pay. And then he added, if you go after my family and don't leave them alone, I will leave. I like that mission statement because the idea of going after a player, coaches, anybody's family that is not involved directly whatsoever, that's an insane thing to do. And so I like that Jurgen was like, I'm just going to let you know now.
That is definitely fascinating. That I guess, you know, he's also done this for a while. So usually that's probably the thing that he's like, hey, man, I've experienced this too many times. If you're going to say something like that, if you're going to just blatantly come out and say something like that, you better win.
Yeah.
Because the second...
Or be ready to walk.
Yeah, or be ready to have your family come after. Like, you literally just told them, this is the way that I'll leave. And they were like, oh, okay.
No, do you think people would go after his family?
I hate you so much. I'm ready for you to go. Let's go after his family now. He said he'd leave if we did that. So, yeah, don't do that, dude. You don't go out there and say those words. Give people ammunition for it.
All right, well, I most certainly hope that does not happen.
Me too.
Now, let's move into, because I think a lot of the rest of these could fit into Baseball Nuggets Part 2. So let's get some wankers to kick off Baseball Nuggets Part 2. And we start with baseball injuries. Shea Langoliers, who was reported over the weekend, has a torn meniscus in his knee. He might miss the rest of the year. So not only is that problematic for the A's, it also feels like it would logically take him off the trade market.
Yeah, I think the Yankees were interested in it.
I mean, he was going to be a hot name at the trade deadline. We're only a week away from that, so he is off the board.
Rangers killer, too.
Yes, exactly. Now, this one hurts just a little bit. Paul Skeens. Is Paul Skeens one of the wankers of the Baseball Nuggets weekend, is what we're going to go with here. Do you know in his first 2 seasons, he had 1 start where he gave up 5 or more earned runs?
Okay.
1. This year, he has 4.
Oh. It happens. Like, what's the problem?
But that wasn't supposed to happen to him.
Scenes, dude.
He was the best of us.
Oh, he's like human? Is that what you're trying to say, Kevin?
After those first 2 years in his sub-2 ERA, yeah, I did think he was not human. And he has a 3.65 ERA, which is totally acceptable. But for him, it feels like a disaster.
And we've kind of watched that number on his fastball diminish over and over. And you're like, hold on, it's down, what, 5? Was it 5 miles an hour?
I don't think it was that much.
2.5 miles an hour, something like that.
Which is still a lot.
And I was talking to a guy this weekend, and he was like, dude, the difference between 94 and 92 is this and this. And he's just like his hand location.
Yeah.
And he's like, but that's the difference between people popping you and people not. And that's the difference between whether or not you get back up to the big leagues a lot of times is whether or not you can hit that 94. And so that
with Skeens, it's like 97 and 99.
And so for him to not to be at 98 is usually kind of think where he sat, and 96 is low for him. So that is a bit of a problem, and he's got to figure out what it is, whether it's in the mechanics or whether it's in something else or if it's just natural progression. Mike told us the other day, he was like, I think he's still a good enough pitcher to be able to pitch through it and learn how to be one of those guys too, but having that velocity is always your X factor.
Going back to the baseball injuries, Juan Soto goes on the injured list. Initial estimates are another calf issue, 4 to 6 weeks. Though clearly it feels like the Mets will err on the side of caution, especially because he had this injury before, or especially because they suck. I will let you decide which especially it is.
He's had calf problems most of his career, too.
This season, he had that issue. And then remember, that was when he was like, nah, I don't really talk to the rest of my team. So one more baseball nugget winner, Salvador Perez. We told you the other day he tied George Brett on Saturday. He surpassed George Brett with all-time home run 318, the most home runs in Royals history. Congratulations to him. Also, congratulations to one Mike Trout.
Okay.
What?
I thought you said Bassick, but you said Trout.
I mean,
Two different guys.
It's always congratulations to Mike Bassick. Absolutely, always congratulations to him.
Famous.
Mike Trout had a 4-hit game yesterday.
He's back.
It was his first 4-hit game since 2021.
Nice.
But also, I believe it was the 21st of his career. So he used to just be a freaking machine at this. But you know what? That was a big deal this weekend because on Saturday, there have been 20,000 days of baseball in the modern era, which is since 1900.
Mike Trout has played in 19,000 of them.
Definitely not. There was a time when that pace felt correct. Saturday was the only day where hitters combined for 250 or more strikeouts and fewer than 15 home runs.
Really?
They had 14 home runs to go along with 252 strikeouts on Saturday. That's the first time that has happened in baseball since 1900, a.k.a. 20,000 days of baseball played. It didn't happen.
ESPN must have hated that.
I know. They were like, this is boring.
Because remember, like, back in the day, that's all it was, hey, let's show the home run balls.
Yeah.
And, like, those were the highlights.
Yes.
And so not having those 15 to show us, well, they don't care anymore about all that stuff.
Yeah, they're like, we've kind of detached from baseball just to a certain extent. Now, Hall of Fame over the weekend. Jeff Kent, Carlos Beltran, and Andruw Jones all go into the Hall of Fame together as the class of 2026.
Two former Rangers.
Oh, but not the way I think about it at all. You're not wrong. But yeah,
we added 2 more Rangers to the Hall of Fame, Kevin.
Yeah, not really the way I think about that at all. Now, let's talk about Jacob Misiorowski and Dylan Cease. Over the weekend, specifically on Saturday, Dylan Cease became the first Blue Jays pitcher with a complete game shutout at Fenway Park since the great Roy Halladay in 2009.
Okay.
And for Jacob Misiorowski, he started off the game with 7 straight strikeouts. That sets a brand new Brewers franchise record, and he also rebroke his previous record for the most 100-plus mile-per-hour pitches in a game.
Dude can throw, man.
So it seems like that little break over the All-Star break worked out, pretty okay for him,
And
right?
you know what? For a guy like that, Kevin, you'll know he'll never experience a Paul Skeens moment, right?
Don't say that.
What do you mean? What? He's human, Kevin. The expectation should be they're humans.
It's probably
not their machines.
Yeah, it's probably
you want machines to
gonna
pitch,
happen.
then invest in AI.
All right, it's probably going to happen. Now, that he'll get hurt, not the machine.
Oh,
thing.
no.
And then last thing for you, James Wood and C.J. Abrams each homered twice to give the Nationals another double-digit game. They have done that 15 times this season, the best in baseball. They are 54 and 52. And for C.J. Abrams, a lot of discussion about where he could potentially be on the move. Post All-Star break, he leads the major leagues in home runs, OPS, and RBIs. Since the All-Star break, he has 7 home runs, 15 RBIs, and an OPS of 1.632. Insane. And there is your football update, winners and wankers of the weekend, and baseball nuggets part 2, all wrapped into one. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus, would you go to jail for this? Next on The Fan. Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan live from Dallas Cowboys training camp in Oxnard. Thank you very much to Mercedes-Benz Plano and Best Buy Windows and Siding for making that happen. It's kind of quiet here right now this afternoon. The Dallas Cowboys charter plane will land. The bus will arrive here in Oxnard. And then tomorrow at about 1 p.m., the Dallas Cowboys Welcome to Training Camp presser will get going before practices officially start Wednesday afternoon, right about the time of crosstalk with the G-Bag Nation. And right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas, and the mayor of the Medford Plex. 877-881-1053 is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, would you go to jail for this souvenir? We will get to that here in just a little bit. This is a story of why baseball rules. We'll get to that in a matter of moments. But, gentlemen, I know it's beautiful out there, but it's beautiful across the country because today is July 27th, which means it is National Chicken Finger Day, the official holiday for people who secretly still eat like a 7-year-old at fancy restaurants, or as I like to say, you just enjoy the simple things in life. The question for you: who serves the best chicken, and what is the best dipping sauce? You're getting a double-decker question today.
Can I ask you a quick question? A question about that is, do you qualify between the chicken finger and the chicken tender? Because I used to always think about the steak finger when I was in like middle school or whatever. So do you distinguish between them, or is that kind of a catch-all?
I think they're the same thing.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the clarification. I think that Golden Chick has amazing chicken tenders, and obviously I'm going to default to going with that barbecue sauce. There's a lot of really good places to get chicken tenders, or if I'm representing the G-Bag Nation, those chicken tendies. But I'm going to go with Golden Chick and barbecue sauce.
Oh, man.
Barbecue sauce.
You know, Kevin, on Saturday night, just because I needed sustenance at the time, Saturdays when I started kind of feeling the way I feel, all right? But I needed something to end the night as I'd been working real hard in the heat all day. I did have some Cane's. I still love cane sauce. I think cane sauce is spectacular. Good. It's easy to make too.
Cane sauce is what makes that place run.
Absolutely.
Right?
It's for me, those tenders are fine. Like but I would need a dipping sauce, and that sauce goes perfectly with those tenders. Actually, man, I'll tell you what, we did order because we had a lot of people over with the kids, and we ordered a bunch of them. You know, like the 25 or whatever, and they were all nice and thick. Those are some thick pieces of meat, dude. It was pretty nice. But Slow Bone has the best chicken. Slow Bone is in Dallas. It's a little restaurant over in the by kind of in the near the Petacolas area.
Okay.
So in that area, and they have some of the best chicken. It was our friend Brian Bingham. He now runs Sunbird Barbecue. He had told us, he was like, "Hey man, check out Slow Bone if you ever get a chance." I ran over there, and their fried chicken. They have all sorts of stuff, but their fried chicken, bar none, the best fried chicken I've ever had. But dipping sauce is still Cane's.
My favorite holidays that I do for AM on the FM are food-related ones, so I can just take all of y'all's recommendations and write them all down, and I can find new places to eat. So the same way that I clip farm for Masterpiece of the Week at 11:20 every day, I'm just getting food recommendations from y'all. From the 214, the best fingers, Zaxby's. The best sauce, Cane's.
I don't know if I've ever had
Zaxby's
tenders. I've had Zaxby's before. I don't know if I've had their tenders.
Yeah, I remember we were driving to, Kevin, remember the trip that me and the family took to South Carolina, and we drove 22 hours.
Oh my gosh.
Across the country. Like, that feels like it's almost the whole country
So
there.
long.
We drove 22 hours, and we stopped at a Zaxby's, somewhere over there. And and their fries were fantastic. I thought they had really good chicken tenders.
They do, and they've been adding some new flavors and like dry rubs too. You can get lemon pepper there now, which is just like a game changer for a fast food place. I'm like, that's amazing.
Have you ever been determined enough then to mix and match, or are you like, hey, we're going to Cane's, we're going to Cane's, we're going to Zaxby's, we're going to Zaxby's? Are you ever like, hey, let's get those chicken tenders from Zaxby's, we've got some Cane's sauce left at home, or let's go get some Cane's sauce and let's like combo it up,
I'm better than that. I will make the sauce at home. So that it saves me a trip, for one, and then two, the guilt of cross-branding. I feel like that's a little too dirty for me. I'm like, I'm already getting fast food as is. Like, why am I making 2 stops at 2 different places to get 2 different things and blend them together? I just feel guilty. So I'll make the sauce at home because, like Corey said, it's a pretty simple recipe. It's not that hard to make. You just let it sit overnight in the fridge, and it is perfect. So I'll make it at home every single time.
You know what's kind of crazy, though? You just brought something up, Kevin, that I know our friend Jesse Holly does. He will go to Burger King. He thinks Burger King has the best nuggets. So he'll go to Burger King and get the nuggets. Then he'll drive directly from Burger King to Chick-fil-A and get their Polynesian and Chick-fil-A sauce.
I respect it.
Or their,
does he order something or just try to go into the lobby?
He just goes in and like gets, I think he'll like get like a, hey, let me get one of those lemonades and also some sauce or something, and then he'll rock with that. So like,
see, that's better than I thought. I thought he might just go in there and be like, oh, I forgot to get sauce with my. And there's so many people at the Chick-fil-A. They're like, I don't know.
They're just like, my pleasure, like over and over. Yeah, no, that's a pretty smart approach to it. I think also we understand, like, when it comes to tenders, Whataburger's the best. Everybody understands that. We all know that. This is number 2 on everybody's list. Is what we're kind of going for here.
I like Whataburger, man.
My favorite version of the Whataburger tender, though, is in the sandwich. It's the
yes.
What's the big monstrosity sandwich they have that's so freaking good with the barbecue sauce, and they don't call it like the tender sandwich. I forget what it's called. Dang it, that's really gonna bother me. But that is the best way for me to consume the tenders at Whataburger.
Adrian had it was their chicken sandwich that they had that she loved so much, and for many years they changed the recipe on her, and she was like, I don't know if I love it as much, and then she ate it a couple times and was like, it is that much better.
How often, Alec, do you think somebody has to fight in that focus group when they're whether it's that or Butterfinger or whatever, and they're like, well, so we're gonna change it.
Everything has been fine the way it was.
Do you think somebody stands on the table and they're like, this is insanity?
See, I would go all out like Gavin Dawson with the Burger King chicken sandwich when they changed that. Yes, that was awesome. That was the king of the chicken sandwich war in the COVID era, in my mind, at least. I thought they won. I thought that was the best chicken sandwich in the fast food game. And then they said, you know what? Everybody loves this. How about we get rid of it? And
sorry, it's the honey
barbecue chicken
strip sandwich. Sorry, Alec, because now I was like, I want one of those.
No, that and the honey butter chicken biscuit.
Oh my God, it's magic.
My gosh, it's just magical. It's too good.
Now, so let me ask you this then. Do you think that Whataburger figures out a good way to mass produce that honey butter to the market? Because I know they will sell it, and I know they have like spicy ketchup that people seem to love. It's just not the same in the bottle as in the store, even if you heat it up.
I think that's the thing. I think it's just a mental thing, honestly.
Really?
Like,
you might be right.
I think it is. You're just like, it's from the bottle. It's not going to be the same. Because it just hits different when you get it from the store.
Yeah.
You know, the little packets of spicy ketchup just hit different than if I get a bottle and I have it at any time I want. I feel like I need to make the trip, and then it's just like, yes, it's the experience. It's all about the experience.
Dude, Chili's had the best tenders.
Oh, yes!
Remember, Kevin, when they changed
Nashville
those chicken
hot.
tenders and everybody lost their damn minds, and they were like, fine, we'll bring them back. And then
do you think it was that or the queso that pissed people off the most at Chili's?
Oh, the queso for sure.
Okay.
Like, what are you even doing? But you're right, man. Listen, I did make some of that queso at home because you taught me, Jess taught you to teach me.
Right.
And I made it at home, and I was like, this is exactly as good as it sounded, and it's as good as home. But it needs to be in a skillet. It just has to be in a skillet.
Yeah.
Otherwise, there's just something about it that doesn't taste the same. So,
I see this from the 972. Pluckers, I love you more than I love most humans on this planet.
Wow.
That's me speaking, not the 972.
Yeah.
That was their vote. And they did the most genius thing earlier this year where they put out like a whole press release and everything and said, our boneless wings are literally just giant tenders. So we're renaming them to jumbo tenders. And I think that was the most genius marketing move because now I can say that Pluckers probably has the best tenders, especially for like a sit-down place. If you're going to go for an experience, they are massive and you could eat off of those for like a week straight if you take them home with you because they are jumbo.
That is a genius thing there, Alec, but the other genius thing they've done is made sure that we host the draft party there.
Yes.
The draft party with 105.3 The Fan is always a genius thing. The other day, I got 2 cards from Pluckers for 5 free wings. And I can't remember how I got those, Kevin, but whenever I got home,
we got some at the Wings game.
That's what it was. When I got home, I gave it to my son, and he looked at me like I'd have given him a brick of gold. Like he was just like, "Are you kidding me? I'm leaving to go take my girlfriend on a date right now." And I was like, "Good."
Ooh, which begs a question about the coupon date.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's probably different
when it's your
you're
girlfriend. Y'all are together for a minute. I think that you're fine. You know,
and it's probably different when you're high school. I know going into college, but like it's probably different when you're that young. You're like, we got to save money.
Or when you're in college, dude, and you're like, I got a coupon, and she's like, oh, good, thank gosh.
Yeah.
You know?
See, or when you work in radio and it's Veterans Day and you took your at the time girlfriend because she was a veteran, so her meal was free. You know, so that saves you sometimes, even when you're 25, Corey. Even when you're 25.
How did that turn out, Alec?
So, guys, would you go to jail for this souvenir?
Sorry, buddy.
That's a story for the next Taco Boy
remote. There is an amazing story with that person in particular.
Yes.
Involving a broadcast.
Yeah, and so much so that I don't even want to reference it because she's the type to still listen every now and then, I would imagine.
Carry that
Kevin,
flame,
stop
Alec!
doing what you're doing,
Carry
Kevin.
that flame!
Would you go to jail for this souvenir? Because somebody did. So we're going to talk about the Kansas City Royals and Salvador Perez. He is one of the ultimate good guys in baseball.
Yeah.
We talked a little bit about him last week, but he hit the team's all-time leading 713th career home run during the 7th inning of the Royals' 5-4 victory over the Giants. And in an effort to retrieve Perez's historic home run ball, a fan dove right into Kauffman Stadium's water fountains in right center field. Well, usually this sort of behavior is frowned upon, and usually you'll get a nice escort out of the stadium or whatnot. No, it actually says on the Kansas City Royals website, quote, if at any time a guest enters a fountain, they will be immediately arrested, transported to the police station downtown, and charged to the fullest extent of the law. So that did happen to the fan who retrieved the baseball. And Salvador Perez told reporters after the game he understood that fan, and he said, quote, please, police, just take care of the job, please, and send him home. If I was him, I would jump too and try to get that ball, so please. And thank you for the hard work in trying to get that ball, which the fan actually gave back to Perez. So
that's nice.
He was saying, look, he gave the ball back to me. He wanted the chance to get that interaction, about maybe getting a bat or something in exchange, get to shake hands with him, take a picture and everything. But he got arrested. So would you get an all-time franchise record souvenir baseball at the expense of going to jail for a night?
Not for the Royals. I'm a Rangers fan, guys. But
I think I would.
But here's the deal, though. Now that he's asked, please police do this, now anybody can jump in. They said that for insurance purposes. They said that for safety purposes. They don't want somebody to drown in their fountain. On top of that, did he get to keep the ball while he was being arrested? And he held it all the way to jail. And then when he got to jail, they were like, please put your items in this bag.
Oh, my gosh. I love the idea that there's a Royals rep waiting outside the jail because he gets his bag of stuff back. And he's like, one baseball, and they give it to him. Alec, I don't know the answer to that, but I like that idea.
There's an episode of The Pit, Kevin, where a guy goes in with a separated shoulder, and he's sitting there clinging to a baseball from one of the Pirates players, and he's like, I'm not letting it go. There's no way that I'm letting it go. It was O'Neal Cruz. It was an O'Neal Cruz ball.
Yeah, because they're in Pittsburgh. Yeah,
and so in order for them to put his shoulder back in, they needed him to move the ball, and he was like, no, y'all figure out how to do it with this ball in my hand because I'm not letting it go.
That's a committed fan. I feel like they should have said, we can't fix it then. And just to see if he'd have been like, fine.
I'll live with it.
Yeah. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for some gridiron gravy. Turns out you probably shouldn't trash your own team's fan base, even if you're kind of right. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next Jeep.
the classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Brissett on the roll, floats it for McBride. Touchdown, Arizona! Trey McBride with his second touchdown catch of the year.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. A lot of stuff happening with those Arizona Cardinals. So what say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy?
Dip it and rip it.
Let's start with those Arizona Cardinals, and I thought we were going to talk just a little bit more about Trey McBride bashing the fan base and saying that, well, nobody actually lives in Arizona. You just moved to Arizona, and that got all people all riled up, and he stepped back and he goes, yeah, I probably shouldn't have said that, and then said they had a tremendous fan base. And I thought, surely that will be the lead Cardinal story of the day. But alas, it is not. The Arizona Cardinals have backed down in a negotiation with a career backup quarterback. They have given Jacoby Brissett a 1-year, $15.5 million deal with incentives that could run it up to $21 million to make sure that they are not good this year.
That's actually reasonable to give him the incentive part. They could give him a little bit more if he wins, if they're more effective. I think he's you said career backup. I think he is capable of starting if you need him to in like 6 games. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like there's some backup quarterbacks you're like, I need 1 win, and I think you can get it for me. There are other quarterbacks you're like, man, my quarterback's out for a little bit, and I need a few more wins than that. Can you be it? And he's like, I can go 4-2 for you. I think that can happen, or I can go 3-3. But I just don't.
What if they want him to go 0-6?
Then $21 million is too much. But he won't reach that. He'll reach the 15. He won't reach the incentives if they want him to go 0-6.
Right.
So $15 million to get your franchise turned back around and let Carson Beck take over. All right, good luck.
Do you think
God, they're the most directionless franchise in all of football.
That being said, do you think the Rams are still afraid that they have to go through them?
No.
Are you sure about that, though?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
As a matter of fact.
Man, I would like that if Myles Garrett came out and he's like, whoa.
I don't know if you guys heard about this, but I've been up in Cleveland for years.
That is a daunting task.
We have Arizona on our schedule twice, guys. The most I ever had to play them was once. We have to go through them.
Now let's talk about the Rams and Matthew Stafford. He's going to have a reduced practice schedule in training camp to keep him fresh. One would have to assume this reduced practice schedule trickles into the regular season as well, right?
Yes.
A little Romo Wednesday or whatever that exactly looks like. Now, let's talk about their primary competition in the NFC West, at least one would think. The Seattle Seahawks. Mike McDonald sees non-committal about whether or not Nick Imamwari, I don't know why I keep adding that last extra syllable, is going to be ready to go. He said it's the ankle still from the Super Bowl. I guess the best way to describe it is it's something he's been dealing with since the Super Bowl. He was able to perform, able to train, do some things in the offseason program, but he's not sure if he is going to be ready to go week 1 for the Seahawks.
I'm not saying that it's like, oh my gosh, that's the end of the world, but that's a big player for that team to defend their title with. I think they're head coach who understands what they do defensively knows how to make a plan there, but he understands how that dude is an X factor for his defense. But is this part of the price you pay for winning a Super Bowl sometimes?
Yeah, I think so. And
you kind of, if you want these guys back, you recover and you hope you can adapt to what the schedule is and make it back to the playoffs so you can do it again.
And I'll say this in the voice it sounds like in my head. Could he play in the opener? Sure. So
who knows?
Yeah, take that for whatever you will. All right, let's go from that to, man, we have not talked about this yet today. One of the more mysterious stories coming out this weekend is that Kyle Shanahan is going to be limited in camp after a car crash in mid-July. He supposedly broke his nose, 3 ribs, and his hand, needed more than 40 stitches in his face, and he had a severe concussion during a July 14th car crash when he collided with an SUV. And there are some people who are like, hey, this is going to affect him, another week or so. There are other people who are like, I mean, look, he might miss the entire season. I don't think it's going to come to that. But that sounds terrifying, and like maybe he's kind of lucky to be alive, honestly.
Yeah, do we know any more about how all this happened?
I don't know, because you hate to see if it were like a Matt Miller situation where it was careless or reckless driving or anything. I don't know that to be the case one way or another.
Yeah, even still, I mean, that's pretty brutal, dude. It is. I mean, it just shows all these guys are human too, because we could experience that at any moment. I think that's going to have a huge impact on that team. And I don't think it's in a positive way. If he has to miss any time, now it could be positive on his return, but I think that he does set the tone for that organization. He is that one.
And if you missed a couple of the other top football stories of the day, Eric Bieniemy's wife was shot, though she is in the hospital in stable condition, shot allegedly by the couple's son. And then the Commanders fired their tight ends coach following that DWI charge. And it sounds like seeing a little bit more of that video. They're like, yeah, we're going to have to move on. Now, let's talk about the Packers. This is a really interesting statement to me. The Packers, obviously, very unique situation in the NFL with the way they are owned, and I guess funded is the way to say, is the only publicly owned franchise. Packers president and CEO Ed Policy said that some adjustments might be necessary because he said, quote, it's like the other teams have access to the ATM machine and we just don't have that right now. They lost money in operating loss for the first time in a non-pandemic year since 1990. So even though the team's net income was up 54.8%, they lost money operating-wise, and that is one of the things that they're throwing out there. I just don't know what the mechanisms in place would be for that, because one of the things that he complained about is other teams can sell the minority stake. We talked about last week,
right,
Cuban buying into the A's, but other teams can sell minority stakes if they need like a cash infusion, whereas the Packers can't really do that. And they said they have no plans to sell the naming rights to Lambeau Field, because that could get a ton of money, but it would be really weird if you're like, we're live in Green Bay from FedEx Field. You'd be like, what?
Do we know the Cowboys are 100% owned by the Jones family, correct?
I am not positive about that, because I thought there had been like a tiny percentage that was elsewhere, but I'll look into that.
I'd love to know a little more about that, because I mean, if that's the case, I just would never see them going, we'd give up any control.
Yeah.
I don't want any other voices involved in this thing. This is ours. But it is kind of wild that Ed would want a policy change.
Right.
Because his name's Policy.
Yes. No,
Ed Policy.
I understand.
Him and Carmen.
Yes, that's who I was thinking of as well, is Carmen Policy. Now, Jackson Dart. Did you see a brand new record was set over the weekend for a Jackson Dart card?
No, I did not.
What do you think is the highest sold Jackson Dart card?
$9,000.
$9,000.
Is that too much?
No.
Oh.
A 2025 Topps Chrome 1 of 1 Jackson Dart Kaiju Superfractor, so a 1 of 1.
$35,000.
Was sold for $150,000. Look, maybe Jackson Dart's going to be really good. That feels like a lot. Those Kaiju cards are super awesome. But what do you think, Corey, about $150,000 on a Jackson Dart card?
I get it. I mean, you saw he spoke on Trump. And there's got to be some. Listen, I'm dead serious.
Oh, you think it might be a Republican super fan?
But on top of that, Ole Miss, has some deep money, dude. They have some deep pockets. I think they're looking at, and I also think whoever this is looking at Harbaugh coming in as the coach and thinking Harbaugh's a good coach. They believe Dart can be a good quarterback, and he plays for the Giants, so he's going to be involved in a lot of things anyway. So, look, man, that's a risky card bet. But I haven't bet that much, but I've been saying I believe that the Giants are going to be better this year. That's a lot, dude.
Do you want a lazy?
He hasn't even won a Super Bowl.
Or gotten particularly close. Do you want a lazy football joke to round out the news of the day?
Sounds good.
Robert Kraft said that Christian Gonzalez has been offered the highest contract in team history. No word on if he continued his quote by saying, we'll just have to massage these numbers a little bit. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I told you it was lazy. Coming up next, how about we do some NFL overreaction or reality right here on The Fan?
Hey,
Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got some NFL overreaction or reality for you coming up live from Dallas Cowboys training camp in Oxnard. Thank you very much to our presenting sponsor, the On-Time Experts AC Heating and Plumbing. But first, the Madden 99 Club has been revealed for 2027. The game comes out on August 13th. There are 6 members of the Madden 99 Club. Would you like to guess, or do you want me to just tell you?
All right, so Caleb Williams was not on it. He was talking about that the other day. He said, if I can get my percentage up, I think I'll get a 99. And I was like, ooh, that's interesting.
In fact, there is only one quarterback on the list. Excuse me, 2. I'm sorry, there's 2 quarterbacks on the list.
Sam Darnold, obviously.
You know,
he won the Super Bowl. How could he not?
He didn't make it.
You are kidding me right now.
I am not.
You are kidding me right now.
Still not.
All right, so let's go with Myles Garrett.
Myles Garrett is indeed a 99.
Nice.
As is Josh Allen.
Okay, I was going to say Josh Allen next, but you...
Jamar Chase.
Okay, Jamar Chase was actually my 4th one I was going to say.
Trey McBride. No, it's still not him. Jackson Smith and Jigba and Matthew Stafford. So the 6,
JSN, Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah, that is true. So you had to put him at
Trey
99.
McBride got a 99.
Trey McBride, no doubt getting bumped up as he trashed the fan base, gets a 99. So yeah, Matthew Stafford, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Trey McBride, Myles Garrett, Jamar Chase, and Josh Allen are your 99 club to start off the season, or I guess start off training.
I can see making Matthew Stafford a he won MVP, right? I get that. That dude's not running fast. Like, I mean, some of these.
True. It's the other things that are propping him up.
His brain is 105, and that props up the speed. Okay, all right.
Yeah, man.
I accept.
That is a good point. How high does he have to be in all these other categories to make it happen? And in case you missed it,
his awareness.
Caleb Williams was 51 in the NFL Top 100. And then one more quick note for you. Mark Stein is reporting that despite interest, the Mavericks have continued to rebuff any teams trying to trade for Kyrie Irving. So there's that to start.
And rebuff means turn away.
That is correct.
Not like we're just buffing it again.
You know what? See, I'm glad that you said that because sometimes simple things are more complex than people say. Like, for example, I keep trying to figure this out. I think I only know 25 letters in the alphabet. I don't know why.
Alec, if you don't want us to do radio ever again, don't say anything.
Because that's one of the letters. That's the one I didn't know.
Alec didn't say anything, so he doesn't want us to do
There's
radio
an off
anymore.
button that I could hit.
Yeah, I think we pushed that earlier.
Hey, text in if you really loved that one from Kevin, or if it really, like, you're driving in your truck. And
Did it make your day
You
worse?
hit the brakes in hopes that the person behind you
Oh, no!
would also hit their brakes because they were hearing that joke at the same time.
Man.
How wild would that be if, like, all these people hit their brakes at the same time and they were like, I was listening to the same song, the same thing. It was Kevin telling the stupid Y joke.
Okay, well, I mean, look, if that's the case, then,
the power of the fan.
Exactly. Might have to dictate that we don't do that anymore. All right, overreaction.
Well, we're about to find out. We'll see the fan.
Yeah,
It'll tell us.
We'll find out. Overreaction. I guess we're in the right spot. Overreaction or reality. The Cowboys have acquired enough talent, player and coach-wise, to make the playoffs.
I think they'll make the playoffs for sure. The difference that you're going to have with Christian Parker and that secondary, I think, is going to be magnificent. That whether or not they're healthy is a different deal. That we talked about that with Nick Harris this morning. The Deron Bland, will he be there? tomorrow during the press conference, we should find out a few things that could help us answer some questions about some of the health of these guys.
Yeah, they'll talk about who's going to be on the PUP and everything like that.
So that's going to be a big deal. But I think the secondary is already going to be better. I think across your defensive line, some of the adjustments that they're going to make moving into a 3-4 type base will help them also. And the health of your boy at middle linebacker. But Kevin, I think that you already made some additions. Caleb Downs will help this defense immediately. And so I think you've done enough to get into the playoffs. I have said throughout the entire offseason, though, you have not done enough, in my opinion, to be a true Super Bowl contender.
Agreed.
But I do think that by the end of the season, as some of these things grow, if they grow positively, maybe you can be in the NFC Championship game.
Alec, overreaction or reality, the Cowboys have acquired enough talent, player and coach-wise, to make the playoffs.
Reality, especially after Nick Harris told all of us this morning that we're not hyping up Caleb Downs enough. Which,
man,
we kept tempering ourselves,
that was
right?
Crazy.
Yes, that made me start rethinking stuff. And then he brought up he's probably going to have a few sacks this year because they're going to send him on blitzes, and then he's going to play 4 different positions in the defensive backfield. And then, hey, the new defensive coordinator is like a genius when it comes to this stuff and coaching up those kind of versatile players. So I think so. I think the defensive changes alone are going to be enough.
Now,
Kevin, there's evidently a backup on 35 West heading south from your Y joke.
I knew this was going to be problematic because the first 2 texts I saw were, I love that joke, Kevin, and that was horrible. Followed by, I just wrecked into a ditch because of that joke. That joke immediately pissed me off. And I don't know why, but that was hilarious. Keep them coming, Kevin. Terrible joke. So, it feels like maybe people are leaning towards they didn't love it, but, keep the feedback coming in. Overreaction or reality? Patrick Mahomes is going to be just fine physically this season. He's been cleared. He's ready to go. Everyone's saying and doing the right thing. So overreaction or reality? Mahomes is going to be just fine physically this season.
I think that he is going to be just fine, but I don't think he's going to be elite level Patrick Mahomes. Just fine he's going to be of the very good quarterback that he is, and he's going to figure a way out to work around the recovery process of it. I think he's one of those guys that he puts a lot of effort into making sure he's prepared for it, and he's going to have a plan developed for, if I can't do this well, then I just won't do it, or I'll do something else.
Yeah.
So I think he'll be just fine for this season.
Follow up to that then, based off of what you said. Do you still believe that elite Patrick Mahomes can exist?
Yes.
Okay.
And the only reason I think I still believe that is because Tom Brady was not the same. He wasn't the same quarterback his whole career, and somehow he did it for a long time. Now, Tom Brady cut out a lot of stuff in his life in order to be able to physically get back out on the field all the time. So can Mahomes do that? Sure. But there's also I think that he's got the elite arm talent and the brain to understand it. He has relied on his feet a lot in his career to be able to escape the pocket and do some things. And when that leaves you, you see what Aaron Rodgers is dealing with. But I think that, he will be one of those guys that figures out how to do things from the pocket, too.
Alec, overreaction or reality? Patrick Mahomes is going to be physically just fine this year.
Reality, I know it's really early into training camp, but the videos that you see at practice, it seems like the knee brace isn't bothering him too much. He's already rolling out to his left, which he got injured in December?
Right.
This is
late.
Incredible. The fact that he's even running at anywhere near full speed right now, I feel like by the time training camp ends, he's going to be pretty much back to normal. And to Corey's point, I don't think we get the elite level Mahomes, but I think it's because his team isn't as good as it used to be more than it is on him.
From the 214, the joke took me about 3 seconds, but it was worth it. From the 903, you guys are the best thing on the Fan, local sports radio, heck, even local radio. Thank you for what you do. That's amazing. Thank you. From the 443, that was the dumbest, funniest joke ever. And from the 903, I think Kevin's joke was more of a reality than the Cowboys making the playoffs. And finally, from the 817, I had to pull off and contemplate my life after that joke.
Let's give something away!
my goodness.
Your face.
877.
You didn't expect that, did you?
I did not.
I was holding it over my head.
1053. Your time might be running out unless you call right now. Call number 10. 877-881-1053 for your chance to win a pair of tickets to go see Muse at the Dos Equis Pavilion, hence my setup. On August 14th, you can go buy them or you can win them for free right now. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053. Now, overreaction reality to our audience. Did Corey do that to freeze Alec out of the rest of the segment?
Oh, no. I got a text from Alec that said anytime you want is what it is. So.
All right, Alec, you get to answer first if you want. NFL overreaction or reality? The Broncos or Texans offense can be good enough for their championship level defense.
Reality, and I think the Texans are going to surprise people this year because C.J. Stroud is going to stop hanging out with Drewski and start playing good football again.
Ooh, I like it. Now, the Texans, Corey, last year they were 13th in points per game, and the Broncos were 14th in points per game. So, offensively, overreaction or reality? The Broncos or Texans offense can be good enough for their championship level defense.
I mean, the Broncos were a whiff away, dude.
They were,
and I still think it was the quarterback could have been the difference. People can argue with me about it. I'll argue right back about it too. I think the Texans struggled so much offensively that I just still don't have faith in them. Until I can see that C.J. Stroud can feel comfortable in a pocket, then I'm not going to believe anything about that Texans team. I think their defense is championship level, but that offense showed me nothing against a really good team last year. As far as and that being said, I love their defense. I really do. I really love that defense a lot. I love a lot of the pieces on it. I mean, you go in the secondary, you can go, but it's just not good enough whenever your offense is turning the ball over the way they were in the playoffs. On the Broncos front, there's a lot of pieces that are going to be interested to see how they adjust, losing some of their defensive defensive coaches, and also some of the making the adjustments with their offensive coaches as well. So I'm fascinated.
NFL overreaction or reality, Corey? Dak Prescott is a legitimate MVP candidate. Not saying you got to say they're going to win or anything like that.
I mean, everybody's a candidate.
Do you think he's a legit candidate?
Yes, because I think he's going to put up the numbers that put him in that category. But if they don't win, it's going to fall short. So that's going to be the key for him to be better than 4. And they got to win pretty big and him put those numbers up so that they can be, dude, he finished second one year.
And he played well last year.
To finish first,
very well.
It seems to take like a special thing for you to finish first because you are the Cowboys quarterback. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they're going to hold it against you that you're the Cowboys quarterback too, but they're also going to prop you up in there because they know it helps all the other conversation pieces and the betting lines. Like for that, as a matter of fact. So yeah, no, it's I think he's a legitimate one because I think he will put up the numbers with the offense he has in place. But it's going to take a special season from the rest of his team to win it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway, and we will kick it off with Dallas Cowboys beat reporter for The Athletic, John Machota, next right here on The Fan.
big-time experts.
1 yard line with 19 seconds. Under center, play action. Prescott looking. He's got a man wide open, left side. Ferguson for the second time today. Touchdown, Cowboys.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Want to say thank you very, very much to Mercedes-Benz of Plano and Best Buy Windows and Siding for presenting this coverage. And right now, on the Wild Fork Foods hot seat, get nervous, your number one go-to for meat and seafood from The Athletic. It is the man who knows all of the things about the Cowboys, John Machota. How are you today, good sir?
I'm doing well, guys. Thanks for having me on.
And I feel like you came out just to see us, and that is delightful.
I did, but it's nice to walk around here with that right before everybody shows up. You know,
right.
A little calm before the storm.
And the storm will hit this afternoon, right, when the bus arrives and everything?
That'll hit a little bit. I think tomorrow with that opening press conference is really when it takes off, and then Wednesday, that first practice, when you actually have fans out there for sure.
So the question I have to know, and I hope this does not happen, but do you think Jerry and the Jones family can handle a training camp that is just about football competitiveness and whatnot and not about a whole bunch of other nonsense?
I'll tell you what, they've made it this far.
Don't you feel like tomorrow's the pivot point, man?
I'll tell you. I was going to say just between us, but obviously it's not just between us. But, I was getting a little nervous about Jerry in this offseason. So, like, I was feeling better when I saw he was at one of those World Cup matches because I was like, this is abnormally quiet for Jerry Jones.
My prediction before the NFL dropped the hammer on him is I thought in the press conference tomorrow he was going to say, we were going to take Sorsby in the second round or something. Like, I really thought that's what he was going to throw out there just to make things more complicated than it needed to be.
I'm glad he did not do that.
Now, going into camp, this is kind of my perception. I want to see if it's yours. Biggest strength on this team, wide receiving core, biggest question mark still the cornerbacks, or maybe even the defensive backfield as a whole. Is that safe to say? If not, where would you pivot on those two?
Yeah, I'd agree with wide receiver for sure. Weakest I would say corner or linebacker. Yeah, just because those are the two spots that there just are a lot of question marks, and there's a lot of injury issues that if you told me everybody's healthy, I think you're probably fine there. But what are you going to get from Jerron Bland? What are you going to get from DeMarvion Overshown? Those are two key pieces right there that we don't know for certain because they just have had their issues with injuries. So,
who do you have more confidence in to stay healthy and be useful on the field this year?
That's a great question because if it was a different injury for Jerron Bland, it would be easy, I'd say Bland. But the foot issues, you just never know how those are going to keep coming back. But I'm still going to go with Bland just because, to me, I just feel like, and I don't have any data to back this up, it's just my own opinion from watching football and covering this team, linebacker to me is the most dangerous position in football. And they're just... I don't know if it's just magnified with the Cowboys because in my time covering the team, you always seem like...
You never have a healthy linebacker.
All right, you're going to have Sean Lee. You're going to have Jalen Smith. You're going to have Leighton Vander Esch, and it just... I don't know. There's always something that happens, I mean, there was a time there, I mean, there was a time there where I was like, man, they got a steal with Rolando McClain. He might be here for a while, and you had that one outstanding year, and they weren't able to really build on anything there. And so... if Overshown was to stay healthy, I mean, you guys see it. He would be an outstanding player.
And the rest of the league sees it as well, because last year, 8th off the ball. This year, I think it's like 12th or 13th. So the rest of the league sees it as well.
Yeah, and he's wired the right way, like leadership-wise and all that. That's the type of guy you'd want to be in that middle linebacker, green dot type situation, but you obviously can't do that if you're not out on the field healthy.
Now, since you mentioned Sean Lee, Corey, do you want to tell your Sean Lee story?
Absolutely
from
not. That was a phone call. Now that I remember,
may I tell that story? It was the day that Sean Lee got hurt. We were interviewing, I don't know, some Cowboys with Justin Durant
on the phone,
and he goes, "Do you ever see Sean Lee on the field?" And you're like, "Why can't you just be healthy?"
Oh my!
And that was part 1 of 2 with Justin Durant because. Later, we were here in camp, and he told Justin Durant that he wanted the king-size suite at the place we were staying so he could get a nice bubble bath going and stuff. And he looked at Justin, he goes, "You know what I'm talking about?" Justin looks right at me, and he goes,
man, what's wrong with this guy?
I
just
look. Justin Durant and I actually had a really good relationship.
Oh yeah, I think he thought it was funny.
Actually, I wanted to use John's time better, Kevin.
He's got plenty of time.
I do.
This defense. It's where it comes from isn't smoke and mirrors. It's like it's a legitimate defense that now everybody is using more and more of. The concepts that come along with it. What do you think Christian Parker can? Wrinkles that he might want to add to this thing, because it feels like secondary is his strength, and he knows that so well. But what is he going to add to it that's going to make it a little bit different, vary just a little from what we see with Fangio and other things around the league?
Yeah, I mean, for one, I think it all starts with how much he emphasizes the communication. I think that he's trying to simplify it, but at the same time, he wants guys to over-communicate, because you can't really get to that second, third level of whatever you want to call if you can't get the basics down. And I don't think you could come up with any better example than watching last year's Dallas Cowboys defense. Clearly they weren't on the same page. And
it seems like Downs is the great communicator in this.
That will be huge.
Because he's going to be the greatest player in the history of football, obviously.
I mean, he seems like that he has that type of hype behind him. So I'm looking forward to
He was my favorite player in the draft. So I'm not kidding when I was like,
yeah.
Please, God, let it
I'm looking
happen.
forward to documenting that, because I was pretty excited. You cover the Cowboys; it's very offensive first, has been for a long time, and you get a player like Micah Parsons, and you're like, all right, three playoff seasons in a row, and then you trade Micah Parsons, and you have what is probably the worst defense in franchise history. So, the big thing I think with him, and it's not just him, but where the league's going is, speaking of Downs, just that nickel position. I just don't see any way. A year ago, 2 years ago, maybe a year ago, but not beyond that, where you would be drafting someone to play the nickel high in the first round.
Yeah, for sure.
And that just shows you how multiple he expects this guy to be. And their excitement for him is not just you're just going to play deep safety, we're good here. I mean, look at the history of the Dallas Cowboys. They do not put major resources in just a deep safety. You know, I mean, actually this year is probably the most that they definitely have in the last 20 years. I mean,
is it interesting? Sure. Is it interesting that at the same time they've done that, they've been like, "Hey, let's focus in some more on DTs."
Yeah.
Like, it does seem like kind of a paradigm shift a little bit.
And the other thing too is like this isn't one of those where they were like, okay, so this star position is starting to become an important thing. This nickel spot is starting to become a trendy thing in the NFL. Let's just go find one. They didn't just go find. They found somebody who could actually. Should be able to do the job at a high level in Downs. But Jalen Thompson can adjust and roll into that spot too, and we've seen that. So he can play deep, and he probably will be. But the way these defenses are running now, it adapts within play, and all of a sudden your quarterback thought it was one thing, and it's three other things before the play even develops. So I think they didn't say, let's just go get somebody, which they typically, that's what it's always felt like.
No, and honestly, it's only one spot in the draft they moved up, but even that was very telling, because that just was not something they had done in a long time. But to be accurate, fans aren't going to like to hear this, but it's honestly the most aggressive they've been on getting a defensive player since Morris Claiborne.
Oh my gosh, it is.
Now that did not work out, but here I will say. There was a lot of pre-draft work done in Caleb Downs. I don't know that there was as much before the Claiborne pick.
Right.
And so you do have that on your side. I'm not trying to compare the two. It's just easy to point back to these things, because when you cover the Cowboys, you're used to them using their high picks on offense, because that's what they do. So the other thing about Caleb Downs is I think he takes a lot of pressure off of Malachi Lawrence. Because if any other year, if Caleb Downs isn't that pick high, let's say they take Malachi Lawrence at 20 or whatever, people are going to be talking about, okay, when's he going to be Micah Parsons? When's he going to be this elite edge rusher?
Right.
And now he has that cover, whether he wants it or not. He might not want it, but he has that cover.
The 9 players they could have taken behind him.
All of that.
Don't forget they could have taken TJ Watt.
All of that. So,
man.
Yeah, I'm interested, though, to answer your question. I am interested to see how different Christian Parker will be. I think a guy like Donovan Azaraku probably fits better in this more of a 3-4 base type. I mean, he's going to still be out there rushing off the edge.
Sure.
But yeah, size-wise and all that, he does, fit that type of a move. Kenny Clark has played in it before. Quentin Williams has played in it before. Rashawn Gary, Sam Williams. So it's not like you're all of a sudden hey, we got these guys, we're going to try and fit them into this system. These are guys that have played in this type of a system before. And so if you tell me that they can be healthy at linebacker, I think the defense will be much improved.
I think that's kind of, Kevin, been my message all offseason is if we can figure that out, this is going to look pretty good, that linebacker spot specifically.
Yeah, no, I hope you're right about that. Do you envision, whether it's Ezraku or whoever, if you had to tell me right now, how many sacks will the leading Cowboy on this team have? Because we've talked about, does it feel like it's going to be 5 different people with 7 or 8?
No.
Or like, what do you think?
No, that's a good question because of the fact of all I'm going to tell you is that I don't think it'll be double digits.
That's what I think.
And then I will also tell you I don't think that matters because here, as I'm looking this up right now, all right, what was the team lead here? Hold on, my internet's a little slow. Okay, team lead last year, Seattle. 3 guys with 7, 1 guy with 6. I think that's your blueprint. I think that's what you want. You're not going to have your Micah Parsons. You don't have Myles Garrett.
Right.
You know, if you get a guy that has double digits, hey, that's great. That's icing on the cake.
Who would that person be? Would
Nick
it be
Benito.
Ezraku?
Oh.
Well, for us,
I look at that Denver defense,
Yeah.
and I'm just like, that's the defense that I'd love to be.
Oh,
the
yeah.
Denver one, and then maybe a Benito pops up off your team. But
Yeah.
you want to have a group that can sack, like
Yeah.
Seattle, too.
All right, I'll go with the dark horse here because Ezraku would probably be the first one. I'll say Quinnen Williams. I think he's going to rush the passer a little bit more. I think that's a big focus of his in the offseason. He was talking about that at minicamp, and I just think, and it's weird to say this, but I think Quinnen Williams is a little underrated.
Yeah,
I don't know that he gets the love that he probably should. And hey, if you're not Aaron Donald at defensive tackle, I think there's a lot of defensive tackles that kind of get lost because they're not the edge rusher that gets the big sack numbers and things like that. But I do think Quinnen Williams is a special player.
Kevin, I'm serious. I wanted to go back to the Denver Broncos real quick.
Oh, yeah.
Benito had 14, and that was his specialty.
He's badass.
But then you had 8, 7.5, 7, 4.5. That was the team that led in sacks. The rest of the team was getting to the quarterback also.
Yeah.
That mattered so much, and Benito benefited from the fact that they were a stout team all around.
Big facts.
Once you can have that whole group doing what they do, then you can find that guy that can do what Micah did.
If you have Quinnen Williams with 6 or 7, Ezraku with 6 or 7, Rashawn Gary somewhere in there, maybe Malachi Lawrence has 4 or 5, Caleb Downs might have 3 or 4. So if you have that and you all add it up, I just think the pass rush will be much better than it was a year ago.
And, of course, don't forget James Houston.
Yeah, well.
Never forget James Houston. And
when to dial it up, too.
That's right.
When to get those sacks.
Is Maris Leofau, if you had to say now, going to make this team? And what about Justin Barron? Since we were talking about the linebacker group, I know it kind of sort of works together in an odd way.
I think Leofau does because I think he can help you in several different areas.
He has to be good on special teams, right?
He has to be good on special teams, which I think he will be. But the other part of it is that I can't rule out one of these things like midseason where they're like, we just need you to play a little bit more off-the-ball linebacker,
right?
Because of injuries or whatever reason. I just think he brings a lot to the table. So I would say as of right now, I think he's on the team.
Okay. And then Justin Barron? Same.
Yeah, I mean, there's part of me that thinks that there's still a linebacker move to be made, though.
Okay,
I just don't know. I mean,
it's not Jordan Brooks. I
know. Okay, listen. So I've been in the same spot where I'm like, look, if you're going to add anything to this team, linebacker feels like the place where they lack depth and maybe even top tier starting talent because we don't know what Overshown is yet. So that's the spot that I just kind of been trying to figure out. We just discussed that part of it, and then Jordan Brooks was kind of like this. Okay, it's lingering, and then he signed the deal, and that kind of went because that's a tackling machine that is again a great communicator in your defense. So figuring out where you are there is still a big question for me.
So I'm a huge actions speak louder than words person, and it absolutely applies to covering this team. And you don't try and make a trade for Max Crosby and then say, we'll just run this back.
Right.
Now, since then, after that fell through, you made a trade for Rashawn Gary, and you used a first-round pick at Malachi Lawrence. So I can at least say, all right, they did address their interest there. But free agency starts, and you have interest in Lloyd, Dean, Walker. And is D. Winters make up for that? Is that enough?
Nope.
So that's where I'm kind of like, you already have kind of showed your cards that you knew that you needed more at linebacker. And so that's why there's a part of me doesn't think that they're done there.
I think they're hopeful that Winters can be sideline to sideline, do his thing, and that Overshown.
I think I am too.
And that Overshown's healthy.
And maybe Shamar James takes another step in his second year. I don't know. Maybe there's something that you just didn't expect that you see out here, and you're like, all right, you know what? Maybe we don't have to do it. Because on the other side, I mean, the comp to linebacker on offense to me is running back. And I'm still surprised that they didn't do more at running back in the offseason. But to me, that might have been like, hey, maybe they're like, hey, maybe this will be the year that, Jaden Blue or Phil Moffitt or somebody steps up to where you're like, we're good. And if not, then maybe they try and add a player after they see what they have there. But I feel like linebacker is still to be determined.
Yes, see what you have, see what you're lacking, because this is the most actual activity you can get.
Yeah.
And then go into second free agency when everybody gets cut, and you can go pluck from their team.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that you said that, because I was going to go, is it down to Kalen Carson or Triquez Bridges? But I was like, that might be the same thing. That might be like, hey, let's see what we've got. Let's see what the injuries look like, and then we'll pick up another person. So I want to pivot back to running back then. Is this a real backup competition, or are the Cowboys just like, come on, Jaden Blue, just go take the damn job?
Yeah, no, that is definitely what it is.
Same with left tackle? You can maybe address both of those at the same time.
No, absolutely it is. You don't use a first-round pick on Tyler Guyton not to have him be your left tackle. You're going to give him every opportunity. And so, I do think it is very similar there. Now, obviously, Jaden Blue wasn't that high of a draft pick,
right?
But it also speaks to me that they didn't use a late-round pick on another back. They clearly think that there's something there. They clearly believe that he is the right complement to Javonte Williams. Brian Schottenheimer talked in the offseason about how what he brings in Jaden Blue in the passing game could be something that takes their offense to the next level, to where everybody already thinks they're going to be one of the best offenses in the league, but all of a sudden you get Jaden Blue comes out there and he's a solid pass catcher, contributing in the red zone, things like that. Then now maybe you unlock something that you're like, man, this offense was loaded. Now they have this whole other thing they can add to it. And so, big offseason, big training camp for Jaden Blue, because I don't think you'll get a third season of this opportunity if you don't make the most of it this year. Running back is a position they will go in another direction to find somebody else.
Talk with John Machota right here on 105.3 The Fan. You can follow him on Twitter by, just looking up his name. And if you need help with that, it's JONMACHOTA on Twitter, covering the Dallas Cowboys for The Athletic. Now,
doing some TikTok now, some Facebook.
Whoa,
I'm trying to get on all of them.
Goodness.
You guys know that this is the absolute time to get the video, get the access. This access right now is the best that you're going to get all season.
Absolutely.
So I'm like, I'm getting on all these platforms, and I'm going to try and make the most of this.
Never before has a picture of somebody mowing the lawn gotten so much traction.
There you go, man.
Well, hey, John, it's been a minute since I've been in the locker room during season. Mm-hmm. That was like my first 10 or 12 years was in just being locker room all the time. Is it still access in locker room and you just kind of float around, or they're like, this guy's speaking today, this guy's speaking today? Because I remember Romo was like Thursdays and stuff. How does that locker room kind of float? How do y'all get that access? Because the Stars will bring you a player, and they'll be like, here's how it is. The Rangers, like, good luck, So it's always different with those guys.
Yeah. Similar, like when you mentioned Romo, it's similar for the star players. Like, they're going to bring Dak outside of the locker room, CD, George Pickens, Quinnen Williams, and a few others. But everybody else, it's pretty much you can get them at their locker, or at least try to see if they want to talk or not.
So they don't make the star players talk in their lockers because there's just a massive crowd around? Okay, all right.
Yeah.
That's always fascinating. I'd be hanging from a locker trying to get something.
Absolutely. That's exactly the reason they... and it's not just the Cowboys. That's why you see
sitting right there next to him.
right next.
Asking the first question.
Yep. But it's like that for most. I can't think of. I'm trying to think now that you said that. Okay. Green Bay with Aaron Rodgers. I remember he was in the locker room guy. Obviously, you mentioned Romo. But most quarterbacks, you're the franchise guy. You're going to the podium, and they like that too as an organization because. This is, I don't even know how you prove it. It's a fact. I've watched this happen. It's way easier to be comfortable and say whatever you want if I'm sitting here talking to you guys, just sitting down, kind of like, you tell me now I got to be interviewed up there, and all these people are going to be watching. There's these cameras. You're just far less likely to say something that's really controversial.
Yeah, it's a psychological thing for sure.
And so that's by design for most, I would say 99% of star players. And I leave the 1% because of Dak. Gotcha. Honestly, like Dak is, he has to be a public relations dream. There's just not much that you're going to be able to throw at him that he's going to say some type of answer where you're like, damn, Dak said that? I can't believe he would say something like that. And I'm saying that because it ties back into what you said about the sitting at your locker and Romo and that. Because you can still get Dak at his locker off to the side, like during the week from time to time. Like, he's not going to sit there for an hour all the time, but you can ask him a couple things or whatever like that. And I've been around him when he's asked some stuff where I'm like, man, that's kind of a curveball, like to just throw at him right there. And I can't say there's never, because I'm sure there's one time I'm not thinking of, but there's almost never where I feel like anybody's ever caught him off guard. Like, he always seems to have some type of a response and a one that fits well with the team. It's not throwing anybody under the bus. It's not controversial, things like that.
Speaking of the offense, I know everyone is excited about the offense. Do you feel like when people review this offense from last year, they look way too much at the end picture macro stats and don't dig down into, hey, you still had a lot of red zone struggles, especially at times when that could have flipped a couple of games. I'm not arguing that the defense wasn't the major problem last year, but people talk about the offense as though it was infallible last year, and that just feels wrong to me.
Yeah, you're right. It's not. It wasn't infallible at all. And the red zone thing is number one. That's your biggest issue there. But I just don't think you're going to see those same issues this year.
Tell me why.
Just because of you got a whole another year together. I mean, it's George Pickens. It's Brian Schottenheimer calling the offense. Like with Dak, you know what Dak is. You know that there's very little, if anything, that an opposing defense is going to throw at him that he hasn't seen. So it's another year with Javonte Williams. It's another year where your offensive line, particularly that interior, Cooper, Beebe, and Booker and Smith, all get to play together. I think that if Tyler Guyton can just be solid at left tackle, you could be dominant on the interior, because of the players that they have there. I just think there's a lot of spots where there's guys that can take another step. Brevin Spanford, I do not think we've seen the best of him. Ryan Flanoy, I do not think we've seen the best of him. So I have a little bit of concern about backup running back because I don't know that you can just keep running Javonte Williams as much as you did last year. You might be able to.
You saw it by the end of last year. He was a different runner.
I think you need a little bit more of a compliment there, but there's just so many other things on this offense that I don't think maxed out last year for me to sit there and say, oh, well, they're not going to be any better there. So there will be this thing where there's been times where when we get the coaches, whether it be Jason Garrett or Mike McCarthy or Brian Schottenheimer in the walk-off, you get this sense, and some of them have even said it in these things when they're off the record about you're going to point out one thing that was wrong with the offense, and then there's going to be something else. We'll fix that, but because there's nobody's offense that's like perfect across the board. But I will say that I just would be very surprised if this isn't one of the best offenses in the league. Now, injuries aside, if they're healthy, everything is there for this to be one of the best NFL offenses.
Now, these are kind of, sorry to say fringier players, but questions about the offense. Expectations for Phil Maffa and Trayshawn Holden, and what do they need to do to maybe make this roster?
I mean, for Trayshawn Holden, it really is special teams. And it's not just Trayshawn Holden. It's any receiver not named CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens, Ryan Flanoy, and then
Turpin.
Obviously, Turpin is on special teams already. But out of those four, whoever's going to be that fifth guy, and if they keep a sixth, whether it's Valdez Scantling, whether it's Trayshawn Holden, whether it's one of the young guys that
Anthony Smith,
they're going to have to do something on special teams.
Didn't say Mingo. That's interesting.
I mean, Mingo's in the mix, but he's got to do stuff. He's going to have to help on special teams, though. That's the thing. That's what it will come down to. And their special teams was not great last year, so I think that will be a major player for a lot of these guys that are fringe guys. It's like, okay, probably not going to play a ton on offense. Will help us here, but what can he bring him on special teams? Because we need him on multiple units. So, no, Mingo's in the mix, too, for sure.
And then tight end-wise, how are we feeling about the prospects of Michael Trigg? And then it feels like, are we still going to have Luke Schoonmaker to kick around? Because, man, does he get trashed by the fan base.
He does. I still think he makes the squad. But, yeah, the Trigg / Princeton Fant, I think that could be your spot where maybe you go, that's your fourth guy. Or maybe they keep 5. I think it'll be tough to keep 5 because...
Would you have to go short quarterback to
that? Would be possibly, yeah. Which we sit here today not watching any training camp or any preseason.
Right.
That might iron itself out real quick when we start watching some preseason games because obviously Dak isn't playing in the preseason. So you're going to see those two quarterbacks a lot. But if it's neck and neck, then yeah, they probably will keep them both, I don't see that it just being this obvious, this guy, like Howell's only here for just to kind of push Joe and then we're going to let him go. No, I don't think that's going to happen. Now, if they get to the preseason and one is clearly better than the other, then maybe that's your case there. But as of right now,
if you had seen from the preseason and from the moments that he got in that Joe Milton was the guy, then you would have zero questions about it. But there was a reason they brought him in for sure, and a guy with that kind of pedigree that's had that many starts. You're not going to bring in that kind of guy in. I'm not saying that he's going to go push Dak. That's not going to be the case. But man, if we have a season that's going pretty good and we need to win, we got to make sure we can rely on the guy.
Most times, would you guys just prefer to go 2 quarterbacks because it allows you to potentially go heavy at another position?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yes. Absolutely. Especially, today's NFL. I mean, that for this team, that can be an extra tight end, an extra running back, wide receiver. Heck, it could be somebody else on defense. But, I don't think any coach wants to have 3 quarterbacks on that 53.
Yeah, you want 2 quarterbacks in that because, like you just said, it helps you have that extra spot so you can have a specialty kickoff guy, like we did with David Beeler.
That is something.
Man, those are the glory days.
What does he do? Kicks off.
Yeah.
But what else?
And he was our cold weather kicker or whatever. You're like, oh, my goodness gracious. All right, so we've covered a ton of ground here, but are there any, whether it's players, positions, any other storylines that going into training camp that you personally are interested in, or do you think that could be a pivot point for this roster?
Yeah, I think we covered most of them.
So we did a great job.
You did do, excellent job for sure. I guess just a little bit more on tackle. It would be tough if Tyler Guyton doesn't clearly win that job because I think Nate Thomas could be okay, but I just think that it's more than likely that they would then move Tyler Smith out to left tackle, and then I just think everything gets
so that kind of chips
weaker.
away at your interior that we were just talking about there then.
Yeah, now
go Bass there, I guess.
That would it would probably be Bass. Yeah, but if you need Bass to be your backup, he'd probably be your backup center as well.
Right.
And if he had to step in at center, then you would have Terrence, Tyler, TJ, Tyler.
Oh man!
So there's that for you.
The T-shirt squad.
But no, it would be TJ Bass. He's clearly the not having Brock Hoffman. I think that TJ fits in both of those spots there. I think this is going to be interesting, too, to see the movement that you see with, like, Shiaz Pete. He's played some guard, like, during OTAs and minicamp. They moved him in there a little bit. I think Drew Shelton could possibly be a guy that gets some work at guard. Trevor Keegan
I just think it's going to be some time for Drew Shelton to be an NFL player. I agree with you, though. Yeah. They need to figure out where he
You might not have a choice. You might have to ramp him up.
So that does bring to light that there is a lot more intrigue in what they are going to do at some of these other spots for their offensive line.
Yeah, I've been a little surprised that they haven't been able to find kind of like a gem in the later rounds. I mean, especially when Mike McCarthy was here because they had so much success doing that in Green Bay, where so many of their key offensive linemen, when the Packers were rolling under Aaron Rodgers, there were just so few that were actually first-round picks. They would always find like a David Bakhtiari or guys like that, and that just never happened. Terrence Steele obviously is undrafted, but outside of that, they just have not been able to hit on one of those like 4th, 5th, 6th-round guys to be a solid starter. And so maybe that happens this year, but it is one of those, I guess I'll believe it when I see it.
Well, John, we appreciate the time. Where can everybody find you and follow your stuff?
Yeah. As you said on X, at John Machota, so JONMACHOTA. No H in John, but yeah, same on Facebook. TikToking it up, man, putting up all those videos. I'm trying to bring the California training camp to those who can't be out here. So I'm trying to give you the full experience on all social media platforms.
Well, we appreciate that very much. Guys, we're going to go a little bit early today because we're going to feed you in to the last game of that key Rangers-Mariners series. We will be back tomorrow, KNC, live from training camp, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., kind of leading you into that Jerry Presser right here on 105.3 The Fan.
You are being mastered.